When the Inshang expedition fleet brought the west coast of Mexico within range, the Maya were still blissfully unaware of the fate they were about to face. Zhijin Shebu Hua Gueye Konstantinovich, the lost Intian civilization in the summer of 205 BR. Note. This book uses the Zhou Republican calendar, with 841 BC as the first year of the Republic. The monsoon that swept across the Pacific had just completed its journey, and several unnamed hurricanes ravaged the coasts of Central America, destroying some beaches. Fortunately, no casualties, property damage, or insurance losses occurred, as these areas were uninhabited and insurance had yet to be invented for over 1,000 years. During this hot season, the west coast of Mexico was considered the most suitable place to live. The convergence of circular and equatorial currents created a protective circle of warm air, which weakened any approaching hurricane into a tropical storm and eventually dissipated it. The sea surface was smooth like silk, with average wave heights of less than 2 meters, ideal for surfing, windsurfing, diving, and invasion. On July 13th, or a nearby date, a fleet of 20 large ships suddenly appeared near the western coast of Mexico. These ships were quite large, ranging from 100 to 130 meters in length, with the smallest weighing over 10 tons. All 20 ships were painted white, boldly displaying their flag, Inshang. At this time, the entirety of the Maya military forces in the western harbor consisted of 12 canoes, each 3 meters long and 0.5 meters wide. They were drifting in shallow waters 300 meters from the Inshang fleet. Official records referred to them as the Mayan United Water Police. This force was the result of bickering between coastal tribes and inland city-states. Coastal tribes insisted that the entire Mayan cultural sphere was responsible for coastal defense, while inland city-states bluntly claimed they had no interest in things they had never seen, such as the sea. After lengthy disputes, a politically perfect compromise was reached. Coastal tribes provided canoes, and inland city-states supplied personnel, as neither of these were considered valuable by the other. The duties of the Mayan United Water Police were extremely limited. They could only provide limited services for a specific section of the beach at a designated time, excluding Saturdays and Sundays, quoted from a speech by the water police representative at the Mayan Elders Conference. The canoes were made of bark, designed for 2 people, but often overloaded, as the inland water police, unfamiliar with the sea, huddled together for safety, increasing the risk of capsizing. Drowning was common since many water police officers couldn't swim, which only encouraged them to huddle even closer the next time. These overloaded canoes were now conducting their monthly sea drills, meant to help Mayan water police overcome their fear of the ocean. Each canoe held at least 3 police officers, huddled together like frightened rabbits, letting the precarious canoe drift with the current. Some were even seasick. The Mayan United Water Police were first spotted by the reconnaissance ship of the Inshang fleet, and the situation was immediately reported to Fleet Commander Yuho Shi. Commander Yuho Shi was a man of East Asian descent, considered handsome by any era's standards. His features showed no trace of the Mongoloid gene having invaded Central Plain civilization. Hearing the report, he cautiously asked, "Have they shown any hostility?" This was the first standard question to ask in a first contact between 2 civilizations. The reconnaissance ship's response was, "We'll only know after we kill them all." This was the standard answer to the standard question in a first contact between 2 civilizations. Commander Yuho Shi made up his mind, snapped his fingers, and issued a brief order. Disperse them with the ship's cannons, then establish a landing site. Simultaneously, he instructed the ship's wizard to burn a tortoiseshell, obtained from the Solomon Islands at the cost of 3 sailors and 6 native tribesmen, along with all their fruit. Upon receiving the order, the Inshang fleet hoisted their sails and began maneuvering. These well-trained troops lined up in AT formation, positioning the bronze catapults on the starboard side to target the Mayan canoes 300 meters away. The water police finally noticed the fleet, but remained oblivious to the danger. Some historians argue this wasn't their fault, as the Mayan alphabet lacked the letter T, though Inshang's oracle bone script didn't have it either. After brief hesitation, a trembling Mayan water police officer stood up in his canoe and shouted in his native dialect to the enormous Inshang fleet, "Who are you? Where do you come from? What do you want?" Whether out of contempt or a lack of translators, the Yinshang fleet remained silent. The water police officer concluded in typical Mayan fashion, "They don't understand me, so they're not a threat." The alarm lifted, the Mayan water police refocused on their canoes, hoping to reach land before capsizing. Meanwhile, the Yinshang fleet silently and efficiently prepared for battle. Soldiers carried various stone sculptures from the hold, placing them in the catapult slings. These were the fruits of their sailors' idle handiwork during the long sea journey. Drum figurines, river pigs, orangutans, and even a sculpted bust of King Pangung, which was luckily spared and enshrined in the captain's cabin instead of being launched. As the projectiles were loaded, the wizard's divination was completed. The tortoiseshell cracked under heat, revealing 3 or 4 clear fissures. The wizard declared the result to be 5-fold great fortune. Satisfied with this result, Commander Yuho Shi raised his hands, then swiftly brought them down. In that brief second, the fate of the Mayan civilization was sealed. With a series of loud launches, nearly 40 exquisitely carved stones were hurled through the air, following carefully calculated trajectories before splashing into the Mayan canoes. Most missed valuable targets, creating massive splashes before sinking to the bottom of the sea. A few, however, struck and shattered the canoe keels with great force, sending splinters flying as the canoes and terrified water police officers sank into the depths. Centuries later, archaeologists would study the remains on the Gulf of Mexico's seabed and discover an array of sculptures ranging from 4-legged square vessels to colossal monitor lizards. This diversity speaks to the richness of Yinshang culture. Only now did the surviving Mayan water police realize the threat. In a panic, they argued over which direction to flee. Some thought north, others south, and a few insisted on returning to shore. Unfortunately, these differing opinions were voiced aboard the same canoe, leading it to spin in circles, causing minor seasickness. As the sun moved 1/5 of the way across the sky, the Yinshang fleet fired a second volley. The hit rate was lower this time, as there were few remaining canoes worth hitting. Statistics show only 2 were struck directly, with the rest capsizing amid the officers' bickering. The Yinshang fleet carried out 10 volleys that morning. The Mayan United Water Police vanished after the second round, with the remaining 8 used to build a makeshift dock by filling the bay with stone projectiles. The task was so well done that sailors had to be careful not to let their ships hit the newly formed reefs. After everything was over, the flagship Wine Pool Meat Forest dropped anchor at the temporary dock. Sailors hurried to lay a long plank from the ship's side to the shore, covering it with a red carpet. Commander Yuho Shi, holding a bronze short sword, eagerly became the first to set foot on the South American beach. "Oh, darn cone shell mollusks." Commander Yuho Shi suddenly cried out in pain. His first step had landed on a fragment of a thorned conch shell. Despite the pain, his professional training allowed him to classify it a cone shell. Commander Yuho Shi was also a naturalist. These shells were the water police's lunch scraps left on the beach that day. This was the Mayan United Water Police's only counterattack during the Yinshang landing, an unofficial one. In other historical accounts, it said that when Commander Yuho Shi took his first step, he declared, "This is one small step for me, but one giant leap for the great Yinshang civilization under Emperor Extinction." No one can prove or disprove this, unless archaeologists find that thorned conch shell and the Mayan water police officer who discarded it, and have him swear on the Guizhong. Regardless, Commander Yuho Shi was the first human to set foot on the American continent. At that time, Columbus's direct ancestors were still painting bison in Spain's Altamira caves and clubbing their Neanderthal cousins. According to some biased Western historians, Commander Yuho Shi must have been white. The first person to set foot in the Americas could only have been Caucasian. But this theory falls apart under scrutiny. It's well known that Commander Yuho Shi neither brought any black jerks nor liked potatoes. Not eating potatoes or keeping jerks would be unimaginable for an Anglo-Saxon settler of the New World. After Commander Yuho Shi, other ships of the Yinshang fleet followed, docking at the newly formed reef. To the rhythm of horns, sailors unloaded in batches. Warriors, priests, craftsmen, and public relations experts. Commander Yuho Shi firmly believed that if Emperor Extinction had had enough PR experts, the defection at the Battle of Mai would never have happened. A wise leader, Yuho recognized the importance of controlling public opinion and ensured his fleet included 200 experts in this field. These PR experts worked harmoniously with the priests, who handled divination, while the PR experts explained why the priests' predictions hadn't come true. This dynamic, a management classic, maintained the sailors' reverence for the priests throughout the long voyage. The Yinshang landing operation lasted the entire afternoon. By the end, the number of Yinshang people on Mexico's west coast reached 10,000. They brought with them bronze weapons, tools, seeds, bamboo scrolls, and even an exquisitely crafted two-wheeled chariot. Compared to these grand arrivals, the first white colonists over 1,000 years later would look laughably pitiful. After the landing, craftsmen began orderly construction of a camp. Soldiers ventured into the jungle armed with bows and arrows, hunting colorful parrots, jaguars, and howler monkeys. Meanwhile, Commander Yuho discussed the next steps with the priests and PR experts. He suspected there must be a Mayan military base nearby, as he couldn't explain the short-range canoes otherwise. He also expressed concern about the Mayans' response. They would surely notice the destruction of their canoe fleet and muster all possible forces for a counterattack. He didn't want to face the Mayan army head-on before the Yinshang defensive fortifications were complete. However, Commander Yuho's worries were unnecessary. The spread of information in the Mayan world was random, nonlinear, and chaotic. Communications between tribes and city-states were extremely poor, with an average information transmission speed 10,000 times slower than the speed of sound, or 3 kilometers per day. In other words, from the moment the Yinshang army landed on the west coast, it would take approximately 66 days for other Mayan communities to learn about it. If the messenger was sacrificed to ancestors by wild beasts or hostile tribes along the way, the delay would be even longer. In fact, for a long time afterward, when the Shang army attacked different Mayan tribes, local historians would describe their shock with the phrase, "When the enemy appeared, the Mayans were still blissfully unaware of the fate they were about to face." For this reason, the exact date of the first battle between the Yinshang fleet and the Mayans is hard to pinpoint. Each tribe had its own version, and each insisted they were the first victims, claiming they had received no warning. But on the day of the Yinshang landing, all the Mayan tribes except for the unfortunate water police were still enjoying their last peace. Priests basked in the sunlight atop pyramids, nobles admired gemstones, commoners and jerks crowded the arenas to watch bloody ball games, and Mayan mathematicians continued to grapple with the complexities of the vigesimal place value system. By sunset, a palace in the style of the Shang capital, Xiaoga, had already been erected on the Mexican coast. Commander Yuho and one of his concubines sat in the two-wheeled chariot, drawn into the palace by 4 warriors. Others gathered calmly around the palace, eating their first dinner on the American continent. The meal consisted of roasted jaguar, salt and pepper papaya braised howler monkey, and macaw soup. Commander Yuho's time with his concubine ended quickly, as they had spent too much time together during the voyage. After she fell asleep, he ascended to the top of the palace, from where he could overlook the entire bay. At that moment, only a sliver of red remained from the setting sun, dyeing the calm sea a brilliant crimson. The distant central plains were far beyond reach. Commander Yuho drew his bronze short sword, gazing upward at the fiery sunset at a 45-degree angle, overcome by a poet's melancholy. Minutes later, the sun finally sank below the horizon, and the day of July 13th, 205 BR, came to an end. An open communication channel is a process of attrition for the information itself. This attrition is not only reflected in the loss of signals, but may also lead to certain degrees of distortion and misrepresentation. High-entropy interference noise inevitably introduces disorder into the transmission of information, causing the terminal information to look entirely different from its original state. Yin, the first public relations expert of the Yinshang dynasty, tracing the history of Commander Yuho's fleet is not an easy task, as people from different regions often raise various questions, each focusing on different aspects. The Zhou people would ask, why did they go so far to such a godforsaken place? The Spaniards would ask, what did they hope to gain in Central America? The Maya were eager to know, when are they leaving? As for the indigenous people of the South Pacific, they had no interest in the matter, simply relieved that the Yin-Shang fleet merely passed by their islands. In all history books, Yu Shi's fleet is referred to as the Yin-Shang Expedition Fleet. In fact, this is an honorable misnomer, originating from one of Yu Shi's public relations experts. That expert suggested using an awe-inspiring name to obscure the fleet's true nature, effectively intimidating enemies and avoiding ridicule from future historians. The suggestion worked well. In reality, this was an unambiguous exile fleet, the last armed force on Earth still flying the banner of Yin-Shang. On February 4, 206 BR, a great battle broke out outside the capital of Zhaoga, 16,440 kilometers away from Mexico, between the Shang king Dxian and a brazen vassal, GFA of Zhou. Dxian had lost most of his main forces in a series of prior battles, so he hastily conscripted a large number of jerks. Lacking foresight, Dxian did not establish a union under imperial control for these jerks, leaving them to their own devices, a fatal oversight. When GFA's public relations experts launched a propaganda campaign, the labor leaders among the jerks were immediately incited, calling for a strike and demanding better benefits, longer holidays, and fewer whippings. Dxian stubbornly rejected these demands and brutally executed some of the leaders, using a torture device called Pao Lao. This clumsy repression only deepened the dissatisfaction, and the jerks began publishing their own clandestine publications on pottery shards and bamboo slips funded, of course, by anonymous backers. Thus, at the start of the Battle of Mai, the Shang army's jerks eagerly defected, turning their weapons against their few remaining enemies and joining the brave Zhou army to secure victory. Dxian fled back to Zhaoga in disgrace. When the rebellious jerks and Zhou forces stormed the Eastern Palace, shouting Yura, the king, who had neglected the importance of public relations, used Tibetan butter to set himself ablaze, burning down the palace with him. His beloved concubine Su Daji was captured by the Zhou army, her face smeared with ink, and a sign hung around her neck as she was paraded through the streets from Zhaoga to Shiqi. Under powerful propaganda, the public came to believe that it was this woman who had destroyed the Shang dynasty. Public relations experts even convinced them that this woman was a fox that had evolved. A few biologists questioned the unusually rapid pace of this evolution, but they were soon denounced as reactionary academic authorities. In short, the Shang-Zhou War ended on February 5, 205 BR. The Shang dynasty was overthrown, replaced by a new government called Zhou. Some have pointed out that the Shang-Zhou War was essentially a battle of public relations, with every war concealing a struggle for control of public opinion. From the beginning, under the guidance of the genius PR strategist Jiang Zia, GFA and his father Ji Chang carefully crafted their public image, skillfully shaping public opinion and spreading Shiqi's ideas in popular, engaging forms. Although Dxian had powerful military resources and a rich treasury, he showed no interest in controlling public opinion, not realizing the threat it posed to his rule. As a result, freedom of speech flourished like never before during that period in the Shang dynasty. Under Shiqi's covert manipulation, these liberal sentiments gradually turned against Dxian's rule. Dxian's only response was harsh repression, which in turn provided more fodder for Shiqi's public relations experts. These diligent scholars sparked a new topic of public interest nearly every month. Jiang Zia observed that politics and love were the public's main concerns, and they needed to be entertaining. Hence, topics always revolved around Dxian and his beautiful concubine Su Daji, often with naturalistic descriptions. Considering the peculiar preferences of some segments of the public, topics occasionally catered to these tastes, such as the Pao Lao torture device or the snake pit. The benefits of this approach were obvious. The public craved entertainment, and only by turning the revolution into a lively festival could they willingly and joyfully participate. In contrast, Ji Chang was portrayed as a spokesperson for the underprivileged, full of ultimate compassion. Many stories about him, like the drawing a circle in prison, were widely circulated in small bamboo scrolls. Thus, the image of the Shang king was increasingly damaged, while the prestige of Shibua Ho Ji Chang soared. Every policy issued from Zhaoga was interpreted as an attempt by the royal family to harm the public, and every statement by Dxian was cited to prove his contradictions and malicious intentions. Some commentators believe that Zhou had an asymmetric advantage in the information domain. By the time DXIN realized this and began addressing the issue, public opinion had gone underground and flourished even more. This ultimately caused all the vassal lords to side with Shiqi. Ji Chang himself abdicated for health reasons a year before the Shang campaign, and his young, ambitious second son GFA took over as leader, leading the army to depose the corrupt Shang king DXIN and ultimately securing victory. Jiang Zia was rewarded for his outstanding contributions to public relations with the position of regent and a large fiefdom. During this tumultuous period, Commander Yuho Shi was a noble lord from Shandong, greatly favored by DXIN. He had no interest in politics, embodying both the temperament of a soldier and the romantic spirit of a poet. In his battles against the Zhou army, Commander Yuho Shi keenly realized the importance of controlling public opinion, though he was powerless to do so. When news of the outcome of the Battle of Mai reached Shandong, Commander Yuho Shi resolutely decided to lead his subordinates to sea. Naively, he believed that since the earth was round, if he sailed continuously eastward, he would soon appear on the western side of Shiqi, allowing him to strike directly at the heart of the Zhou army. So, Commander Yuho Shi gathered all available supplies and personnel, even kidnapping 200 public relations experts who had originally worked for Shiqi, and loaded everything onto 20 of the largest Shang vessels before setting sail from Qingdao. Commander Yuho Shi's strategy was correct in principle, but he made a serious error in terms of distance. After sailing for dozens of days across the Pacific, Commander Yuho Shi faced the still endless ocean and was dismayed to realize that his strategic plan seemed difficult to achieve. However, by that time, the fleet could no longer turn back, so Commander Yuho Shi decided to continue sailing eastward. Due to the imprecision of long-distance maritime navigation at the time, the fleet did not sail strictly eastward. The first land they reached was Guam, long before any American military presence there. The Shang army raided the island and unknowingly veered southward, eventually reaching Bali. Back then, Bali had neither hotels nor dedicated terrorists. Heeding the advice of the fleet's wizards, Commander Yuho Shi bypassed Bali and continued south until they discovered Australia, to re-establish the might of Shang on another continent. When Commander Yuho Shi first glimpsed the vast and barren land through his ship's porthole, this idea took root in his mind. After all, pioneer sounded better than exile. But after a brief exploration of Australia, Commander Yuho Shi was disappointed to find the land less than ideal. The greatest difficulty was food. Australia had a marsupial species that could jump great distances, making them difficult to hit with arrows or catapults. Local natives enthusiastically tried to teach them to hunt with something called a boomerang, but out of pride for their advanced, civilized background, Commander Yuho Shi politely declined. There was also a creature with a body like a fish and a mouth like a duck. The ship's chef complained that he didn't know whether to cook it like fish or duck. Finally, there was a lazy bear-like creature that spent all day chewing leaves or sleeping in trees. The locals called it cola, which Commander Yuho Shi mistook for a cooking method. This creature was easy to catch, and its cooking method was learned from the locals, but its meat was terrible, reeking of a herbivore's stench. "I can't believe this even counts as part of the food chain," Commander Yuho Shi exclaimed after taking a bite of koala meat. The entire fleet refused to eat it, except for Commander Yuho Shi's concubine, who kept alive one as a pet. Even more disheartening was the climate. The fleet arrived in Australia on July 29, 205 BR, with supplies and clothing distributed according to summer standards, only to encounter the southern hemisphere's winter. Caught off guard, Commander Yuho Shi came down with a severe cold. Many of his men, too, failed to adjust and refused to wear warmer clothes, resulting in an outbreak of the flu, with sneezing heard across the ships. Disturbing rumors spread among the fleet. "If this is summer in Australia, let's hope we're gone before winter." Faced with such practical difficulties, Commander Yuho Shi had to abandon his plan to colonize the land. Before leaving, he bitterly ordered the wizards to curse the hopeless land with the harshest words they knew. "This land is only fit for darned criminals." Later, one of the wizards realized their spell was not a curse but a prophecy. Cautiously, he followed the advice of the public relations experts and kept quiet. Little did they know that, many years later, this prophecy would come true, as the British Empire seemed to heed the complaint that spanned time and space, sending all its prisoners there. Despite giving up on Australia, Commander Yuho Shi's desire to establish a new kingdom overseas grew even stronger. He decided to press on until he found a suitable place to settle. During this period, the Naming Shang expedition fleet came into use, and the abducted native women helped boost the sailors' morale. 20 days later, Commander Yuho Shi spotted continuous white mountain ranges on the horizon. He was overjoyed, believing that he had finally found suitable land. However, it quickly became apparent that the air outside was freezing, forcing everyone to huddle inside the cabins for warmth, embracing both same and opposite gender companions. Commander Yuho Shi had to establish a disciplinary unit to punish those attempting to cuddle with the same gender. What struck Commander Yuho Shi even harder was when he finally summoned the courage to return to the deck and gaze toward the land. He was stunned. On the distant white continent, 3,000 to 4,000 indistinct soldiers stood at attention, dressed in uniforms with white fronts and black backs, maintaining perfect posture despite the biting cold. Commander Yuho Shi's shock was understandable. The uniform's uniformity suggested a certain level of professionalism in the opposing army, and their ability to hold standard positions in the frigid wind demonstrated a fanatical martial spirit and unyielding character. In such harsh conditions, Commander Yuho Shi had little confidence in winning a battle. He glanced at his personal guards, shivering under blankets, and hesitated. At that moment, the opposing army made a move. One by one, they lay down and quickly slid into the sea, emitting joyful calls. Commander Yuho Shi, who had been watching from the deck, was so frightened he nearly retreated to the cabin. It was clear that the enemy had detected the fleet's presence and was preparing to launch an underwater attack. He immediately turned around and frantically ordered his messengers to spread the command to every ship. Retreat. Retreat quickly. The order was carried out thoroughly, as not a single person from the subtropics wanted to stay in such a cursed place. The Shang fleet raised their sails, adjusted their rudders, and began a strategic retreat. Because of his fear, Commander Yuho Shi failed to become the first human to set foot on Antarctica. But he had no regrets about that. During the retreat, the Shang expedition fleet encountered its first managerial crisis. The issue arose from Commander Yuho Shi's retreat order, as he had always assumed the fleet was heading east, so he ordered the fleet to turn left, to the north. However, the sailors discovered while adjusting the compass that the fleet had been sailing south all along for 6 months. Such a mistake was, of course, unforgivable, but the question was, who was to blame? To clarify this, heated debates broke out among the 20 ships, with some even attacking each other. The logistics ships accused the navigational ships of negligence for not checking the direction for half a year. The navigational ships retorted that the logistics ships' greed and overloading had subtly altered the fleet's gravity and magnetic fields, causing the navigational disaster. The fleet faced the threat of splitting apart. At this point, Commander Yuho Shi remembered the 200 public relations experts he had brought on board. After a discussion, these experts came up with a perfect solution. First, they created a third faction between the navigation and logistics factions, the Koala faction. This faction claimed that since everything had gone wrong after reaching Australia, the root cause was Australia. Blame Australia. Initially, the Koala faction had little influence, but the other two factions soon realized that directing their anger at Australia, far away and risk-free, was a brilliant idea. They quickly united and joined the chorus condemning Australia. The second step of the solution was to find a scapegoat related to Australia. This was simple. Commander Yuho Shi's concubine was holding a koala from Australia. The wizards performed divination and declared that the heavens disliked the koala, which was why they had been led astray. Public opinion across the fleet turned against the koala, with demands for its execution. The unfortunate koala was sentenced to death, and harmony returned to the fleet. The only cost was that Commander Yuho Shi had to gift his concubine 2 pearl necklaces to make her smile again. Having learned from this incident, Commander Yuho Shi deeply appreciated the importance of public relations and was pleased with his wise decision to abduct the experts. After this, the Shang expedition fleet finally corrected its course eastward and sailed on, cutting through the waves. Before reaching Mexico, they encountered no further continents, occasionally landing on small South Pacific islands to replenish fresh water, food, and women. Since the expedition fleet hoped to find a large continent to establish the new Shang dynasty, the islanders were spared. When Commander Yuho she saw the lush vegetation and towering mountain ranges on Mexico's western coast, he knew the expedition fleet had finally reached their ideal destination. For the foundation of the new Shang dynasty, advance. The exiled Shang people let out a mighty roar from their ships, just as the Mayan United Water Police were pushing their canoes into the sea. You have mounted archers. I have the matza blade. You have a mace. I have the skull. You have watermelon bombs. I have the Pacific Ocean. Emperor Hambashaya, founder of the Majapahit dynasty, an open letter to the Mongol invaders. The philosophy of the Maya has always been a fascinating subject of study. It is elusive, yet vividly manifested in the social life of the Maya. If it needs to be summarized in the simplest terms, the closest approximation to the essence of Mayan philosophy is, what is unseen is not real. This is a form of passive positivism. Existence that is not verified by sight does not count as existence. Thus, when something threatens the Maya, their first instinct as natural-born philosophers is to cover their eyes, refusing to verify the threat. Logically, that threat then ceases to exist. They would keep their eyes covered until they either felt safe again or no longer needed to think about safety entirely, depending on the hunger levels of the beasts before them. These jungle beasts of Central America were also disciples of Mayan philosophy, only they used their mouths instead of their eyes to verify, and their approach to life was far more proactive than that of the Maya. When the Shang colonial army, having changed its name since landing, attacked the Naim tribe, most of the Maya adopted this passive defense tactic, leaving a deep impression on the invaders. Since successfully landing, Commander Yuho she had been busy consolidating the beachhead, hoping to build a solid camp here to defend against any potential attacks from the Maya. During this time, he also dispatched several scouting parties to reconnoiter the surrounding area. The wizards were preoccupied with treating the Shang soldiers, who were struggling to adapt to the local environment. This proved a tough challenge, as no one was familiar with the local herbs, so they resorted to using hammers as anesthetics. This didn't help the treatment, but at least kept the patients quiet. The only ones with nothing to do were the 200 public relations experts who spent their days wandering around the nearby jungle, attempting to talk to any creatures they encountered. This experiment failed with most animals, and one expert was even carried off by a jaguar. However, their experiments with macaws proved highly successful. The macaws were eager to learn the tonal inflections of these outsiders, as it gave them more opportunities to show off their vocal range. The public relations experts were thrilled, as the highest level of controlling public opinion is getting everyone to perfectly repeat your words without thinking. These parrots were clearly the ideal audience. As a result, the experts launched a Protect the Macaws campaign within the army, warning hunters and cooks that eating parrots was bad behavior. Most people readily accepted this, as macaws had little meat and too many feathers, making them unpopular on the dining table anyway. To this day, snatches of public relations theory can still be heard from parrots deep in the jungles of Central America. In fact, parts of this book were written with reference to the statements made by these descendants of parrots. No individual acknowledgments will be made. Commander Yuho she's scouting parties were highly effective. They soon discovered a Mayan tribe 12 kilometers from the beachhead. The scouts reported that the tribe was calm, with residents going about their daily lives, seemingly unaware of the Shang army's arrival, or perhaps pretending not to be aware. Commander Yuho she analyzed the situation carefully, determining that this small tribe, later identified as Naim, was likely the supply base for the Mayan United Water Police. If he could control this tribe, he would not only gain significant supplies, but also expand the army's sphere of operations. Ideally, he also needed a local guide to help understand the political system and military strength, but the language barrier posed a major problem. The Shang colonial army's attack began at dawn on July 16, 205 BR. To ensure the success of the attack, Commander Yuho she deployed nearly all his main forces, except for necessary garrison troops and foraging teams. 3,000 warriors armed with bronze swords and wooden shields, 3,000 soldiers equipped with long halberds and spears, 1,500 archers, and 50 public relations experts who brought along macaws. They sang the stirring Shang war songs, marching confidently toward the Mayan tribe, their steady footfalls resounding like thunder. A narrow jungle path, less than half a meter wide, stretched before them, while a wide and chaotic road trailed behind. Commander Yuho, she rode a wild donkey recently captured from the grasslands on the other side of the ridge. It had been unruly at first, refusing to cooperate with anyone, even the public relations experts. Whenever someone tried to place a rein on it, it would rear up or kick with its hind legs. This was the most substantial resistance the Inshang army had encountered since landing. With the army set to depart, there was no time to tame the donkey slowly. Commander Yuho, she opted for a more extreme method. He donned his full bronze armor and mounted the donkey. The Inshang people were still unfamiliar with the correct ratios of copper, tin, and lead in bronze making, and they had no periodic table, so Inshang bronze weapons were generally quite heavy. Fully armored, Commander Yuho, she sat down hard on the donkey's back. The animal let out a wail of misery, bowing its head in submission, no longer daring to resist. Sometimes, violent suppression is more effective than reasoning, especially with donkeys. Commander Yuho, she engraved this insight on a wooden plaque hanging from his waist. The large army marched for about 3.5 hours, and by noon, they arrived in a clearing in the jungle. This was the time of day when the sun was at its fiercest. It seemed that the Mayan sun god did not wish to see his people bullied, sending scorching rays down upon the Easterners. The soldiers were becoming restless. Some asked to rest, others wanted lunch, and many sought shade in the lush vegetation on either side of the road. The surrounding plants were dense, and many bushes had natural holes in them. So many soldiers crawled inside. Meanwhile, the rest of the army continued moving into the clearing, and soon the space was filled with people, making a noisy commotion. Seeing this, Commander Yuho, she frowned. This army, which had been tempered into a disciplined force at sea, was now becoming lax in this hot, humid environment. In truth, he shared some of the blame. While he had meticulously considered every military detail, he had forgotten to bring a cook. Turning back now would bring dishonor to the Inshang army. With this in mind, Commander Yuho, she summoned the scouts. "How far are we from the Mayan village?" "This is it," the scout calmly replied. "What?" Commander Yuho, she roared, his donkey shifting uneasily beneath him. "Then when should we launch the attack?" "In fact, we've already captured it," the scout continued calmly. Commander Yuho, she fell silent, surveying the area. It was just a small basin, slightly less dense than the surrounding jungle. There were no signs of trees being felled, no flat roads, no smoke from fires, and, most importantly, nothing resembling a house. In short, there was no trace of anything that fit Commander Yuho, she's definition of civilization. With a grim expression, Commander Yuho, she asked, "Why don't I see any signs of deforestation? The Maya don't make tools, and I don't see any roads. They use vines to swing through the trees. Where are the fire marks? Their diet consists of fruit and raw vegetables. So tell me," Commander Yuho, she seemed to give up, "what's the difference between them and monkeys?" "Well, for one thing, the Maya live in houses," the scout replied. He had thoroughly investigated the Maya's living habits during his earlier reconnaissance. Commander Yuho, she surveyed the surroundings once more, but still found no houses. Before he could ask further, the soldiers lounging in the bush holes suddenly began to scream. Nearly every soldier at the back of the hole discovered that someone else had been hiding at the end of the tree hollow. The scene quickly descended into chaos. The soldiers in the holes tried to scramble out, while those outside tried to rush in. Meanwhile, the soldiers further out, who didn't understand what was happening, assumed lunch had finally arrived and began taking off their bronze helmets, turning them upside down, ready to collect food. Faced with this disorder, Commander Yuho, she acted decisively. He drew his short sword and stabbed the donkey. The animal let out a loud, high-pitched bray of pain. The donkey's screech, reaching a frequency of 6,000 hertz, silenced everyone. Swords, spears, and halberds clattered to the ground as soldiers instinctively covered their ears with both hands. With the situation now under control, Commander Yuho, she spurred his donkey through the crowd of soldiers, yanking a vine from a nearby tree and wrapping it around the donkey's mouth to quiet it. Then he dismounted and loudly ordered the soldiers to pull all the suspicious individuals out of the holes. The capture process didn't take long. soldiers dragged out around 200 people from roughly 2 dozen holes. These individuals were of various ages, both men and women, suggesting they were part of a natural community. Based on their skin color, they appeared to be of the yellow race, with round skulls, somewhat resembling the Yinshang people. However, most of them were naked, and only a few had plants woven around their necks, leaving the rest of their bodies exposed. What surprised the Yinshang soldiers most was that all 200 men, women, and children were in the same position, covering their eyes with their hands and trembling. At the time, Commander Yuho Shi did not yet understand the Maya's passive positivist philosophy. He simply found it odd and turned to the public relations experts for help. Public relations theory posits that humans everywhere share a common psychological tendency to passivity. They refuse to face reality and gain a false sense of security by doing so. The only difference is that, in some regions, this trait is hidden and individual, while in others, it is overt and rises to the level of a general lifestyle. The Maya civilization clearly belonged to the latter category. Of course, this conclusion was drawn much later, after the Yinshang public relations experts had collected enough samples. At that time, in the Naim tribe, the experts could only tell Commander Yuho Shi, "They are very scared." Commander Yuho Shi ordered that all the older men among the captives, as well as those with plants around their necks, be brought before him. Based on experience, elders in uncivilized tribes often held positions of decision-making authority. As for those with plants around their necks, if they were in Yinshang, this would be the lowest form of jerk attire. But in the Maya tribe, they were likely nobles or wealthy individuals since everyone else was naked. The interrogation did not go well. The captives refused to take their hands away from their eyes. Commander Yuho Shi had to resort to more inhumane methods, having his men forcibly pry their fingers open and prop their eyelids up with small wooden sticks. The first reaction of the captives, once they regained their sight, was to wail loudly and roll on the ground. This was understandable when a person realizes they can no longer even avoid reality. It's a sign that their life has truly hit rock bottom. Impatient soldiers drew their swords and held them to the captives' throats to silence them. Feeling the cold threat against their necks, the Maya could no longer close their eyes to argue that the threat didn't exist, so they obediently fell silent. The next issue was language. Based on excavations of ancient Maya civilization, it is clear that the Maya did have a written language. These block-like hieroglyphs were all engraved on the walls of Mayan pyramids. They appeared as square-shaped characters, with writing so intricate that some insist they were merely decorative patterns. The Maya displayed astonishing patience in their literature. They were realists of the Impressionist school, meticulously crafting each symbol to be perfect and elegant in its presentation. If a Maya person wanted to record burden, they would carefully sketch a weathered mother with 2 children on her back, complete with shading and the perspective of the barren land in the distance. If they wanted to express this stone as heavy, they would spend over 100 workdays dragging the stone in front of the wall, using plant root ink to trace its outline, and then embedding some of the workers' remains around the stone's shadow. This painstaking attitude made Maya culture develop at an extremely slow pace, but it also prevented internal wars within the Maya civilization. Mayan kings often found that writing a declaration of war required more manpower than the war itself. From an economic perspective, this was clearly an unprofitable venture. To this day, scholars have yet to fully decipher the Maya script. Compared to the artistry of Maya writing, the grammar of the Maya language is wild. Its entire grammatical structure follows a linguistic Brownian motion. Whether it's vowels and consonants, tense changes, or sentence structure, everything maintains a distinct randomness. The basic language elements bounce and dance through a sentence like revelers at a Spanish carnival, breaking the structure into fragments and displaying a highly chaotic nonlinear diffraction oscillation, much to the delight of chaos theorists. Worse yet, Maya grammar rules change according to the solar calendar. Since the solar calendar has 18 months, this means the aforementioned level of grammatical chaos must be multiplied by 18. During World War II, the U.S. military used this writing system as plain text code, successfully driving several Japanese code-breaking stations insane. Some scholars have therefore speculated that the most important occupation in Maya society may have been grammar teacher. Only they could fully grasp the strange structure of Maya grammar, allowing them to communicate smoothly with the sun god and the feathered serpent. Note, who knows? These grammar teachers eventually formed the priestly class. Curiously, apart from the neat inscriptions on the pyramids, no traces of writing have been found at any other Maya sites. Scholars generally believe this was the result of an attempt by the Maya grammar teacher class to monopolize knowledge. Some Mexican patriots, however, claim that this shows the Maya invented paperless offices long before the Common Era. Commander Yuho, she was a clever man with a knack for reverse thinking, and he wasn't daunted by the difficulty. He came up with a genius idea. Since they couldn't communicate with the captives using Maya script, why not teach them Oracle Bone script? When European missionaries first set foot in Africa, they were equally ignorant of the local languages. So, the missionaries taught Africans Latin and French using the Bible, and then instructed them in the proper cursive style to sign land transfer documents. Commander Yuho, she merely employed this method 1,500 years earlier. The 200 captives were marched back to the camp. Commander Yuho, she ordered that each one be assigned a public relations expert, 3 chatty soldiers, and as many parrots as possible. These people were tasked with speaking to the captives non-stop, subjecting them to a verbal bombardment in Oracle Bone script. Soon, all the human teachers were exhausted, so they had to rely entirely on the parrots. This aggressive, force-fed learning method lasted 2 months. Of the 200 captives, 100 succumbed to the verbal assault and died, while another 97 went mad and were discarded, eventually used as bait for hunting wild animals. Ironically, Mayan men were far less resilient in this regard than Mayan women. In the end, only 3 Maya survived. One was a 70-year-old elder who had gone deaf long ago. Another was a 5-year-old child just learning to speak. So although he mastered Oracle Bone script, he knew no Maya language at all. The only true success was a 40-year-old Maya woman. She embodied the typical middle-aged female characteristics of being a good listener and an eager communicator. She graduated with flying colors and became the Yin Shang Army's only translator, fluent in both Maya and Oracle Bone script. Commander Yuho, she wasted no time summoning this woman, who called herself Furong, into his palace. He was eager to learn everything about the Maya civilization. Furong was plump, her body gleaming with health, and her breasts drooped to her navel. Her tiny, bright eyes darted about intelligently. Since mastering Oracle Bone script, she had diligently practiced her speaking skills, quickly becoming the camp's most enthusiastic information broker. Looking at this woman, Commander Yuho, she couldn't help but think of Ji Chong. That enemy of Yin Shang had once been imprisoned in Xianli, where, according to an anonymous official from Shiqi, Ji Chong had devised the secret to defeating Dxin and taught it to Jiang Zia. Jiang Zia deeply understood the key to this secret and launched a public relations campaign that toppled the Shang regime through countless rumors, gossip, and hearsay. It was said that the secret Ji Chong deduced in Xianli consisted of 2 words, gossip. Commander Yuho, she gave Furong a stern look. It was her first time meeting the highest-ranking official alone, so she appeared timid, for once keeping her mouth shut. Can you fully understand me now? Yes, my lord. Furong's pronunciation was impeccable. Very good. Commander Yuho, she nodded in satisfaction. First, tell me about your tribe. We are a city-state, not a tribe. Furong mustered the courage to argue. The tribe is the primary stage of the development of the city-state, and the city-state is the advanced form of the tribe. We must view the relationship between the two dialectically. The smelly, low-class scoundrels of the tribe accuse us of discrimination, but this is wrong. Speech by Mumlak VI, King of Copan, at the Pan-Maya Civilization City-State Alliance Conference. In fact, the translations of the terms city-state and tribe are not entirely accurate. They were simply the closest modern words chosen by linguists to approximate the original meaning in Mayan. However, these linguists made 2 mistakes. First, it is impossible to decipher Mayan script, just as it is impossible to guess the result of a casually tossed die. Second, even if you were lucky enough to understand Mayan, you'd find the language chaotic and untranslatable. In logic, this is known as the Maya paradox. For this reason, Mayan translations are conducted according to a principle called the as-needed method. The translator can interpret Mayan texts based on their own needs, meaning, whatever you need Mayan to mean, that's what it means. No one can say you're wrong because no one knows what's right. This principle is very popular in the Maya research community. In Republican year 2795, 1953 AD, a Norwegian scholar attempted to publish a Bokmål Mayan dictionary, only to be burned to death at the entrance of the International Federation of Translators, FIT, in Montreal, charged with attempting to cause public unrest. The precise meaning of city-state in Mayan based on the as-needed method is a magnificent, noble, elegant, and scientifically advanced dream city where only the high-quality upper class is qualified to reside. On the other hand, the word tribe is formed by adding an extremely firm negation to the front, back, or middle of the word for city-state. Tribe and city-state represent two common types of Maya settlements. The substantive difference between these two types of settlements is nowhere near as significant as the gap between the two terms. Or, to be more precise, in terms of municipal management efficiency, official corruption records, or urban planning chaos, there is no real difference between tribes and city-states. They are all quite terrible. Freud once pointed out, it's difficult to choose the crazier of two madmen. He said this while pointing at Jung, with 3 fingers pointing back at himself. What truly divided Mayan civilization into tribes and city-states was the pyramid. Maya pyramids are different from their Egyptian cousins. Egyptian pyramids are smooth, square-based structures with straight lines running from the apex to the base. Maya pyramids, by contrast, are square-based, tiered structures, narrowing layer by layer as they ascend, culminating in a wide flat top. Staircases run up the 4 sides from the base to the summit. The difference between these two pyramid types reveals much about the differing work styles of the Egyptians and the Maya. Egyptian pharaohs lacked a sense of human rights and designed their pyramids with no regard for the harm they might cause laborers. The shape of the Egyptian pyramid made construction increasingly difficult as it rose, as the smooth sides left workers with little foothold. Especially when installing the pyramid's apex, the laborer responsible would have no choice but to jump. This wouldn't save his life, but at least it wouldn't dirty the pyramid. The Maya, however, took a different approach. Maya kings similarly lacked human rights awareness, but Maya laborers were extremely afraid of death, leading to the invention of the world's earliest and most sophisticated labor organizations. These organizations claimed they'd rather be beaten to death than engage in highly dangerous work, like building smooth-sided pyramids. They cited several hazards of smooth-sided pyramids. First, smooth-sided pyramids require precisely aligned edges, which means shaping stones a process that risks injuries from flying debris. Second, they require massive stone bricks, which can cause fatalities during transport. Third, these pyramids are so tall that high-altitude construction is perilous. Finally, the pyramid's apex design is pure fantasy. It's too dangerous. How are we supposed to come down after we're done? In the end, the Maya kings compromised with the labor organizations and modified the design. Architects changed the pyramid structure to a stepped form, making construction safer. The materials were also changed, from giant stones to a classic mixed concrete of mud, pebbles, and foreign captives, ensuring fewer fatalities during transport. The apex was replaced with a flat top. Laborers still felt this wasn't safe enough, so they secretly built permanent staircases along the pyramid's 4 sides, ensuring a foolproof way to reach the top during construction. Some historians speculate that Maya pyramids were used for religious ceremonies, but this is not true. The sole purpose of building them was to show off. They served no other purpose. Mystics are often obsessed with dubious statistics, highlighting in an ecstatic tone. The ratio of the base to the height of the Maya pyramid happens to match the ratio of the circumference to the radius of a circle. The height is 1/270,000th of Earth's circumference, and 1/1,000,000th of the distance from Earth to the Sun. Even more amazingly, when Sirius's light passes through the air vent in the south wall, it hits the small room at the top, while Polaris's light shines through the vent in the north wall to reach the room at the base. To these people, kindly scientists will call security to have them removed, while mischievous scientists will respond to the torrent of numbers with a question. Yes, and then? What's the use of that? The correct answer is none whatsoever. The ratio of the base to the height won't reduce taxes. The pyramid's height will only affect the construction budget. As for Sirius and Polaris, their only possible use might be lighting, but a wise king would light a torch to read, while a foolish one wouldn't read at all. Yet the Maya did this anyway, driven by their vanity. They naively believed that grand pyramids would bring grand glory, marking the fundamental difference between civilization and barbarism. Occasionally, Maya priests would admit that these structures were useless, but then they'd eagerly ask, "But isn't it big enough?" Given this mindset, every Maya settlement desperately wanted a pyramid to prove they had evolved into an advanced civilization. In contrast, if a settlement lacked a pyramid, no matter how many avocados or parrot feathers it had, it would still be relegated to the lower status of a tribe. A Maya born into a tribe faced constant discrimination in a city-state. Wherever they went, local authorities would sternly ask, "Do you have a pyramid?" If the answer was no, the person would be sent to a construction site to sift sand and, eventually, be mixed into concrete for a new pyramid. Archaeological excavations have found that nearly every pyramid contains the remains of tribal people, while Maya from city-states leaned against these glorious structures, asking with contempt, "Do you have a pyramid?" Thus, a unique phenomenon in urban planning arose. Every Maya settlement made every effort to build a pyramid. Some wealthy city-states even built an additional calendar stone pyramid to commemorate leap years in the Maya solar calendar. So, when Commander Yuhoshi asked Furong, "Tell me about your tribe," Furong first had to correct him. "We are a city-state." According to Furong, the reason the Naim tribe became a city-state was simple. They were chosen to serve as a logistics base for the Maya United Water Police, and in return, an inland Maya city-state provided them with a pyramid, allowing them to shed their shameful tribal identity. The only problem was that the only suitable location for the pyramid was their settlement. After much deliberation, the elders of the Naim tribe decided to relocate the entire population to a nearby, much smaller clearing, though it had nothing but burrows beneath the shrubs, and the nearest food source was far away. But we were willing to do it. Starvation is a minor issue. Losing our city-state status is a major one. Fu Rong exclaimed passionately, waving his arms. Commander Yuhoshi nodded understandingly. Although he understood that losing status meant losing city-state identity, he couldn't help but wonder what brave soul would rob Fu Rong of his dignity. He also understood why, when attacking the Naim tribe, he encountered a human settlement that was even less impressive than a spider monkey's nest. Another thing that surprised Commander Yuhoshi was Fu Rong's proficiency in Oracle Bone script. Though much simpler than Maya script, it was still complex. For an outsider to master it fluently would take at least 5 months, and if their teacher were of the opposite love, it would usually take 2 extra months. Oracle Bone script was the official language of the Shang dynasty, named for its use on turtle shells and animal bones. Originally, it was a written language used by wizards and the aristocracy, often for secretly exchanging love letters between noble maidens and their lovers, regarded as a refined and elegant form of expression. The Shang reformer Emperor Pangung was eager to quickly improve the quality of his subjects, so he abolished the distinction between nobles and commoners, decreeing that all citizens of Shang must learn Oracle Bone script not only to write it, but also to speak it aloud. This latter requirement troubled many, as Oracle Bone script style was quite different from spoken Shang, often leading to misunderstandings. The most serious misunderstanding occurred in 438 BR, before the Republic. After reviewing 30 bundles of bamboo documents, Emperor Pangung asked his deputy, "Is there any bamboo left for me to sign?" The conscientious emperor used a colloquial form of Oracle Bone script, but his deputy misheard it as, "Is there anything preventing me from relocating the capital?" Surprised, the deputy asked, "Where are you moving to?" Here, the second misunderstanding occurred. Pangung thought he was asking, "Where should I sign?" Impatient, he replied, "On the back." The deputy didn't dare ask further questions, as Emperor Pangung hated being questioned after giving an order. So, the deputy relayed the command exactly. By the time Pangung realized the misunderstanding, the capital had already been moved from Yin to Baimong. It was a tragedy, and afterward, the emperor canceled the promotion of Oracle Bone script. However, the habit had already formed, and while the Shang people returned to speaking their normal language, they still referred to it as Oracle Bone script. The real Oracle Bone script would be buried underground, not to be deciphered for thousands of years. Fortunately, this script didn't require the as-needed method. After listening to Fu Rong's account, Commander Yuhoshi felt both pleased, because he had finally begun communicating with the locals, and disappointed, because the Naim tribe was so backward. They rarely had contact with the outside world, and Fu Rong had only ever been 30 kilometers from his home, and even then, only because he got lost. So when it came to learning about other Maya city-states or tribes, Fu Rong was not of much help. Commander Yuhoshi decided it was time to take more proactive action. He planned to attack a few more Maya tribes or city-states and capture more Maya people to put into the parrot language training camp. This would not only expand the influence of the Shang Colonial Legion, but also develop a new group of translators. Frankly, Commander Yuhoshi found Fu Rong's appearance unappealing and feared such a translator might affect negotiations, or worse, distract them entirely. He asked Fu Rong, "Do you know where the nearest tribe or city-state is?" Fu Rong thought carefully and, in very fluent Oracle Bone script, replied, "No." Thus, on September 10th of Republican year 205, during the Maya Grammar Teachers Festival, the Shang Colonial Legion, which had just won its first victory, found itself in a predicament. The enemy was simply too few. Last year, our national economy was on the verge of collapse. This year, we have made great progress, building on last year's achievements. Boris Nikolaevich Yeltsin, in order to further expand their living space, Commander Yuhoshi decided to march inland towards Central America. This decision was correct, but executing it was another matter. First, he had no idea where the nearest Maya tribe, city-state, or any other entity might be located. In this regard, Fu Rong was of little help. Before learning Oracle Bone script, she was merely a cook preparing meals for the Maya Water Police, with a very narrow worldview. She could only provide Commander Yuhoshi with basic knowledge of Maya customs like the difference between tribes and city-states, and share many secrets about the camp's inhabitants. The other members of the Naim tribe may have known more, but unfortunately, they were either dead or insane. Thus, Commander Yuhoshi had no choice but to send his soldiers from the Shang Legion to search the surrounding area. This was an extremely risky venture, as the dense tropical jungle was filled with unknown dangers. Wild beasts, venomous snakes, poisonous plants, and even Eskimos and Canadians. A slight misstep could spell disaster for the scouts, and such losses would be irreparable unless political upheaval in the eastern continent forced another loyal vassal of the Zhou dynasty to follow the same route to Mexico. That would take at least 800 years. Commander Yuhoshi didn't want to risk his precious soldiers, but at the moment, there were no other human resources available. Therefore, he adopted a highly cautious approach, grouping soldiers, wizards, and public relations experts together in teams. This way, each team could maximize the strengths of the various roles. The soldiers would handle potential dangers, the wizards would provide divine protection for the soldiers, and the public relations experts would convince the soldiers that the wizards' protection was indeed effective. Commander Yuhoshi divided the area around the camp into 8 equal sectors, named after the trigrams of the I Ching: Qian, Kurin, Zhan, Kan, Li, Jin, Dui, and Sun. The key search areas were the Zhan sector to the east and the Jin sector to the northeast. This method of division originated from the chariot troops of the Shang dynasty. Although Shang chariots were technically underdeveloped, for instance, their power output could never exceed 2 horsepower. The commanders of the Central Shang Legion possessed advanced tactical awareness. While other vassal states still used chariots in coordination with infantry, the Central Shang Legion had already proposed the theory of maximizing chariot use to break through enemy lines. The Shang's strong national power allowed them to test this theory in battle. During the Shang's war against the Dongyi, the Shang commanders were the first to use this tactic with satisfactory results. The mere sight of the overwhelming flags and the rumbling wheels of the chariots caused the Dongyi to panic, and their defensive lines quickly collapsed. However, this tactic had one flaw. Each Shang chariot was pulled by 2 horses, and at least 300 chariots were used in a single charge. The dust kicked up by 600 horses was akin to a capital-style sandstorm. In such conditions, charioteers often lost their sense of direction, leading to chaos. The introduction of the 8 trigram method allowed soldiers in the chariots to easily determine the direction of an enemy attack, even in the midst of battle. The direction directly in front of the soldier was assigned to Qian, and the other trigrams followed in a clockwise order. The observing soldier only had to inform the driver which trigram the enemy was in, and the driver could immediately determine the exact direction. For instance, enemy spotted in Kuin meant the enemy was behind the chariot, and the driver would either accelerate toward Qian, the front, or execute a sudden turn, performing a standard cobra maneuver. Note: the Zhou dynasty inherited this tradition and refined it into a 64-region system, which directly contributed to the decline of chariot warfare. Unfortunately, while the Shang military understood the 8 trigrams mathematically, the Shiqi forces applied them in the field of public relations. Later historians believe this was the fundamental reason for the fall of the Shang, and the rise of the Zhou. Public relations, as is well known, is part of the humanities. The search efforts in the Zhan and Jin sectors yielded no results for a long time. The scouts moved slowly through the jungle and frequently got lost. Some suggested using maps, but the first team to carry a map also got lost. When questioned, they answered, "Yes, we know exactly where the camp is on the map, but the problem is, where are we?" The search continued for a month. They discovered an oil field, 2 rare earth veins, an aluminum mine, and even a natural uranium deposit. Unfortunately for Commander Yuhoshi, living in the Bronze Age of Republican year 205, these mineral deposits were only useful for providing more stones for the catapult. In later battles, the Maya often suffered terrible nuclear strikes, as stones rich in uranium-238 were hurled with deadly accuracy. The Maya didn't even have time to suffer radiation poisoning before being killed outright. As for Fu Rong, she continued to enthusiastically spread gossip in the camp, sparking several brawls until Commander Yuhoshi confined her. This was a timely decision. Otherwise, the entire Shang Legion would have collapsed from interpersonal conflicts caused by a single woman. Commander Yuhoshi grew increasingly irritable. As the administrator, he had too many things to worry about. With no progress in the search, he began to regret not bringing more women. This was a serious issue. Without finding a Maya city-state, there would be no women to capture. Without capturing women, the Shang Legion's warriors would have no outlet for their energy, which would inevitably lead to problems. In fact, Commander Yuhoshi had originally planned a 1-to-1 gender ratio for the expedition, but by the time of departure, it had turned into 5-to-1. The reason was simple: the women were late. The last women to board the ship were Commander Yuhoshi's concubine and the lovers of a few mid-ranking officers. Within the Legion, there were signs of a latent homolovule trend. At least 15 soldiers and 15 parrots had claimed they were lovually assaulted. The parrots may have just been mimicking words. Half of them even asked if they could become pregnant. It was estimated that the number of unreported incidents was 10 times higher. Even some wizards were caught up in scandals, with their staffs being suspected as dubious instruments. The only ones with an untarnished reputation were the public relations experts, who already had parrots. Optimists suggested that the exiled Shang army might soon develop a powerful fighting force, a homolovule army that would dominate the Central American jungle like the Sacred Band of Thebes. But pessimists soberly pointed out 2 things. First, the Sacred Band of Thebes wouldn't exist for several centuries. And second, those warriors ultimately lost to another famous homolovule, Alexander the Great. Only a homolovule can defeat a homolovule. Historians wrote this chapter of history with a heavy heart. Commander Yuhoshi had no interest in Thebes. He just wanted to curb this indecency. The public relations experts launched a propaganda campaign, educating the soldiers on lovule matters. They declared that homolovulity was an ancient, primitive interest only practiced by Neolithic monkeys. In contrast, from both a civilized perspective and mitochondrial structure, heterolovulity was the hallmark of a mature civilization. This had been the view of sages throughout the ages. This advanced lovule education had some success. The only rebuttal came from an archer, who asked the experts, "Why did the sage Yu pass his home 3 times without entering, ignoring his wife, but spend all his time at the construction site with Gao Yao, that easterny fellow?" This question was never answered directly. The wizards also tried to reform the soldiers by organizing mythological stories, but they soon sadly discovered that tales like Pangu creating the world and Yuhua repairing the sky were far less popular than Gongong's battle with Zhurong. As a result, those stories were quickly removed from the curriculum. In reality, these measures only temporarily alleviated the crisis. The only true solution was to find enough women, and the only way to find enough women was to raid a Maya city-state if they could find one. Lastly, there was one small matter. To prepare for their first winter in the New World, Commander Yuhoshi ordered a large stockpile of preserved food. Salt was easy to find, with a rock salt vein not far from the camp, and the ocean provided some sea salt as well. However, the Shang had no concept of equatorial geography, and they didn't expect the weather to remain extremely hot well into November. As a result, all the preserved food spoiled, except for the tofu, which they had to throw away due to its foul odor. Under this heavy pressure, Commander Yu Hoshi became increasingly exhausted. He had to inspect the barracks and outposts daily, listen to endless reports from his advisors, and guard against potential Maya attacks. His only solace was that nothing had happened to his concubine, as her bodyguards had all been replaced by true homolovules. By the end of October, Commander Yu Hoshi felt he was nearing his limit. He took the advice of the public relations experts and announced a 3-day holiday. He realized he had never visited the pyramid in the former Naim village and decided to go there with his concubine to relax and unwind. Commander Yu Hoshi's concubine was named Chi. She came from a commoner family and had entered his household at the age of 16. She was beautiful, her features perfectly proportioned. If her nose were any shorter, she would have qualified for Emperor Xian's harem, changing the course of history. If her nose were any longer, she would have been executed as a spy from ancient India. Commander Yu Hoshi was deeply in love with Chi. She was an enchanting beauty and often melancholic, writing her diary in elegant oracle-bone script. This greatly appealed to Commander Yu Hoshi's romantic sensibilities, as he himself was an amateur poet, and she was a literary young woman. Their union seemed destined. They would recite poetry during and after lovemaking, but never before, to the shame of many literary youth who would come after them. Commander Yu Hoshi even had one of his love poems included in a popular poetry collection, which would become widely known in a more elegant form years later. The chirping waterfowl, flying to and fro on the riverbank. My lovely sister, you make your brother's heartache so. Quoted from the Ancient Book of Songs, a compilation by Luo Siwei. Because of their intellectual bond, she accompanied Commander Yu Hoshi on the sea voyage. In the early days of the journey, they were inseparable, but as time passed, they grew aesthetically tired of each other. Their conflicts culminated in a debate over literary ideals. She believed literature should be refined and niche, with authors moved to tears by their own poetry on cold, lonely nights. In contrast, as editor-in-chief of the fleet's internal publication Shang Unrivaled, Commander Yu Hoshi had to cater to the soldiers' tastes, favoring accessible works with plenty of naturalistic detail. This debate is known in literary history as the first sea battle between the handwriting faction and the fantasy writing faction, marking the first ideological dispute in world literary history. The argument remained unresolved, and they didn't speak to each other for a long time. Though their intimate life, continued desire always influences literary ideals, never the other way around. It wasn't until Fu Rong's arrival that Commander Yu Hoshi realized Chi's true charm. Chi, in turn, realized that Commander Yu Hoshi was one of the few people in the camp worth talking to, so they naturally reconciled. On the day of their outing, the weather was excellent. The sky was clear, with no clouds in sight. The tropical sun shone brightly, and the dense jungle emitted the exotic scent of the rafflesia flower. Commander Yu Hoshi and Chi held hands as they made their way to the pyramid at the site of the former Naim village, with Fu Rong leading the way. Fu Rong's mouth was covered with a custom-made iron muzzle, while 20 guards kept watch on all sides. The road had been trodden many times, making it easy to travel. Cacti grew near the beach, providing a solution to the water problem. The pyramid was 15 kilometers from the camp, and it took the group about 3 hours to reach it. Along the way, they stopped for a picnic on the grass, eating roasted ape lips, cactus salad, and crab sandwiches. The latter dish was named after the wise rule of the sage kings Yao, Shun, and Yu. The couple arrived at the pyramid at noon, just as the sun reached its zenith. Sunlight almost directly hit the pyramid, a symbol of status and honor, reflecting multicolored rays. Fu Rong immediately prostrated herself, kneeling 3 times and kowtowing 9 times, chanting Mayan incantations. Thankfully, these needed no translation. Fu Rong then stood up, her voice filled with excitement and pride as she asked Commander Yu Hoshi and Chi, "Look at this light. This is the Tower of Honor that belongs to Naim." Chi, too, was captivated by the scene. Her lips parted, her chest heaved, and her heart surged with emotion. Commander Yuhoshi was far more rational. He frowned and examined the pyramid closely. Although he didn't know much about Maya culture, he could tell that the people of the Naim city-state had been deceived. The multicolored light came from the building's poor construction. The builders must have mixed good materials with impurities, or perhaps they mixed impurities with good materials, causing different parts of the pyramid to refract light differently, scattering the sunlight. Moreover, although the so-called pyramid was 50 meters long and wide, it was only 3 stories tall, standing just 7 meters high. The platform at the top was barely smaller than the base, measuring about 35 by 35 meters. Clearly, the Maya who built this pyramid for Naim had done a half-hearted, perfunctory job. It's worth noting that the workers' dormitories and various entertainment facilities next to the pyramid were well-built and sturdy, with high-quality materials. This was further evidence of the strength of the Maya labor unions. This Naim pyramid remained intact into modern times. The archaeologist who first discovered it deep in the jungle remarked, "My God, I found a landing pad for U.S. Apache helicopters." In fact, if not for the inscription at the base of the structure pyramid of Naim city-state, constructed by Hamazul city-state, no one would have ever associated it with a pyramid. As everyone gazed at this clumsy and crude structure, she wandered to the other side of the pyramid, entranced by the multicolored light, constantly changing angles to see different color combinations. At that moment, several dozen natives in grass skirts, armed with spears, suddenly jumped out from behind Chi. They screamed loudly when they saw her, and one of them slung the unsuspecting Chi over his shoulder. Commander Yuhoshi immediately sensed that something was wrong. He and the guards rushed over just in time to see the natives carrying Chi into the dense jungle. They followed them into the jungle and managed to catch one of the smaller natives at the back of the group, but the others disappeared with Chi. This unexpected incident caused a great commotion in the camp. The soldiers set aside their differences over lovual orientation and united in expressing their outrage. The public relations experts skillfully channeled this anger, and soon the entire camp was swept up in a wave of passionate fervor. At the center of this storm, Commander Yuhoshi remained unusually calm. He interrogated the captured native late into the night, with Fu Rong serving as translator. After a series of humane and less than humane methods of interrogation, the native confessed that they were part of a construction crew from Hamazul city-state. They had originally come to collect the construction fees from the Naim tribe, but found the village empty. According to Maya custom, if one party refused to pay their debt, the creditor had the right to seize a woman from the debtor's tribe as compensation. Poor Chi had become a scapegoat. The native also revealed that Hamazul was only 30 kilometers from the Naim tribe. The search parties had always gotten lost after venturing 10 kilometers into the jungle, which is why they hadn't found the city-state. So, how many people live in Hamazul, and how large is the city? Commander Yuhoshi asked. Forgetting his position as a prisoner, the native proudly replied, "There are about 30,000 people, and the city is large, with walls. Our pyramid is the tallest on the west coast." "Excellent," Commander Yuhoshi said coldly. "You have 2 days left to hold that record." A German barbarian once said that war is the continuation of politics. Don't be silly. Yes, war is the continuation of politics. Then what is politics the continuation of? I tell you, it is women. Homer's epic and the Trojan War in 2400 AD, the famous left-wing writer Cervantes was exiled to Central America by the Swiss government because he mistakenly called the local employees of the East India Company pure Aryans in his book Don Quixote, which aroused the dissatisfaction of the Germans. The German ambassador threatened to send a battleship to bring this uneducated jerk with no knowledge of anthropology back to Berlin for trial, until he found out that Switzerland actually had no estuary. Cervantes lived in Central America for 10 years, leaving behind a vast number of mass-produced novels, poems, travel notes, and illegitimate children. He eventually fell into a fanatical belief in Islamic Sufism, taking whooshes in all day to induce himself into a trance, walking in the wilderness in loose old clothes, and hoping to meditate on the truth of the universe in this way. Cervantes wrote a series of poems in this state, one of which, reverse quantum interpretation and right-angle sign thinking of carnival narrative techniques and text deconstruction at the cosmic scale, finally won him the Nobel Prize in Literature. The organizing committee admitted at the awards ceremony that the reason for the award was that no one could understand it. Some people also claimed that this poem had a miraculous effect on hypnosis, so the organizing committee subsequently awarded him the Nobel Prize in Medicine. Cervantes died on March 2, 2410 of the Republican calendar. The doctor said that his death was directly related to taking Wu Shi San. He originally planned to go to the pharmacy to buy Wu Shi San, and then died in a car accident while crossing the road. The culprit was a 4-ton steamroller, which crushed the insane literary master directly into the semi-dried asphalt road. Later, this road became as famous as the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Every meter you walk, you can see the mummies of masters who volunteered to be crushed into the road, from Calvino to Fitzgerald. Mark Twain had originally applied for it, but was rejected by the municipal authorities because he was not a pure literature writer. When sorting out Cervantes's belongings, people found a notebook that recorded in detail an ancient Mayan city called Hamazul that he discovered during his travels. According to the description in the notebook, the center of the Hamazur city-state is a magnificent pyramid, which is 50 meters high, with a slope of more than 30 on all 4 sides. On the flat top is an altar, on which there are still some broken bones of the victims. The well-ordered buildings are scattered around the pyramid. The southern area is a beauty salon, basketball court, bar and fitness center. The western area is a beauty salon, government agencies, treasury, nobles and priests' residential area. The northern area is a beauty salon, restaurant, food warehouse. The eastern area is a beauty salon, beauty center and plastic surgery club. Cervantes explained that he did not understand Mayan writing, and the reason why he could clearly understand the functions of these buildings before they became ruins was entirely based on the shapes of the Mayan corpses buried under the ruins. For example, he gave an example that in a spacious ruin there were more than a dozen tall corpses, divided into 2 groups, each surrounding 2 fat skeletons that were much shorter than them. There were also several female skeletons. Their thigh bones were raised high, holding long rotten flower sticks in their hands. More skeletons were scattered around, without exception showing carnival postures. This must be a basketball court, and it is very likely that the playoffs were played. In another ruin, Cervantes discovered a large number of male skeletons with pottery vessels placed in front of them, and all the skeletons were facing in one direction, at the end of which was an upright stone pillar and a female skeleton. On the other side of the wall, a goat skeleton was hung upside down, with a drum-like object in front of the goat's hind hoof. The Mayans may have used this simple biological device to create rapid and noisy drum beats, so this should be an ancient bar. There is also a special ruin, which is divided into countless small compartments, and each compartment has a small window pane on the wall. The passages between the compartments are extremely complicated. Cervantes once got lost in these compartments for 3 days, and finally got out of the maze through the back door of the ruins. Needless to say, this must be the government office of Hamazul. Cervantes found most frequently in the ruins were beauty salons. The vast majority of the corpses in these buildings were women. Some had a thin layer of plant film on their faces. Although the soft tissues of some had rotted away, the 2 lumps of silicification between the 2nd to 4th ribs and the 2 small brackets on the nostrils had been preserved with the skeletons to this day. He concluded that this shows that the Mayan civilization's beauty technology had reached a very high level, and their fanatical pursuit of beauty is also admirable. It should be said that Cervantes' description is objective and detailed, and faithfully reflects the style of an ancient Mayan city-state. He only guessed wrongly that the top of the Hamazul pyramid is not an altar, but a barbecue grill, which is high enough not to produce billowing smoke. The Mayans worshipped God, but the premise was that God did not interfere with their normal life. There is an unauthorized Mayan prayer that reads, "Almighty Sun God, all glory belongs to you. We, the humble people, are blessed by your grace and are willing to endure any suffering and test to glorify your name. If it does not rain tomorrow, we will go to the suburbs to sacrifice you." According to Cervantes, there was a 4-meter-high brick wall outside these buildings, with majestic watchtowers built on top. These buildings constituted the fortifications of the city of Hamazul, which could resist any attack that the Mayans could imagine. In other words, if the Maya were faced with an unimaginable threat, the fortifications would be completely useless. And in November of the year 205 of the Republican calendar, This threat was heading towards Hamazul with great momentum. Commander Yuhoshi and his men has never subsided since the moment Chi was taken away. The entire camp is like a boiling volcano, and the hot magma may erupt at any time, turning into a sharp volcanic cone and piercing Hamazul. The Shang vassal states were actually snatched away by uncivilized barbarians. This was an unforgivable sin in terms of both dignity and technology. In the minds of the Shang people, there was a deep-rooted historical law that culture flows from high civilization to low civilization, and women flow from low civilization to high civilization. The rude and usurping behavior of the Hamazul people was simply a challenge to the theory of spiritual civilization evolution. Commander Yuhoshi officially issued an order to attack Hamazur on November 3rd. In just 2 days, the Shang army completed its preparations before departure. On November 5th, a force of about 8,000 people left the camp in a mighty manner, led by the prisoner, and headed towards Hamazur. At the front of the team were engineers, who were responsible for widening the road and leveling the surface so that the siege equipment could pass smoothly. Previously, the road between Hamazul and Nahim was just a winding jungle path, which was far from meeting the needs. They pushed the processed huge stone orb up the slope and then pushed them down, crushing everything along the way, skillfully using potential energy and gravity to flatten the road. If it was flat ground, they would first pile up a slope. Following the engineers were public relations experts and their parrots, whose job was to keep talking loudly so that the people behind could follow the sound and not get lost. There was another reason for putting them in front of the team. Commander Yuhoshi hoped to use their expertise to defeat the enemy without fighting and avoid unnecessary battles as much as possible. Killing the enemy was a very costly thing, and killing prisoners was easier. Following the public relations experts were the main force of the Shang dynasty. Each of these warriors was equipped with the necessary weapons for siege: short melee knives, simple wooden shields, lime powder, and water bags. The lime powder came from a limestone on the west side of the camp. This weapon was very effective in actual combat. As long as the enemy did not invent glasses, it would be invincible. The water bag was an auxiliary weapon. When the enemy's eyes were covered with lime, the soldiers could pretend to be attentive companions and pass the water bag to them, and then say, "Are your eyes blind? Wash them." The main core were the protagonists of this huge siege equipment: torque catapults that could launch stones of various sizes, siege poles with countless cannons embedded on the head, and ladders that were more than 10 meters long. In addition to these conventional weapons, the skilled craftsmen of the Shang dynasty also invented some special weapons suitable for rainforest warfare. Siege tower called Antarctic Bear, which, when viewed from the front and side, is a 20-meter-high mahogany siege tower with shooting holes and assault passages on it. What is even more terrifying is that it moves extremely fast and can move freely in the jungle, which is completely inconsistent with its body shape. But if viewed from the back, the observer will only see a huge set made up of 3 new acacia wood boards, with the middle completely empty. This weapon, which looks expensive but actually has a very low cost, has a high strategic value. When the enemy sees 10 or even 20 huge siege towers erected in front of them, they are often shocked by the huge military expenditure of the Shang dynasty army and turn to ask their own Congress, Parliament, or any decision-making government department for additional budget. This always causes chaos among politicians and plunges them into endless debates. There is also a fever hospital, which is actually a treehouse built on a coconut tree. It usually accommodates patients with fever. When the commander deems it necessary, the hospital will be transported to the front line along with the coconut tree. The coconut tree is first bent to the maximum, then loosened, and the entire hospital will fly into the enemy camp with the fever-infected people. Commander Yuhoshi and the wizards walked at the end of the team. The wizards kept burning tortoise shells and animal bones along the way until the commander was satisfied with the result, and they also caused several fires. There were more than 10 chariot soldiers in the entire rear guard. Commander Yuhoshi was also a chariot soldier and could sing song of the chariot soldiers of the Shang dynasty. In his opinion, a war without the participation of noble chariot soldiers is simply unimaginable. These chariots were brought from the Shang dynasty, but unfortunately there were no horses to drive them. So Commander Yuhoshi had to send more than 20 soldiers who had made minor mistakes to replace the horses. He promised that once enough Mayan jerks were captured, they would be replaced as soon as possible. In the lush jungle, these chariots could probably only be used in the city entry ceremony. In addition to the land forces, Commander Hoshi also dispatched 5 of the 20 warships. He ordered them to go south along the coastline, bypass the enemy's rear, and launch a surprise attack on the enemy from the sea when the ground forces were attacking the city. According to Commander Hoshi's estimate, this naval detour would take about 3 days, and the ground forces should arrive at Hamazul at that time. As a result, he seriously underestimated the peculiarities of the American terrain. These unfortunate sailors who were loyal to the order anxiously searched for a detour while heading south. They did not find the Panama Canal, which had not yet been dug, so they had to continue heading south, passing through Peru and Chile, and finally bypassing the Atlantic Ocean through the Drake Passage and heading north into the Bermuda Sea area. It was a year later, and they finally missed the Battle of Hamazul. They thought they had violated military orders by missing the deadline, so they slashed their boats in despair and committed suicide. There is a legend that the ghosts of these Shang sailors have been hovering over the Sea of Baimu, trying to ask every passing ship and every plane about the situation of the Shang army. Just as Commander Hoshi's troops were advancing rapidly, his spiritual and physical lover Qi was suffering inhuman torture and humiliation in the city of Hamazur. The people of Hamazul were very curious about this female captive who looked very different from them. No matter day or night, men kept entering the room where Qi was imprisoned. Sometimes they were alone, sometimes 2, or even 4 people took turns to do outrageous cruelty to this weak literary young woman. These torture methods were the most terrible torture a woman could imagine. They said she was ugly. The Hamazul people love beauty. Their pursuit of beauty is just as Cervantes recorded, which is caused by their natural sense of superiority. They are always thinking about how to make themselves more beautiful, which promotes the development of cosmetic surgery technology and beauty theory. Hamazul had the most advanced plastic surgery center in the world at that time, the most professional hairdressing consultants, and the most sophisticated surgical techniques. In this regard, a Puerto Rican scholar specializing in aesthetics in the 19th century lamented, "Hamazul is close to perfection. If they have a normal aesthetic sense, then there will be no shortcomings." With advanced beauty technology, the aesthetics of the Hamazur people are very strange. They regard fat as beautiful, so there are no slimming clubs or liposuction clinics in Hamazur, but there are fat culture media. Moreover, there are only 3 kinds of food in Hamazur: boiled potatoes, mashed potatoes, and French fries. This is called the 90-90-90 culture by later historians. This is nothing, as many nations in the world have also admired this concept. However, in addition to liking fat, the Hamazul people also like slender limbs and necks. These 2 hobbies mixed together and gave birth to an extremely terrible race of people. They overeat, hoping to get fat as soon as possible, and at the same time use copper rings to hoop their limbs and necks. When a person's body beauty action is close to completion, the contradiction between her weight and the support of her legs has reached an irreconcilable point. She can no longer move by herself and can only be pushed by male admirers on a wooden cart. That fat is beautiful, the fatter the better, eventually led to the queen system in Hamazur. The fattest woman would win enough admirers to elect her as the supreme ruler of the city-state. The only problem was that the queen was too fat, and her, relatively speaking, limbs had degenerated. She had to stay motionless in the palace, waiting for someone to feed her every day and keep her white and fat. The Hamazul people painted these daily lives into murals. Cervantes also saw them during his investigation, but he lacked first-hand materials and mistakenly believed that these were Maya observations of termite nests. He praised their artistic imagination of anthropomorphizing termites. So when the Hamazul people saw the women with body shapes of 34, 24, and 36, these 90-90-90 believers were extremely surprised. They could not imagine that there were such ugly women in the world. She didn't understand Mayan, but the phrase "you are so ugly" is universal in all languages of the world, even Mayan, which belongs to the chaotic language family. She was in great pain, which aroused the enthusiasm of the Hamazul people even more. They forced Qi to eat a lot of vegetables and fruits. This would ensure that she would not get fat and continue to provide topics for conversation, and also forced her to do aerobic exercise, weight loss massage, etc. In short, all the things that the Hamazul people thought were the biggest blow to women who loved beauty were imposed on Qi without reservation. No one was willing to violate Qi. The Hamazul people felt that even a criminal who had committed murder should not be forced to have love with such an ugly woman. This inhumane abuse lasted for a long time. When the time passed to November 10th, 205 Republican calendar, things took a turn for the better. That morning, a Hamazur guard came to Qi's cell, threw a bunch of bananas through the window, and began to routinely mock her ugliness. 3 seconds after the mockery ended, a crystal whizzed down from the sky. The silica purity of this stone bullet reached 80%, so the guard's brain was easily smashed to pieces. On the outskirts of Hamazur city, the dusty Shang dynasty troops had made final preparations for the siege. The Chinese built the Great Wall to defend against the Huns, so the Huns invented the airplane. Yale History of China. Pre-Qin period on November 10, 205 BC. The Battle of Hamazur officially began. This was the first official battle of the Shang army after they set foot on the American continent. The ruins of Hamazul are located in the central part of the present-day Yutanka Peninsula and are the largest Mayan settlement in the region. Archaeologists speculate that the attack by the Shang army on the city-state of Hamazul was a key battle that determined the ownership of the Yutanka Peninsula, although neither side was aware of this until the end of the battle. The first people to discover the Shang merchants were some farmers in the city of Hamazur who were working in the fields outside the city. Of course, farming here means squatting beside a field of wild bean pods, picking all the ripe ones and eating them, and then coming back the next day to see if there are any more ripe ones. In fact, the Mayan crops refer to all wild, edible plants that are easy to pick, so the Mayan agriculture only has 2 processes: waiting for them to mature and then picking them. The farmers were chatting about the strangely ugly female captive in the city, while casually picking at the grass, hoping to find a few more ripe bean pods. At this time, they heard footsteps and looked up, only to find more than 20 humans dressed in strange clothes. The farmers had never seen such guys before, but they recognized the short knives on the soldiers' waists. The sharp and threatening blades did not need to be translated. The Shang dynasty's scouts also discovered these farmers at the same time. The officer in charge could already see the towering pyramids in the distance. He knew that in order to ensure the suddenness of the battle, these people must be captured and not allowed to escape back to the city to report the news. So the officer waved his hand, and more than 20 soldiers immediately spread out in a semicircle and rushed towards the farmers. The peasants, stunned by the sudden hostility, responded with the standard Mayan reaction, covering their eyes with their hands and running toward the city. The Shang soldiers mainly ate meat, and their natural physique was better than that of the Mayans who mainly ate green fiber food. But the Mayans' familiarity with the tropical jungle offset this advantage. These barefoot Mayans ran like monkeys, moving between the valleys and dense woods with ease. Although the scouts could barely keep up, they could never surpass them. The 2 sides ran at an even pace. For a while, the jungle was filled with people flashing and chaotic footsteps everywhere. Seeing that the Mayans were about to flee, the scouts quickly pulled out their own darts from their waists and threw them out. After the darts flew out, they seemed to have eyes, brushing against the Mayans' shoulders and flying ahead, then suddenly turning around and hitting the fleeing people in the face. 4 people were immediately knocked down with screams, and only one lucky guy went around behind a palm tree and escaped. This kind of huailong dart is made of fir wood and looks like the letter V, with both ends polished very round. After being thrown, this weapon will automatically spin back, and it is a very formidable weapon if you master it. The name huailong dart was given by Commander Yu Hoshi, but in fact, it was learned by the Een merchants from the local natives in Australia. In order to master the throwing skills, the scouts killed many koalas and kangaroos that were unfortunately used as targets. The scouts saw that one of them had finally escaped, so they had to carry the other 4 unconscious Mayan farmers back to their team. At this time, the only escaped farmer returned to the city-state of Hamazul and told the city-state guards what he had seen in horror. "I see it." The farmer screamed hysterically. He almost fell down just now, so he had to stretch out his hands to hold on to the tree trunks on both sides. This made him accidentally see the pursuing scouts again, and he could no longer escape with the excuse that things you can't see don't exist. When your eyes move, things have changed. We can't eat the same coconut at 2 times. The captain of the guard pointed out his mistake. It's the enemies, lots of them. Your real enemy is yourself, my child, said the captain kindly. He was the most philosophical man in the whole city of Hamazur. Are the people from the Nahim tribe here to take revenge? Another guard asked curiously. He never thought that the inferior people in Nahim were qualified to be called a city-state. I don't know. They are some strange people. Anyway, they are approaching the city. Oh, don't panic. There is a distance between those enemies and our city-state. In order to get close to us, they must pass through the midpoint of the distance. When they pass the midpoint, the new distance will create a new midpoint. They will always chase the midpoint in vain. There is nothing to worry about. Eat coconuts? The captain took out a half-cut coconut and handed it to the farmer, who was very calm. In the Mayan civilization, calmness is a virtue. They believe that if something has not reached a real danger, there is no need to be anxious. If something has reached a real danger, then it is useless to be anxious. Someone once simplified this concept into 8 words. Leave it to fate and take things as they come. Oh, thank you. The farmer took the coconut and his breathing slowed down. Since the guards in front of him were so calm, what he saw just now might just be an illusion. Maya could easily convince himself. When the calm peasants returned to the city, the captain of the guard lazily called over one of his companions, scratched a brief report on a stone with a shell, and asked him to deliver it to the Hamazur nobles in charge of defense. Since Mayan grammar is extremely complex and only the priest class can master the correct grammatical rules, the guard used ancient hieroglyphics in this letter. He drew a few monkeys and a pyramid, and took the trouble to outline the humble, wretched, and self-deprecating expressions on the monkeys' faces. This took the guard a long time to carefully carve, and he was very satisfied with his creative idea of comparing the people of the Nahim tribe to monkeys. Finally, the letter was delivered to the nobleman, who was watching a basketball game and was furious about an unfair penalty by the referee. He threw the artwork onto the field and killed a ball boy. Thus, the first warning was ignored in the carelessness of the Hamazul people. While the guards were drawing monkeys, the Shang dynasty scouts escorting 4 captives met Commander Yuhu. Commander Yuhu eagerly asked the 4 guys about Chi's experience. After hearing the confession, he was relieved. From a man's point of view, that kind of torture was nothing. Moreover, his anger towards Hamazur city weakened and was replaced by an inexplicable excitement. If a beauty like Chi is considered ugly, then how beautiful must the beauties in Hamazul be? And that's plural. This good news was spread throughout the entire legion in a short time through the efforts of public relations experts and parrots. The morale of the soldiers was greatly boosted, the marching speed was greatly increased, the homolovual partners in the team began to disintegrate, and those who wavered between homolovuality and heterolovuality all firmly returned to the normal side. Everyone was full of infinite fantasies. Deep in the dense jungle, there was a city full of stunning beauties. Oh yeah. This made the few guys in the team with weaker control but rich imagination transform psychological impulses into physical impulses, and finally they were so exhausted that their legs had to retreat to the back as a reserve. The only thing that worried Commander Yuhu was that a Mayan farmer had escaped and might alert the defense forces of the Hamazul city-state. In this regard, he had to adopt a cautious strategy to restrain his soldiers who were almost in another kind of fanaticism. Commander Yuhu was not a reckless person. He was used to thinking about everything with the principles of economics. Try to use the minimum cost to exchange for the highest profit. He even considered negotiations. Such a large force would be enough to shock the Hamazul people and force them to hand over Chi and all the beauties in the city and hand over control of the city-state. Therefore, when the Shang army arrived at the outskirts of Hamazur, they stopped temporarily. There is still controversy in the historical community about the beginning of the attack and defense of Hamazur. One view is that the Yin Shang army and the Hamazur authorities had negotiated, and when the negotiations broke down, the two sides fought each other. Another view is that the Yin Shang army did not negotiate at all, and they launched the attack without hesitation at the beginning. There is also a third view that those who hold a conspiracy theory of history believe that the two happened at the same time. An ancient character scholar made his own speculation from another perspective. He believed that technically, the possibility of the Yin Shang army and the city-state reaching an agreement was extremely small. First, Mayan writing was very complicated, and it took 10 artists 3 days to complete the writing work. And this was a formal agreement, and the agreement had to be engraved on the wall of the pyramid to take effect. To do this, they had to build another pyramid, which would take 2 to 3 months. Second, Mayan writing was a hieroglyphic language, and all the foreigners in it were drawn as dog heads. The arrogant commander Yuhoshi would not tolerate such an insult, and in fact, no civilized people would tolerate it except the Egyptians. In short, no matter which view is closest to the facts, peace did not come that morning. Commander Yuhu lined up all the trebuchets in a row, 800 meters away from the Hamazul wall, and arranged 100 guards under each trebuchet to prevent the Mayans from attacking. Behind them were stone bullet transporters, and other siege weapons, and humans stood behind the trebuchets. The soldiers drooled as they looked at the buildings and pyramids on the other side of the wall. The wizards made the final divination before the war. According to the custom of the Shang dynasty, they burned the animal bones while observing the cracks on the bones. If the cracks were to the left, it meant that the Shang army would win a great victory over the enemy. If the cracks were to the right, it meant that the Shang army would be defeated. If there were no cracks, it meant that even the heavens had nothing to say about the great victory that the Shang army was about to achieve. The above is the secret that the public relations experts told them to keep their jobs. Dear soldiers, you have traveled all over the South Pacific in the past year, making all the natives of the island countries crawl at our feet. In front of us is the Pyramid of Hamazul. Go there to wash your bodies of war. Commander Yuhoshi's pre-battle declaration was brief and powerful. He stood up from the chariot and waved his arms. The soldier in charge of operating the catapult quickly pulled the rope apart, and with a few muffled bangs, dozens of stones formed dozens of parabolas of varying arcs in the air and smashed into the city-state of Hamazur, which was still unaware of the disaster. One of the stones happened to kill the guard who was guarding Qi. The lost Indian civilization wrote this period of history. When the Shang dynasty's catapults brought the city-state of Hamazul within range, the Mayans were still ignorant of the fate they were about to face. This sentence was later quoted many times in different ways. The first volley of Shang dynasty catapults killed only one guard, several beauticians, and more than a dozen government noble officials. Apart from the guards, the city of Hamazur did not suffer any substantial losses. However, this deterrent shooting caused great chaos in the city because one of the stone bullets hit the basketball court and several nobles sitting in the first row, including the noble in charge of defense, were smashed into pieces on the spot. At this time, the game was at its most intense moment, and the enthusiastic audience mistakenly thought that it was the work of the supporters of the opposing team. So they threw the things in their hands into the court. The other group of fans did not show any weakness and fought back with pottery jars, berries, and dirty words. The lack of logic in Mayan language gave it a natural advantage in dirty words. The stadium immediately fell into a chaos of language and order. Many people were trampled underfoot, and even more were knocked to the ground by pottery jars or stones. Everyone was concentrating on finding an opponent to vent their anger on. The players on the basketball court fought strategically under the guidance of their coach. They hit each other's skulls and thighs with the stone orb used in the game, and stuffed the lone opposing players into the basket. The players' behavior pushed the riot to a new climax. The only sound that could be heard clearly in the entire venue was the Mayan priest who was in charge of the explanation on the high platform. His shout translated into, "That's him. Hit him with stones. Hit him hard." In the chaos, no Mayan noticed that the shape of the stone bullet that killed the noble was completely different from the Mayan carving, and no one noticed that it was thrown from outside. The other bullets hit the ground, and the only effect they created was a few sunken pits and a cloud of dust. Only one bullet cleverly passed over several cheap houses and hit a beauty salon heavily, killing 2 beauticians who were trimming the nails of a plump beauty on the spot. The beauty was applying a facial mask made of plant fibers extracted from gardenias and hibiscus. This mask took 3 hours to be effective, so even though she felt something was wrong around her, she didn't move. In fact, no Hamazul realized that this sudden attack came from an external enemy. Therefore, when Konstantinovic revised the second edition of the Lost Indian Civilization, he changed his famous saying to, "When the Shang dynasty's catapults brought the city-state of Hamazul within range and fired a volley, the Mayans were still ignorant of the fate they were about to face. Commander Yuhu found a huge commotion in the city-state. He didn't know it was the Maya's own civil strife, and thought the deterrent shooting worked. He was very satisfied with this, and asked the catapults to continue working and shooting until the city-state of Hamazul sent envoys to surrender or lunch was served. Before setting out, the Shang dynasty catapult soldiers prepared nearly 10 bases of stone bullets. The sources of these stone bullets varied. Some were collected from the Shandong region of East Asia and the small islands in the South Pacific. Some were dug from nearby mineral veins, so the composition, purity, and hardness of the stone bullets were all different. The catapult soldiers only cared about the last technical parameter. So much so that more than 2,000 years later, when a joint U.S.-Mexico archaeological team entered the Hamazul ruins according to the guidance of Cervantes' notes, one of the geologists looked at the scattered stone bullets on the ground in the city and cried out, "This is simply a natural periodic table of elements." Of these stone bullets, the most powerful one was of course uranium-238 ore. This stuff was extremely hard, and it was difficult for the catapult soldiers to break it into small pieces, so they had to throw these heavy guys out as a whole. Several buildings collapsed because they were hit by these things weighing more than 100 kilograms. This was the first time in human history that uranium was used as a weapon to attack the enemy, 2,786 years earlier than the Americans. The chaos in the city is intensifying. The riots in the stadium have spread to the whole city. Men are venting and shouting everywhere, while women are lying on wooden carts, swinging their huge buttocks, waiting in fear for their admirers to pull them to a safe place. When the catapults fired at the seventh volley, the gate of the city-state of Hamazur facing the Shang army opened, and dozens of Hamazur guards, fully armed by Mayan standards led by their captain, appeared at the gate and on the city wall. The Hamazul people began to fight back. At least that's what Commander Yuhoshi thought. This is not the end, not even the beginning of the end, but it is the end of the beginning after all. Winston Churchill, 1942. The basketball culture of the Mayan civilization has always been talked about. While other civilizations in the same period were still struggling with the alloy ratio for bronze smelting and the way to grow rice, the Mayan civilization was the first to evolve a professional activity purely for entertainment. Mayan basketball is essentially the same as modern basketball, except for the slight differences in equipment and rules. The Mayan basketball court is a rectangular court measuring 50 by 20, with vertical stone walls on both sides and a stone basket on each wall. There are two types of basket orb. Rubber orb are used for training, and stone orb are used for official games because the opponents in the game are not your own people. You have to change to a more lethal ball. The rules of Mayan basketball are very simple. Players are allowed to use any part of their body to send the ball into the opponent's basket, and the opponent is also allowed to use any part of their body to block. The game time is unlimited, until all players on one side lose their fighting ability, so every game often turns into a large-scale fight. Some people have raised doubts, thinking that the word basketball is not accurate enough, and this sport is closer to rugby or unlimited free fighting. The translation of this word is still controversial to this day, so this book will follow the old translation. No matter what the name of this sport is, it cannot change its bloody nature. Almost every game will result in death or serious injury. The Maya are obsessed with this barbaric and bloody sport. Even in a city-state like Hamazul with a distorted aesthetic, basketball games are also popular. According to research, the Maya Civilization Circle already has a basketball game with a league prototype. Each city-state has one or two basketball teams, and they will regularly travel to other city-states to participate in competitions. The number of players in each team is amazing, usually around 30 to 40 people, because this sport consumes too much personnel. And once they accidentally win the game away from home, the size of the 40-man team can ensure that at least one-third of the players can survive the siege of the audience. The British Museum still has a Mayan document on the rules of the Mayan Basketball League. The document is incomplete, but it records a precise scoring system. The winner gets 3 points, the tie gets 1 point, and the loser gets no points. If the away team encounters an accident on the way to the competition city-state, such as being attacked by a wild beast or a venomous snake, and is unable to participate in the competition, the home team gets 2 points. Most puzzling rule of Mayan basketball, especially for NBA team shareholders, is that the captain of the winning team will be killed after the game. and his body will be placed on the top of the pyramid until it completely rots and turns into a skeleton. In 2790 AD, an NBA team owner said in an interview with the Discovery Channel, "If such a verdict is made on the captain of the losing team, I fully agree and I would like to do so very much. Those darn trash have no value at all." But why did the Mayans execute the captain of the winning team? If they didn't want him, they could just sell him to other teams for a lot of money. To be fair, the team owner's statement is close to the essence of the problem. The Mayans executed the winners precisely for the purpose of transferring. According to Mayan mythology, Quetzalcoatl and the sun god both loved basketball. They would send beautiful elves to the basketball court to collect the souls of dead basketball players and bring them to the training ground in heaven for training. At the end of the world, the two teams of Quetzalcoatl and the sun god would compete in the finals, and these souls of the players in heaven would fight for their respective gods. Therefore, the Mayans earnestly hoped that their heroes could return to heaven as soon as possible, so as to fill the vacancies in the team of the gods and increase the thickness of the bench to please the gods, so that the weather on earth would be good and the family would be safe. Later, a group of Indians who migrated north spread Mayan mythology to North America and Canada, and then it was brought to the Arctic Circle by the Eskimos in Alaska. Those unfortunate Eskimos were later robbed by Viking pirates. Those Nordic barbarians did not deeply understand the essence of sportsmanship in this myth. They just thought this idea was good, so they adjusted it according to their own preferences, changing the basketball player into a warrior, and gradually formed the Nordic Valhalla myth. This academic research result was unanimously resisted by Scandinavian countries, while Central American countries were optimistic about it and even considered pursuing copyright liability in Scandinavian countries. But they finally gave up because the copyright of the work only lasts for 50 years, and they could not find the Maya who made up this myth. So when Commander Yuhusi's catapult hit the stadium in Hamazer, the effect was equivalent to hitting a powder keg. The emotions of the audience were completely ignited by the stone bullet, and a wave of riots swept across the entire city-state. The only ones who remained awake in the chaos were the 20 or so Mayan warriors led by the captain of the guard. They gathered at the entrance of the city at the first opportunity and saw the dense array of Inshang outside the city. The Inshang army also discovered them. The fully armed Inshang warriors drew their short swords, took a step forward, and roared at the same time. They had several thousand people, and the other side had only 20. The outcome was not in doubt. The guard captain's men all looked terrified. The huge armed group before them was unprecedented, and the huge machines shining with metallic light were even more mysterious and terrifying. The Maya's largest weapon was only a 150-centimeter bamboo spear, and the concept of a catapult far exceeded the limits of what they could imagine. The law of nature is fair. If it makes a nation excellent in one aspect, it will certainly balance it in another aspect. The Germans have rigorous thinking, so they lack a sense of humor. The Italians have an artistic temperament, so the sewers in Rome are messy. The Japanese have long right legs, so their left legs are relatively short. So when the Mayans were unique in entertainment activities, their backwardness in military technology was understandable. Neither side moved, and the situation fell into a stalemate for a while. Only the Shang dynasty's catapult soldiers were still leisurely loading stones onto their carts and then smashing them into the city with a whoosh. The Mayan warriors were in despair, as they had always thought that the rain of stones falling from the sky was a punishment from God, but they had never expected that it came from these strange humans. The captain of the guard stepped forward, pointed the blade of the jade knife in his hand, and raised his right hand, which was a Mayan gesture to show that he was not hostile. The Shang soldiers made a commotion and suddenly made way for them. Then there was a rumbling sound of wheels crushing the soil, and a chariot towed by a group of people drove over. On the chariot sat Commander Yuhoshi and Fu Rong. The chariot stopped in front of the captain of the guard. The captain recognized that 4 of the people towing the chariot were farmers from the city. Fu Rong jumped out of the chariot and shouted to the captain in Mayan. "The supreme ruler of the Shang city-state asks you what the current situation is in the city? It's the same as usual after the game." The captain replied calmly and then added, "But how can I know what the situation is? Every time I look away, the situation will change. People are always behind the reality and can only repeat the past." Fu Rong, who had experienced a lot of gossip, was still a little uncomfortable with such conversation. She translated the captain's words to Commander Yuhoshi, who frowned. He thought this guy was obviously delaying time. The supreme ruler of the Shang City state asks you where the supreme ruler of Hamazul is? The captain replied leisurely. Everyone is the supreme ruler of his own mind. Only by knowing yourself can you reach the kingdom of freedom. Commander Yuhoshi was excited when he heard this. You have a free kingdom here? Where is it? The captain pointed to his heart and said, when we step into the territory that truly belongs to Mayan history and is controlled by the Mayans, we will enter the kingdom of freedom. Commander Yuhoshi was furious. This darn guy was obviously stalling for time by talking nonsense. Maybe the city has now woken up from the chaos and is organizing forces to fight back. We must put some pressure on this jerk. Commander Yuhoshi thought of this and gave instructions to a messenger next to him. Soon, 2,000 Shang soldiers came out, with 20 ladders at the front. Commander Yuhoshi snapped his fingers, and the 2,000 soldiers shouted together and rushed towards the stone walls of Hamazur. The soldiers carrying 20 ladders rushed to a place 3 meters away from the city wall and began to erect the ladders according to the regulations of the Shang dynasty infantry. As a result, they were depressed to find that the wall of Hamazur was too low, only 4 meters high. In order to make the ladders, the vertical wall and the ground form a closed right triangle. The length of the base must be lengthened. So the ladder soldiers had to retreat and quickly calculate the base of a right triangle with a hypotenuse of 12 meters and a height of 4 meters. The Shang dynasty. So the calculation took a long time. The other soldiers waiting to climb the city walls became impatient and simply climbed up by themselves. The walls of Hamazur were built very roughly, with an uneven surface and many stone protrusions, which were very suitable for rock climbing. As a result, when the ladder soldiers got the correct answer and set up the ladders according to that distance, almost all the infantry had successfully climbed up the wall and looked eagerly towards the city. The ladder soldiers could only comfort themselves by saying that at least they didn't have to climb the wall when they got down. Commander Yuhoshi turned to the captain of the guard. His expression was very clear. Your city-state has been completely exposed to my army, and I can destroy it with just one order, so you'd better surrender quickly. The captain of the guard continued slowly. When you stand on a high place and look down at everything, you will realize how small human beings are in the universe and how powerless you are. Do you want to eat a coconut? He took out a coconut from his arms and handed it to Commander Yuhoshi. The latter seemed to have lost his patience. For the first time, he realized that the philosopher was more verbose than the public relations expert. He drew his sword and cut off the captain's head. The coconut and the head fell to the ground together, then rolled into a grass nest and were discovered many years later. According to the capacity of the skull, archaeologists judged that this person had a high IQ, but a relatively low EQ. Followed the captain of the guard saw their leader being killed, and they all fell to the ground with their hands covering their eyes and their buttocks sticking up high. They were not philosophers, and the tragedy before them could not inspire them to sacrifice themselves for the truth, but instead frightened them out of their wits. After killing the captain of the guard, Commander Yuhoshi jumped off the chariot and coldly issued the order to launch a general attack. Go ahead and attack. The city-state of Hamazur, which is full of beauties, is opening its legs to welcome you. Shang soldiers had been looking forward to this moment for a long time. Their infinite longing turned into a huge impulse. They rushed towards the city of Hamazur like a tide, and the soldiers who had just climbed onto the city wall couldn't wait to jump down, shouting "Long live the city" and waving their daggers. At the same time, catapults began to fire towards the city, aiming at the pride of Hamazul, the Mayan pyramid. To express their respect, the artillerymen engraved blessings on the stone bullets. Enthusiastic citizens in the city regained their peace because of the influx of Shang soldiers. Most people did not realize until now that Hamazur was facing an invasion by foreigners. They showed great gentlemanly spirit in times of crisis. This was inseparable from the Hamazur people's almost paranoid pursuit of beauty. The male citizens spontaneously dragged all the female citizens who had not been crushed to death to the bottom of the pyramid, where the queen of Hamazur lived. Another part of the male citizens bravely faced the aggressive enemy and told them with a fearless attitude, "We don't know where the women are. Please don't go under the pyramid." The Shang soldiers were busy looking for beauties, and no one wanted to take on the task of escorting male prisoners of war, so they chose the most labor-saving solution, which was to knock those guys unconscious. According to statistics afterwards, about 20% of them were knocked to death directly. For this waste of labor, Commander Yu Hoshi convened a military trial. As a result, the accused soldiers argued that when they were knocked to the ground, they did not remind us that we were too heavy-handed, so all of them were acquitted. The Shang soldiers continued to rush into the city from the city gates and walls, flowing into every street and every building in the city like mercury. Unlike the barbaric Westerners, they remained rational and restrained, because there was really nothing to rob, except for the worthless pottery jars and the even less valuable cassava. Of course, there were also many exquisitely made jade pendants, but in Central America, where there was neither an integrated market nor a unified currency, such things were not of much value. All the Shang dynasty warriors did not notice a detail. Suspicious grease was flowing out from under some huge stone bullets. The surface of these greases was white and different from the commonly seen olive oil and soybean oil. At that time, no one knew what this sign meant. It didn't take long to suppress the entire city. By noon, the entire Hamazar, except for the pyramid in the city center, had been controlled by the Shang army. Commander Yu Hoshi sat on the chariot and organized an informal entry into the city. Unfortunately, there were almost no people watching on both sides of the street. They either died in the street fighting or fled under the pyramid, which disappointed Commander Yu Hoshi. At this time, 2 soldiers came to report to him. The first soldier said that they had found the cell where Mrs. Qi was imprisoned. Mrs. Qi was still mentally stable, but she kept asking people whether she was beautiful or not. The other soldier reported that the siege of the pyramid had been completed, and it was believed that most of the women of Hamazul were hiding there. Commander Yu Hoshi made a decision immediately. He ordered the public relations expert to immediately train a parrot that could say hello, beautiful, and send it to Qi, and then he went to the pyramid to command the final siege. After arriving at the pyramid, Commander Yu Hoshi saw a basement under the pyramid base. The entrance was wide enough for 2 Shang dynasty chariots to travel side by side. However, the door was tightly closed and made of thick stone. It was obvious that the last survivors of Hamazar were ready to fight to the death. Soldiers of the Shang dynasty gathered at the gate, their eyes showing passionate desire. They were now only one step away from their dream. Unfortunately, these lightly armed infantrymen had no way to deal with this stone gate. Commander Yu Hoshi immediately ordered 2 battering rams to be dispatched, and the 2 surviving prisoners were brought over. Soon both items arrived. The battering ram began to hit the tightly closed stone chamber. This was quite hard for the soldier in charge of pushing the cart, but the other soldiers who were eager to see the beauty did not hesitate to lend a hand to their comrades, so the battering ram attacked again and again, and fragments of the stone door were already flying out. The captive confessed that this was the bedroom of Queen Hamazar. Hamazar would select beauties every solar year, and the most beautiful woman would be crowned queen and live here. Upon hearing this, Commander Yu excitedly ran back to the basement, personally supervised the battle, and conveyed the order to every soldier. The queen would be left to him. Commander Yu Hoshi was walking in such a hurry that he did not hear the captive's next words. The rule of the Hamazul beauty pageant is to compare weight. The battering ram continued to hit the stone gate for more than 2 hours, and finally it collapsed. At the moment of collapse, the soldiers outside gave a deafening cheer, and in the basement there was a scream, no doubt, a female scream. Then, a panicked female voice came out from the basement. After Fu Rong's translation, she shouted, "Please don't kill the people of our city-state. I am willing to guarantee in the name of the Queen that all the basketball players, beauticians, and myself in the city-state will prostrate ourselves under your great throne and teach you our beauty techniques without reservation." Commander Yu Hoshi was eager to see the Queen and had no interest in other things, so he agreed without hesitation. The area around the pyramid fell silent in an instant. The dust at the basement door had not yet dispersed, and at the end of the wide corridor came the creaking sound of a moving cart. Everyone held their breath. Soon the smoke cleared and dozens of flatbed carts slowly drove out of the passage. The male citizens pushing the carts all showed expressions of regret and humiliation. In order to survive, they were offering their women to foreigners. Lying prone on the flatbed at the head was a spectacular bloated mass of flesh, with a few wisps of cloth hanging on its loose, pale skin, which had no concealing effect at all, and was emitting a glossy luster. In front of the mass of flesh was a small mass of flesh. This small was only a relative concept which looked like an advanced tumor, with fat surging on it, rising and falling, submerging the facial features without a trace, leaving only a mouth opening and closing. On top of the mass of flesh was a crown adorned with feathers and jade, showing its unique status. Behind this car, on each flatbed, there is a creature of similar shape lying prone. These creatures are extremely large, but their limbs have degenerated to the point where they are almost unrecognizable to the naked eye. They can be regarded as wonders in the history of evolution, alongside whales. The leading piece of meat said to Commander Yuhu, "On behalf of the people of Hamazul, I kiss the back of your feet." After saying this, it lowered its slender neck and was about to touch him with its thick lips. Commander Yuhoshi screamed in panic and took dozens of steps back. He had an instinctive aversion to fat reptiles, both physically and psychologically. This was a terrible signal to the Shang soldiers, who were about to collapse mentally. They followed their commander's example and hysterically threw everything in their hands at the nightmarish tumors, then turned around and ran away in fear, which eventually turned into a spectacular rout. When discussing this period of history in his book The Lost Indian Civilization, Konstantinovic quoted the words of a nutritionist. "Obesity is the biggest enemy of human health. The ocean is called Taiping, the waves are wide, and the flags and sails are rolled up 20,000 miles away. It is difficult to support the Shang dynasty alone, but Lianqing still has a beautiful country. Guatemala overcomes obstacles. Hawaii wins New River. The grass grows deep in the Lutai Spring. I look west and ask about Indian Mazuchong, the imperial censor and the governor of Shaanxi province, and the minister of justice of the Yuan dynasty once defined rout in on war as follows. Rout refers to a military unit that loses the organization sufficient to maintain its overall operational capabilities and breaks up into scattered individuals that pose no threat. It must be pointed out that this is a Western-centric way of speaking, headstrong and full of rude bluntness. Clausewitz himself was a Prussian soldier, not a propaganda worker, and he did not understand the subtle difference between facts and words, nor did he understand the impact of the word failure on the future of politicians who started the war. This kind of accident would not happen in the army of the Shang dynasty. Archaeologists have searched all the Inshu sites and every section of the Simuwu Ding and the 4 Sheepfangzuan, but have never found any bronze inscriptions that could be related to retreat. Then there are only 2 possibilities. One is the Mongolian style. The Mongolians, who were proficient in horse riding, believed that it was unthinkable for a person to fall off a horse, so there was no way to express falling off a horse in Mongolian. The same logic, because the Shang army had never suffered a defeat or retreat, there was no need to invent a special word for it. Another type is the Egyptian style. The armies of the Egyptian pharaohs often retreated under the attacks of the Assyrians, but the pharaohs themselves always revised the announcements, covering the sensitive word retreat with rosin and changing it to reverse free turn. The Egyptians proudly claimed that this was the earliest prototype of the skirmish line. The Shang dynasty may also have had its own vocabulary review department, which embellished all descriptive words about retreat in the form of poetry or cartoons, making it difficult for the uneducated people of the same period and the archaeologists of later generations to understand. No matter which conjecture is correct, it does not affect the actual situation of the Shang dynasty colonial army in the city of Hamazur. The initial chaos came from the soldiers who first saw Queen Hamazur under the pyramid. They were frightened by the queen's bloated body and ran out in fear, spitting out today's breakfast and yesterday's dinner. The soldiers outside saw their comrades rushing out shouting, and they had no idea what was going on, but fear and vomiting quickly infected them. From 1 to 10, from 10 to 2, the information and panic spread rapidly in the city of Hamazur like a snowball. In order to make their explanations for their gaffes more convincing, everyone appropriately exaggerated the information when spreading it. The soldiers under the pyramid shouted, "What a disgusting woman! I want to go out for some fresh air." By the time the news reached the gates of Hamazur, it had become the fat termite with fat flowing in it drove the queen with an evil heart to come. It even penetrated the atmosphere and digested every carbon-based organism that approached it with saliva and gastric juice. This case made public relations experts study it for a long time, and they made up the fable of Gudong based on it. Horror legends completely destroyed the Legion's command system. It was a standard Brownian motion. Every soldier and officer ran as fast as they could in the opposite direction until they hit a tree, a big rock, a wild boar, or another soldier. Then they changed direction and continued running, completely throwing themselves to the god of randomness. It was an extremely thorough carnival, and the crying and shouting even startled hundreds of South American butterflies, which flapped their wings and stirred up the airflow, pushing air molecules layer by layer like domino dice, triggering a tsunami thousands of kilometers away on the island of Crete, which almost destroyed the entire Western civilization. From a macroscopic perspective, the entire well-trained army of the Shang dynasty was instantly disintegrated, and fear turned them into the Italians during World War II, a large number of people, but basically useless. At least at this moment, the Shang dynasty army no longer existed, and they became ants in the city of Hamazur, a pot of chaotic soup mixed with human vomit and hysteria. The oscillations caused by chaos were so frequent that no one could predict what the final outcome would be, not even chaos scholars and economists. Some people with ulterior motives always like to compare this incident with the Dunkirk evacuation after 2985 and think that the latter is more difficult. They also ridicule the Yin Shang army for lacking firm will and courage in the face of difficulties. If history could be staggered, I believe that the Yin Shang soldiers would generously say to the British Expeditionary Force, "Let us switch. You go to Hamazul and leave the Germans to us." The chaos in the city soon alarmed the idle trebuchets outside the city. When they heard the loud shouts and chaotic footsteps, they immediately jumped up, spit out the grass in their mouths, pulled up their trousers, and ran to the trebuchets. "Where are we going to shoot?" one of the artillerymen asked the trebuchet commander. The trebuchet commander was not aware of the overall chaos, but he was well aware of his men's achievements in parabolas and trigonometric functions, so he thought for a moment, pointed to the pyramid in the distance and said, "Try to hit the biggest thing." So the artillerymen of the Shang dynasty carefully calculated the shooting parameters, adjusted the torque and elevation of the catapult, and then concentrated their firepower to throw the shells at the pyramid. Their poor mathematics greatly increased the shooting error, but fortunately the width of the pyramid made up for this defect. After several rounds of chaotic bombing, the Hamazur pyramid collapsed under the impact of dozens of stone bullets, and the last Hamazur people under the pyramid became a pile of ruins and slag. Her Majesty the Queen also turned into a pile of scattered meat paste, but her soul lingered in the hearts of every soldier of the Shang dynasty like a nightmare, and refused to dissipate for a long time. In the afternoon of the same day, the Yin Shang army withdrew from the city-state of Hamazur in a very undignified manner. The first battle of Hamazur ended with a great defeat of the attackers and the annihilation of the defenders. From that day on, Hamazur ceased to exist as a city-state, and the Yin Shang army never approached this terrible land again. Hamazur became the second city-state in history to be destroyed by a woman. The first was Chauga, and the third was Troy. Subsequent battles, whenever the soldiers of the Shang army saw the obese Mayans, they would immediately vomit and completely lose their fighting power. This was called Hamazur syndrome. Those with serious illnesses could not even touch meat, and they became the world's earliest vegetarians. This great retreat, which has not been recorded in any history books, lasted for about 3 hours until everyone was exhausted. Nearly 10,000 Yin merchants had been scattered over a land of nearly 10 kilometers in radius, and everyone's mental state was different. Some were still in shock, their hearts almost bursting their chests and in pain. Some had stomachaches due to vomiting too much. Some began to reflect on the root cause of this chaos, and their heads began to hurt. Some felt nothing at all, they ran too far and were eaten by jaguars. Commander Yuhoshi didn't take this matter to heart. It was truly embarrassing when someone you disliked knew about it, and the newly emerging Zhou dynasty was far away on the other side of the ocean. They would not send another fleet to Central America to laugh at the remnants of the Shang dynasty. He had more important things to do, and he couldn't wait to see Qi, who was rescued. In the chaos just now, Commander Yuhoshi was the first person to regain consciousness. His trick was to imagine the queen as a bunch of harmless carbohydrates and amino acids. This imagination temporarily suppressed the panic, and then he struggled through the maze like Hamazul City in the chaos with a bronze sword in hand, shouting Chi's name loudly and avoiding the white suspicious grease on the ground from time to time. After a difficult and arduous adventure, he finally miraculously found Chi in the Hamazur basketball court. She was staring at the scattered flower sticks on the bluestone floor, recalling the good times when she was the cheerleader of the Chauga football team. At that time, she was the dream lover of the entire Chauga. The bright afternoon sun shone through the cracks in the roof, and Chi, who had escaped from the sky, looked particularly beautiful. The fruits of Hamazur City nourished her to be more slender and graceful, and her skin was so delicate that it was about to drip with water. Even Helen and Cleopatra, compared with her, had to blame their noses for being too big. As soon as Chi saw Commander Yuhoshi, she rushed over and cried in his arms, venting the grievances of a woman who had survived a disaster. Although she had not suffered any physical abuse in Hamazul City, she was deeply traumatized mentally. The fragility of women was exposed in her. They could endure the fatigue of dozens of hours of non-stop shopping, but could not tolerate the question of "you are so ugly." This psychological illness has not been eradicated even thousands of years later. According to Chi herself, an ivory-shaped stone bullet smashed open the prison door, so she took the opportunity to escape. At that time, the city was in chaos and no one cared about her, so she kept moving along the widest road and finally came to the basketball court. The basketball court was very empty, and the audience and players had already fled. She was like an unsuccessful NBA bench player who quietly entered the court after the audience left, feeling unprecedented loneliness and sentimentality. Commander Yuhoshi stroked Chi's hair and comforted her with all the gentle words he could think of. The language of the Shang dynasty had developed to a very mature stage, but it was still unable to cope with such a crazy overdraft. 10 minutes later, Commander Yuhoshi's vocabulary was exhausted, and he had to start repeating his previous words. She was very disappointed. She said coquettishly that Commander Yuhoshi was not sincere enough. Otherwise, why would he repeat the same thing to perfunctory? With nowhere else to go, Commander Yuhoshi had to borrow Tsangjia's method to combine known pictographic characters in an ideographic way to create some new characters and vocabulary, which helped him last another 5 minutes. When the ideographic characters were exhausted, he tried to expand his vocabulary by using phonosemantic, indicative, loan, and transliteration methods. Finally, she looked up and said lovingly, "I know you really care about me. I'm so happy." Commander Yuhoshi was relieved. He had used up all the methods of creating characters. If Chi was still not satisfied, he could only phonetize the Oracle Bone script, which would be a disaster. The two lovers were rubbing their ears. An officer ran over and reported that the entire legion had regained its organization. In all directions of 30 or 60 degrees, the scattered soldiers followed the sound of the dinner gong and returned to the camp one after another. Their eyes were sluggish, their expressions were haggard, and their legs were sore because they had been shaking for too long. In fact, as long as the word obese was not mentioned, they were still good soldiers who were loyal to their duties, brave and resolute. After all, they still knew to go home. The wizards were busy using tortoise shells and animal entrails to comfort these frightened guys, trying to make them believe that it was all an illusion. The public relations experts were interested in recording the whole process, and they thought they could create a message bomb based on this principle. A public relations expert suggested naming this message bomb Fat Man, which resulted in a large-scale vomiting incident, and finally they had to change the name of the bomb to Little Boy. Commander Yuhoshi took Chi's hand and returned to the camp. What they both didn't expect was that Chi's return caused a huge sensation. On the one hand, it was because she was naturally beautiful, and on the other hand, it was because the negative impression of Queen Hamazul was so profound that any positive image would lead to an exponential increase in favorability. Groups of soldiers surrounded Chi on both sides, clapping their hands vigorously, cheering from time to time, and thousands of eyes focused on every part of Chi. This made the vain Chi very happy. She had just experienced mental humiliation and urgently needed personal worship to restore her confidence. The admiration of Commander Yuhoshi alone was far from enough to satisfy her requirements. Sociologists point out that the emergence of religions is rooted in the dissatisfaction of the lower classes with material and spiritual needs. An ordinary person's money is either thrown in front of the tax collector or thrown into the priest's donation box. After experiencing the blow of visual terrorism, these Shang dynasty soldiers who were far away from home finally devoted their love to the goddess in their hearts. The Qi religion was quietly born among the soldiers. The believers felt that after being stared at by Qi's clear eyes, they were cleansed from their genitals to their souls. It was very rapid. Within a few minutes from the time Qi entered the camp to the time he entered the temporary palace, 2/3 of the legionnaires were completely transformed into devout believers. They happily discussed Qi's body, scrambled to smell every molecule in the air that might contain Qi's body fragrance, and told each other about Qi's extraordinary status in their hearts. In a newly fabricated creation legend of the Qi religion, it is believed that the world was originally ruled by the evil Hamazul worm, and it was Qi who saved humanity and gave the surviving humans a false memory of the Shang dynasty. Commander Yu Hu was just a cleric of the Qi goddess on Earth. He accepted Qi's commission to manage the Shang dynasty army. When he was incompetent, he would be kicked out, just like all professional managers. Commander Yu Hoshi's authority was so ignored and despised by his subordinates. Public relations experts noticed this trend in time and saw it as a potential crisis. If Commander Yu Hoshi had a dispute with Qi in the future, which was almost inevitable, it might lead to a real religious war. Qi's religious identity would shake Commander Yu Hoshi's political authority, and her followers were very fanatical and would sooner or later demand more political power. So they advised Commander Yu Hoshi to try to break the holy status of Qi in the soldiers' minds. Commander Yu Hoshi thought about it carefully and then replied easily, "That is exactly what I will do tonight, tomorrow morning and tomorrow noon." A quick dinner, Commander Yu Hoshi couldn't wait to hug Qi and go into the makeshift palace, and began his attempt to persecute religion with a secular regime. That night, the two traumatized people made earth-shaking noises in the temporary bedroom. Politics pressed forward step by step, and religion was willing to give in. They were closely combined, but the forms of cooperation varied. Most of the time, politics was placed above religion, but it was not uncommon for religion to be above politics. On the surface, it seemed that politics separated the legs of religion and conquered religion again and again. But in fact, it was religion that gently entangled politics with its own softness, making it unable to stop. Politics went deep into religion and acted recklessly, thinking that it had completely mastered religion, but it did not know that religion had also taken the key to politics into its own hands, mouths, and mysterious places, and subtly made it bow down. The Yin and Shang cultural circle discovered the principles of physics very early and was the first to apply these principles to war. Meng Jiang, a famous working woman in ancient China, once successfully used the resonance effect to destroy the Great Wall of Qin, becoming the most famous physical experiment. Obviously, she should be considered their pioneer. Her panting was undecorated, natural, and very contagious. This frequency produced an extremely complex resonance with a specific organ of humans, especially male humans, and even the guards outside the door switched to holding their spears with their left hands. After an hour of this, the political tiger finally shook, pouring the revolutionary torrent into the religious body, and both sides reached the peak of the unity of politics and religion. The next morning, Commander Yu Hoshi looked at the charming Qi and couldn't help but climb on top of her and make love with her again, and received a warm response. This is understandable. Once the cooperation between politics and religion has tasted the sweetness, it is difficult not to try it a second time. When they recovered their strength, Commander Yu Hoshi held Qi's hand and conducted a brief inspection of the Shang army. The religious extremists did not take action against the guy who dared to blaspheme Qi's goddess. They were heartbroken because the moaning last night completely destroyed Qi's image as a holy goddess. But there were also elders in the Qi religion who pointed out that spiritual purity and carnal desire should be separated. Pure evil is Queen Hamazul, and pure good is Goddess Qi. The struggle between the two of them created the whole world. Only a small group of separatists were worried. They felt that Commander Yu Hu, as the leader of a legion, should keep himself clean and divorce Qi. Many years later, this trend of thought evolved into give God what is God's, and give Caesar what is Caesar's. No one thought of the mysterious connection between the birth of this famous saying and the life of a couple. Fortunately, these schools were in their infancy that morning, and they didn't even have time to convince themselves, so the review was completed smoothly. Then, the entire Shang army set out, leaving Hamazul without looking back, and returned to the initial landing site. None of them wanted to stay here for long. As the ruins of Hamazul continued to move away, the morale of the Shang army gradually improved, and the previous unhappiness slowly disappeared. The Battle of Hamazur has since been called the Forgotten Battle because no one is willing to admit that they still remember it and the terrible queen in it. Only in some ancient books of the Bazihism are some vague fragments preserved, and they contradict each other, so that most readers think it is just an absurd myth. This happened on November 11th, 205 BC. Half the respectable members of the Royal Society of Great Britain dissented from my invention of the calculus, and the other half were not sons of witches. G.W. Leibniz. After the Battle of Hamazur, the Shang army returned to the original landing site. Then they fell into a subtle state of fatigue. This kind of fatigue is caused on the one hand by the weakness after surviving the disaster, and on the other hand by the excessive comfort of the current life. The environment near the Nahim tribe is very suitable for the foreign colonial army to live in. There is a wide belt of sparse palm trees between the beach and the tropical rainforest. The lush canopy can block the harsh sunlight of the tropical daytime, and the space between the trees is enough for the Shang army to carry out various activities. There are berry bushes and low fruit trees in the woods, and there is also a freshwater river nearby. The river water is rich in minerals and refreshing. Even the most professional nutrition experts can't find any faults. Originally, due to the lack of processing methods, food had to be rationed, but since the Battle of Hamazul, many people have become vegetarians, eating only coconuts and fruits, so food has become less scarce. As for the enemy, except for the jaguars and wasps, they did not encounter any decent resistance. Since the Shang fleet landed, the entire legion has lost only a dozen people, and all of them were eaten by wild beasts in the dense forest, without causing any psychological damage. Therefore, the daily work of the Shang army was to send some people to collect food, while others took off their clothes and lay in the shade of palm trees to cool off. Occasionally, they would spontaneously organize a ball game or talk about Qi's beautiful figure. Some people were too lazy and fell into a vicious cycle of too sleepy to eat, too hungry to sleep. Under these conditions, routine patrols became a very difficult task, as they had to walk more than 10 kilometers under the scorching sun without rest. In order to avoid this task, the soldiers of the Shang dynasty invented a lottery method, which gave the decision-making power to nature in the fairest way. This selection method, called the coconut exile method, was that all participants in the lottery lay in a circle around a coconut tree, and whoever was hit by a coconut falling would be on duty. The advantage of this lottery method is that those who are not hit can legally not go on patrol. Those who are hit can apply for work-related injuries and leave. If they are unfortunately killed by the coconut, they will never have to patrol again. This selection method is widely popular for its absolute fairness. The only disadvantage is its lack of efficiency, because coconuts do not fall frequently, and even if they fall, they may not hit people. At this time, you need to choose a new coconut tree and wait again. This is an objective law. The fairness and efficiency of the election system are always inversely proportional. Fortunately, the Shang army has no shortage of time and nothing else to do. The same is true of the Baki people. She has finally become the most popular figure in the world. Her every move will immediately become the talk of the whole army. Her every smile and frown will be painted on leaves by countless admirers and circulated widely. Later, leaves were not enough to satisfy the enthusiasm of these Baki people, so they painted her face on the beach, and because of the tide, they had to paint it twice a day. When the beach was not enough to accommodate the ambitions of these Baki people, they chose the mountains and plains. This was a time-consuming task. The believers only had time to complete the first draft of the figure on the ridges and plains. Later, the Peruvians who did not know the truth saw these figures and liked them very much, but they did not understand the secret of proportional reduction. As a result, they copied them exactly on the Nazca Plain according to the original size, which made later Peruvian researchers very puzzled. Except for Qi, even public relations experts and wizards are satisfied with the current situation. Public relations theory and witchcraft are strictly speaking social sciences, and social science research requires a comfortable environment, generous funding, a lot of flashy seminars, and people around them respect researchers for no reason. These things cannot be achieved on the march. The only one who fell into depression and trouble was Commander Yuhoshi. Unlike his subordinates and lovers who were greedy for comfort, he had a long-term vision and a high perspective of civilization. As a general, he hoped to continuously expand new territories. As a remnant of the Shang dynasty, he hoped to establish a great country overseas that was no less than the regime of Chowga. As a person born in an agricultural civilization, he strongly hoped to have his own city. An army without a city can only be called a nomadic army. In the long run, it will lead to psychological collapse and loss, and eventually become a nomadic people, as we all know. In places like Central America, nomadic peoples have only one way to go. But facing these subordinates who have begun to degenerate, Commander Yuhoshi feels helpless. The authority established during the sea crossing is gradually being eroded by the comfortable life. The soldiers of the Shang army don't need to think too much to imagine that they can live well without a commander. There is no reason to suffer if they have good food and drink. In this case, the only solution is to throw them back into the harsh environment. But it is one thing to tame a wolf into a pet dog with bones and meat, and it is another to convince the pet dog to go back to the forest to catch prey by itself. The second law of thermodynamics tells us that every spontaneous physical or chemical process always develops in the direction of increasing moisture. So the world always tends to be chaotic, and organisms always tend to be lazy. This trend is irreversible, especially the latter. Commander Yuhoshi did not know this law. He was able to keenly understand the implications of this law with his intuition as a commander. However, knowing does not mean being able to change. The first person to realize that steam can push the lid of a pot was the Scotsman Watt, but it was not until the Englishman Stephenson that he invented the steam locomotive that could adapt to industrialization. This is one of the countless disputes between the Scots and the English. Just when Commander Yuhoshi was worried about this matter, something happened that had a profound impact on the Shang dynasty army. At noon on November 12, 205 BC, a total solar eclipse occurred in the sky. It was the hottest time of the day. The blazing sun shone over the woods in the camp, and the hot air made people feel extremely lazy. All the members of the Shang army were naked, lying under the palm leaves and dozing off, scratching between their legs from time to time. The beach in the distance was dazzlingly white, and the sound of the waves was like a lullaby. The whole camp was filled with a peaceful atmosphere. Only the macaws squatting on the trees occasionally made a few cicada chirps, which were taught by public relations experts to create an atmosphere similar to the Shang hometown and add some nostalgia. Suddenly, one of the soldiers felt that something was wrong with the weather. He was supposed to go out on patrol today, and as expected, he was hit on the head by a coconut. The wind blew and the coconut hit him a little off-center, so the doctor diagnosed him with a migraine and allowed him to rest at home. The symptom of a migraine is insomnia, so he was the first one in the entire Shang army to discover the anomaly. The first astronomical phenomenon was the darkening of the sky, which had been declining from the brightness at noon, as if the night god had covered it with a veil. The soldier was terrified, thinking that his migraine had caused other complications, such as night blindness. He hurriedly woke up his companion. The companion got up sleepily, complained, and looked around. When he found himself in darkness, he immediately shouted, "Why did you wake me up so late?" The first soldier pointed to the sky in grievance. In the sky, a huge black shadow was slowly eroding the sun, like a greedy customs official. This scene frightened these ancient humans who lacked astronomical knowledge. Is it Queen Hamazur's curse? The second soldier suddenly reacted. His limbs and vocal cords twitched, and he fell to the ground from the tree with a thump. He was one of the first soldiers to rush into the pyramid, and he was particularly injured. Soon, like dominoes, all the Shang soldiers were pushed awake by their companions and fell to the ground. Their first reaction was the same. Did Queen Hamazul eat the sun? The shadow that had just subsided fell again in the depths of their fragile hearts. Some brave and curious soldiers looked up at the sky, and their retinas were burned by strong ultraviolet rays within a minute. These tragedies made others more convinced that this was a curse from the evil queen. Even the parrots exchanged glances with each other in panic, thinking that their master had come up with something new. Some people tried to convince themselves that these were just short-term sleep hallucinations, but unfortunately they could deceive their brains, but not their biological clocks and stomachs. The soldiers who were in chaos remembered the creation legend of the Qi religion, so they ran to the gate of the temporary palace, crying and begging the goddess Qi to come out and save this crisis. The darker the sky, the louder their cries. When the sun was completely swallowed by the shadow, leaving only a circle of pale white light on the edge, the decibel of crying reached its peak, and finally woke up Commander Yuhoshi, who was taking a nap with Qi in his arms. He heard the noise outside, so he pushed away Qi's smooth and delicate body and stood up to see what was going on. When he noticed the abnormality of the sun through the reflection of the bronze sword hanging by the window, he blurted out, "Well done to those public relations experts. It is worth reviewing the basic principles of solar eclipses here." To ancient Norse mythology, solar eclipses are caused by two celestial dogs called Hati and Managarm. As hostile forces, they are determined to destroy the Vikings and try to annex the sun, which harms the interests of most Vikings and is a naked provocation. The Viking civilization has made a rule for this. When a solar eclipse occurs, all people need to express their strong indignation and serious concern by beating gongs and drums. Although this has no effect on the movement of celestial bodies, it at least shows that the Vikings are firmly opposed to this kind of solar eclipse hegemony. Modern biologists and astronomers have clearly pointed out the fallacy in this myth. The sun is a plasma ball with a mass of 198.91 trillion tons and a diameter of 1.392 million kilowatts. Any creature with intelligence, whether it is a celestial dog or not, will not eat such a hot thing. The reason why a solar eclipse occurs is that the shadow of the moon blocks the brilliance of the sun. In other words, this is a political event of a bad nature. Commander Yuhoshi was not aware of the natural principles of the solar eclipse. He always thought that these phenomena that violated natural common sense and did exist were the masterpieces of public relations experts. However, he was keenly aware of the political implications. He immediately woke up Qi, who was sleeping soundly, and asked her to comfort the soldiers who were as frightened as guinea pigs. She gladly accepted the mission. She was happy with the solar eclipse because it meant less sunlight, which meant less skin damage. Since she landed, her biggest annoyance was that her skin was getting darker under the sunlight, and even applying fresh papaya juice and honey could not stop it. Now there was a warrior who ate the sun, and she was very happy. Seeing Qi off, Commander Yuhoshi immediately summoned the chief wizard Ding Gao and the chief public relations expert Iko Guan. Ding Gao is in his 50s, a skeptical anarchist who also has a beard, which is incredible for a clergyman who is responsible for communicating with the gods. His favorite saying is, "Heaven has Tao, Tao is dice." This makes his colleagues who do not have common sense of quantum physics feel that he is unfathomable and awe-inspiring. Ding Gao's response to the almost worshipful attitude of the people around him is only 6 words. Really? I doubt it. Yakugwan's attitude towards life is just the opposite. He does not doubt anything because he can easily use public relations theory to prove any point with any evidence. This skill requires not only talent but also bloodline. Yakugwan's bloodline can be traced back to Yi, the first generation of public relations expert in the Shang dynasty. He also inherited his ancestors' wisdom in public relations and played an irreplaceable role in the Shang dynasty army. The two of them were the right-hand men of Commander Yuhoshi, and both remained calm in this incident. Ding Gao often observed celestial phenomena due to his profession, and a solar eclipse of this magnitude was not enough to shake his confidence in Shang dynasty astronomy, not to mention that he doubted whether such a thing was real or just part of a collective hallucination. Public relations experts were only interested in human groups, and how the sun behaved had nothing to do with their profession. So the 3 men stared at each other in the room at noon, in silence. Commander Yuhoshi put on his armor, drew his bronze sword and pointed it in a direction outside, his eyes sparkling, and he said with great pride, "There is no doubt that this strange phenomenon shows that we need to migrate immediately." He set the tone for the meeting right from the start. Ding Gao and Iko Guan looked at each other, and Iko Guan was the first to ask, "You mean you need a reasonable explanation for this lunar eclipse?" "An explanation I want," Commander Yuhoshi replied, and his frankness made Yakugwan uncomfortable. Frankness is the enemy of public relations. At this time, Ding Gao said slowly, "Existence is to be perceived. You haven't perceived an explanation yet. Maybe it doesn't exist, but I doubt it. Yukugwin interrupted him bluntly. You are wrong. Existence is to be perceived by the official. Without official recognition, you can't do anything. Commander Yuhoshi immediately nipped the bud of this philosophical debate, as he knew it would go on endlessly. Anyway, I hope to get this matter decided before the Tengu spits out the sun. As you wish. Yukugwin and Dingao lowered their heads, and the latter muttered softly, but who knows what kind of dice the sky will throw. At the same time, he hid the 2 burnt turtle shells into his sleeves. The next step is easy. Dingao first led his wizards to hold a grand prayer event in the central square of the camp. She also appeared at the venue as a special guest, which invisibly increased the persuasiveness. At this time, the sky was still dim, and they had to collect a lot of grass sticks coated with animal oil to light. The pious but timid soldiers of the Shang dynasty gathered around the square, waiting for the official announcement. Some of them believed that the high-level officials could not stop Queen Hamazel's curse. Some others believed that the officials at least had the ability to conceal the truth, and they could at least pretend not to know. Some government conspiracy theorists even believed that the solar eclipse was caused by the officials. Dingao burned a tortoise shell in public and handed it to Qi, who held the tortoise shell and walked around the square, making sure that every soldier could see the cracks in the tortoise shell clearly, while also making sure that they could not understand it. Dingao then read out the will of God in a very difficult ancient language, a language that faithfully reflects the uncertainty principle of quantum mechanics. As long as you can hear the pronunciation clearly, you cannot understand the meaning. As long as you think you can understand the meaning, you definitely cannot hear the pronunciation clearly. The wizard's job is simply to convey God's meaning, while interpretation is the domain of public relations experts. Next, Yukugwin appeared. He was wearing a plain robe, a 3-beam official hat brought from the Shang dynasty, and a parrot squatting on his shoulder. He showed the audience a technocratic smile, then raised his hands and declared, "This solar eclipse is obviously a warning from God. God said there will be a catastrophe here. Queen Hamazer has swallowed the sun, and she will eat the moon and all the stars next. When the last star is eaten, the sky will fall down with a boom as if all the screws have been unscrewed, smashing everyone into a 2-dimensional plane." The Shang soldiers were in an uproar. They looked suspiciously at Eco-Pass and then at the still dim sun. During this time, several people were blinded by ultraviolet rays. The public relations experts immediately encouraged all the parrots to start singing. Some imitated wild animals, some imitated human voices and wheels, and some imitated angels. Anyway, no one knew how angels should sing. The atmosphere in the camp was lifted, and the Shang soldiers were completely frightened by this commotion. Yukugwin said at the right time that migration was the safest option, because the sky was sewn together piece by piece, and if one piece of the sky fell, there would be many other pieces. The inspiration and scientific worldview he showed in his speech convinced everyone in the audience. Commander Yuhoshi appeared last, holding Qi's hand, dressed neatly, standing tall on the shaft of the cart, like a god of war. Behind him, the palace had been burned down, and the blazing flames showed his firm determination. Holding a bronze sword, he gave a concise speech to his 10,000 men, and solemnly showed a panda skin, saying that it was a Central American creature that was crushed to death when the sky collapsed last time. So we have to move, get out of here. Life is movement. Commander Yuhoshi was drawing his conclusion. The solar eclipse had just ended. The moon left the sun's sight in disgrace, allowing the ruler of the solar system to once again reign over this tiny land that could only be considered a top quark. The return of the sun finally convinced everyone. The distant and grand movement of celestial bodies made them feel the mysterious laws of the universe. Even the most timid and lazy soldiers of the Shang dynasty consciously went back to pack their bags and prepare to set off. The sky will fall sooner or later, so it is better to avoid it and follow Commander Yuhoshi. At least when something goes wrong, they can put the blame on their superiors. So, on the night of November 12, 205 BC in the Republican calendar, the long silent Shang dynasty army started up again, and this mighty army headed south. The march lasted about a month, and then they discovered a Mayan city-state hidden deep in the valley, the city of Nuan. So the wheel of destiny of the Mayan civilization began to turn again after being lubricated by a lubricant called solar eclipse. Knowing this and knowing the enemy, you can fight 100 battles without defeat. The Art of War, English version, the Inshang Army discovering Nuan City was as follows. Commander Yuhoshi wrote a poem during the march. The specific content of the poem is no longer available, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, the true meaning of most poems is also unknown when they were slowly advancing in a low-lying basin. It happened to be a heavy rain. Tons of rain fell from the sky, making the entire road muddy. The entire army was forced to stop advancing, and everyone huddled in the jungle to avoid the rain or take a bath. Board Commander Yuhoshi accidentally caught a fat cabbage caterpillar, so he placed it on a large beech leaf with great interest and used his fingers to adjust the direction in which the cabbage caterpillar gnawed the leaf. The leaf was slowly gnawed by the insects to form several rows of wormholes of different shapes, which formed a poem in a broad sense. The cabbage worm moved very slowly, but Commander Yuhoshi had plenty of time. When the heavy rain finally stopped, the poem was finally finished. Then Commander Yuhoshi pulled his legs out of the water with difficulty and handed the leaf to Chikin, who was sitting on the tree. She only took one look at it, then threw the leaf aside with contempt, saying, "I admit that its form is unique, but the connotation of poetry is more important. But yesterday you said that the formal beauty of poetry is the most important." Commander Yuhoshi retorted, somewhat annoyed. Being too rigid about these definitions is the fundamental reason why you cannot be a poet, my commander. When she talks about poetry, he is as sharp, cruel, and elusive as a true critic. The insulted Commander Yuhu tore the leaves into pieces, threw the innocent cabbage worm on the ground, and crushed it into a turbid green sauce with his bronze sword. At this time, the messenger came running and said that the heavy rain had stopped and the army could continue its journey. Commander Yuhu shouted, "Go away, don't disturb me." He continued to concentrate on looking for another cabbage worm on the tree, vowing to write another poem to save his face. So the entire Shang army was forced to stop its march. For the first time in history, military action was stopped by humanities and art. At this time, the heavy rain that had just stopped began to pour down again, like an unwelcome guest who always visited at inappropriate times. Commander Yuhoshi was immersed in finding inspiration for poetry and was unaware of the changes in the nature outside. The rest of the army had to stay quietly under the tree, playing guessing games or chatting. The rain accumulated more and more, gradually covering their knees and waists, but the cabbage worms had no spirit of dedication to art and were nowhere to be seen. The soldiers who had not yet received the order to march had to climb up the trees and use this rare rest time to do personal cleaning work. They squatted on the hard tree trunks with their legs, caught fleas on each other's bodies, and put them in their mouths. The hygiene regulations of the Shang dynasty stated that fleas were too dirty to be pinched directly by hand, and the more hygienic way was to chew them to death in the mouth. This scene later became a classic example of visual deception. When researchers showed this scene to test subjects, 10% of them thought it was a soldier hiding in a tree, while 90% thought it was a group of monkeys wearing bronze armor. Several big dawn also swam along the water. Seeing these strangely dressed guys, they planned to eat one or two strangers to fill their stomachs. Unfortunately, they underestimated the danger of bored humans. Some extremely bored Shang soldiers were playing a game called Guess Who's the Most Unlucky. Participants dived to the ground to pick up stones, then climbed back up the tree and threw the stones high into the sky. No one was allowed to move. Whoever was hit by the falling stone would win. Big guys won. Commander Yuhoshi finally dug out a caterpillar from a wormhole at the top of the tree after much trouble. He was overjoyed and put the caterpillar on his finger to play with it, hoping that it could automatically chew out a beautiful poem. At the same time, everyone in the Shang army heard a low rumbling sound coming from afar. The rumble came from far away, and the vibration frequency resonated strangely with the fear nerves of humans. The soldiers of the Shang army subconsciously held onto their trees. Some people thought that the sound might come from the landing camp, which was flattened by the falling sky. But they soon realized their mistake. What appeared in the distance was not the face of Queen Hamazul, but a flood that covered the sky and earth. The flood formed a long white line, rushing in with neat steps, like a super army group formed by 2/3 hydrogen atoms and 1/3 hydrogen atoms. This was a violent invasion, a flood that even Poseidon, Ao Guang, and Egil did not dare to publicly declare their responsibility. In an instant, the entire Shang army was swallowed up by the flood. The trees they lived on could not withstand such a strong pressure, with countless cracks and cracks of breaking. These big trees were cut off in the middle and turned into clumps of branches and driftwood, swept up and down by the waves. Whether it was soldiers, wizards, public relations experts, Chi or Yuhoshi commanders, they had to hold on to this temporary floating boat with both hands. The desire to survive at this time surpassed all the needs for power, literature and art, and emotions. These big trees became the only support for the Inshang army when it was facing a disaster, and the Inshang army also turned back into a true Inshang fleet at this time. If Commander Yuhoshi had not stopped the army from advancing due to his artistic pursuit, they would have been engulfed by the flood on the way. If Commander Yuhoshi had not spent enough time looking for cabbage worms, they would have been engulfed by the flood because they had not climbed up the tree. It can be said that the sudden awakening of the artist's soul in Commander Yuhoshi saved the entire Shang army. After the initial confusion and panic, most of the soldiers of the Shang army soon awakened their sailor spirits forged during their long journey across the Pacific Ocean. These floating trees were natural pontoons, showing amazing balance in the stormy waves, and the branches extending in all directions provided a perfect shelter for the guys lying on them. Commander Yuhoshi, the soldiers formed hundreds of simple arcs with tree trunks as units and gradually connected them with each other along the water flow, tied them up with vines to form a larger and more stable arc. During this period, they also enthusiastically fished out most of the wizards and public relations experts, including Ding Gao and Yakugwen, and wrapped these poor guys with leaves to prevent them from catching a cold. You know, colds are the most stubborn enemy of the enemy, and no matter God, modern medicine, or public relations theory, these hateful diseases can be completely eradicated. Eventually, the surviving Shang fleet formed a dozen super large rafts, and people began to exchange what they had. Compared with Noah's Ark, the Shang Ark was not good enough in terms of biological diversity, but it was ahead in taxonomy. Noah's Ark mainly divided animals into two categories, clean and unclean, while the Shang Ark divided the animals that were lucky enough to climb onto the raft into three categories, edible, also edible, and edible later. Commander Yuhoshi regained his enthusiasm for sailing. He excitedly jumped from one raft to another and inspected his temporary territory over and over again, like an excited child. The poet had disappeared from him, and now it was time for the military commander to wake up. She accompanied him at first, but later she was too tired. She complained as she returned to the driest raft. Fu Rong was also here. Since the defeat of Hamazer, her status in the Shang army has been virtually improved. After all, compared with the Queen of Hamazer, Fu Rong is already slim and handsome, and she has also won the favor of the soldiers to some extent. Chi didn't like Fu Rong, but she was the only woman in Chi who could speak. As long as she was on guard, she was a good listening machine. Fu Rong would convey her words word for word to everyone in the Legion, and her efficiency was so high that even the programmable switches invented thousands of years later would be ashamed of themselves. The flood lasted for a whole day and finally slowly receded. The rafts of the Shang fleet moved slower and slower, and finally the bottom of the rafts made a dull friction sound and stopped. The surrounding land reappeared, leaving behind a large amount of mud, river shrimps, river crabs, jungle creatures, and human excrement. The last thing was a byproduct of the sudden flood. Commander Yuhoshi counted the number of people and found that the losses were surprisingly small. Only more than 20 people were washed away by the flood and disappeared. This was a miracle for a legion of 10,000 people. The only pity was that all the baggage they brought from Shandong was lost, including Commander Yuhoshi's favorite two-horse wooden wheel chariot and Chi's collection of jewelry. Commander Yuhoshi sent Ding Gao and Yakugwen to comfort the soldiers, who had not yet recovered from the excitement of surviving the disaster and needed some necessary psychological counseling. He himself took several exhausted followers to survey the nearby terrain to see if there was a suitable place to camp, as they urgently needed to rest. They were in a long and narrow valley, with mountains on both sides more than 1,000 meters above sea level. After the flood rushed into the basin, it obviously drained along this valley. So there was a natural impact riverbed in this valley, with almost no vegetation on both sides of the riverbed, and bare sand and animal and plant debris everywhere. At the end of the valley is a breathtaking woodpile mountain, stretching nearly 1 kilometer on both sides, with the highest point reaching more than 90 meters, forming a huge trapezoidal dam that firmly blocks the end of the valley. Various tree trunks are intertwined in a completely random manner, most of which have begun to rot, and the peeling bark has turned yellow and black, emitting a rotten smell. From a distance, it looks like God's leftover Lego blocks. Local Mayan folk song once expressed their admiration for this miracle. Even the best beavers can't build such a magnificent wooden dam. Commander Yuhoshi speculated that the floods over the years may have piled up the things here, and they piled up layer by layer, making it gradually become what it is today. If the Shang army hadn't tied those trees into rafts, they would have been washed here and joined their ancestors. It was on this mountain that Commander Yuhoshi discovered the city-state of Nuwon. He tried to climb to the top of the mountain, and if possible, he also hoped to name the mountain, such as Jisin or Dunmu. In short, the name must be pleasant, suitable for publicity, and easy to remember, so that the Yin and Shang civilization can take root and flourish here. Facts have proved that good publicity is closely related to the success or failure of a civilization. In this world, the best people in this field are the Austrians. They have successfully made people all over the world think that Hitler is a German and Beethoven is an Austrian. When Commander Yuhoshi was halfway up, he saw several faces flashing on the top of the mountain, and there was some noise. He immediately gathered his followers together, prepared weapons, and sneaked over. When these Yin merchants climbed to the top of the mountain and looked inside through the dense spider web like wooden stakes, Commander Yuhoshi realized. On top of this wood-pile mountain, there is actually a Mayan city-state. Pyramid, the indisputable symbol of the Mayan city-state, stands in a sunken basin on the top of the mountain. The shape of this pyramid is the same as that of Hamazul, but the only difference is that there is a strange stone on the top of the pyramid. The stone is golden and has an uneven surface. The texture is like a natural ore, which is extremely dazzling. This is an incredible discovery. You know, the Mayans in Hamazul only knew how to use natural materials such as wood, bamboo, stone, and jade. But the Mayans here actually knew how to smelt, and their technology has surpassed nearly 2 geological ages. With the pyramid as the center, there are many wooden buildings similar to residential houses scattered around. The shapes of these buildings are chaotic, and many of them adopt a fateful architectural style. The shape of the building is what the rotten wood piles look like. This shows that the Mayans here are careless, or they lack an urban planning team. Commander Yuhoshi noticed that the biggest feature of these houses was that every household had a tall earthen chimney, with black smoke floating all the time, firelight in the house, and the sound of iron forging from time to time. All signs showed that this Mayan city-state was smart enough to master the smelting technology, but they were not smart enough to understand the harm of forging iron in a wooden house. Another interesting point is that the city-state here is clearly divided into 2 major areas, the north and the south. The architectural concepts of the 2 areas are completely different. The southern area focuses on practicality, so it is difficult to distinguish which is the chimney and which is the house. Both are dark and narrow wooden tubes that can be interchanged when necessary, while the northern area tends to be harmonious with the surrounding environment. Every house is eccentric, and the appearance is ups and downs with the ridges of mountains and hills, with a spirit of disregarding all architectural norms in the world. They have in common is that they are both terribly stupid. In the heart of both areas, Commander Yuhoshi was proud but not stupid. He knew that although the Shang army's human resources had not been depleted, they had lost all siege weapons, including the catapults. Under the current circumstances, it would be an extremely unwise decision to rashly attack this city-state. Faced with this dilemma, Commander Yuhoshi reluctantly began to seriously consider another possibility. That is, negotiation. Negotiate with the Mayans. Sire Chueshu, Haho Winbaying, Sri Xing, Onginade Chinese subtitles for the Sanskrit version of 9 Yin Manual. The city-state of Nuwon has always been proud of 3 things: the pyramids, the sacred golden stone, and metal smelting. The pyramids of the city-state of Nuwon are very tall, thanks to the weak labor unions in this area. And they do have the most advanced metal smelting technology among the Mayan city-states. The only mystery lies in the golden sacred stone. The earliest record of the golden sacred stone of Nuan City can be found in an ancient Mayan stele, which records, in addition to the pyramids, the most proud thing about our superior city-state of Nuan is our metal smelting technology. According to the ancestors of Nuan, the city-state of Nuan has been deeply planted with respect and understanding of the laws of nature since its founding, and has faithfully passed down the technology of making tools to this day, so that the reputation of the technology has not been lost, and every place in Central America has firmly linked Nuan with wisdom. The people of Nuan are united and pious. We reverently put our hands on the golden sacred stone and swear, the people of Nuan will always maintain a moderate respect for strength and wisdom. Above record comes from the Afonso stele, numbered FCK 13, which is collected by the British Museum. This stele is the work of Portuguese explorer Alonso Afonso. Out of his admiration for the Queen of England and his love for natural science, Alfonso traveled thousands of miles from the American colonies back to Europe. Since steamships had not yet been invented, Alfonso had to use the ocean currents to drift to Timbuktu in Africa, where he collected enough black jerks to serve as oarsmen, and then luckily returned to London. According to scholars, the Alfonso stele represents the official statement of the city of Nueva. The Maya's official statement is no different from the official statement of modern civilized countries. They will deliberately filter out all negative statements and mobilize all rhetorical possibilities to express anything positively. Of course, the technical capabilities of the city-state of Nuan are beyond doubt. Judging from the excavation records of a series of Nuan ruins, the city-state of Nuan had at least mastered the advanced technology of bronze alloy. At that time, the Gauls and Aryans did not even know that sulfuric acid could burn their hands. The late famous chemist Lavoisier once said, "Metal smelting is an art. The laws of elements are as fickle as artists who have taken drugs. You throw in two things, but you get a third thing. Sometimes you get nothing because it explodes." This comment hits the nail on the head for the Maya of the city-state of Nuan. They are excellent chemists even though they don't know the periodic table, just as they are good at creating chaos even though they haven't been president of the United States. The character of the Nuan people is very dramatic. There was once a Maya proverb that said, "Half of the Nuan people never stop to think, and the other half never think about stopping." When they hold one philosophy and others hold another, the Nuan people's sledgehammer is not just for smashing iron. In this stele, the golden sacred stone was first mentioned, but no one knew what it was. Countless conjectures and theories were proposed, ranging from Mammonchosaurus teeth and dinosaur egg fossils from the Cretaceous period to the crystal ball used by Martians for divination, but none of them was even slightly close to the truth. 160 years after Alfonso returned to England, another daring explorer and philosopher, Bolton Spencer, personally went deep into the ruins of the city of Nuan and used his genius mind and countless collected stones and coconut shells to piece together another version of Alfonso's stele. This version is dozens of times longer than the original text, and Spencer claimed that it was obviously the original unabridged version of Alfonso's stele, which detailed the specific origins of the golden sacred stone. Given the bad reputation of Mayan in the academic world for being untranslatable, when Spencer took out the Latin translation, no one dared to question it, and no one was willing to believe it. Spencer traveled all over Europe's universities, but all he got were ambiguous responses. Only Oxford University and Cambridge University gave him two identical and clear replies. "Sorry, we don't have time. We are busy preparing to deal with those Oxford, Cambridge, guys who don't know how to row a boat." Spencer died in poverty. After his death, the manuscript was sealed in the library of the University of Copenhagen. 16 years later, a young man named Fermat accidentally discovered the manuscript while looking for a Danish translation of Jean Ping May. After careful reading, he happily wrote on the blank space of the paper, "I have found a perfect way to interpret it, but it is too narrow here for me to write." Another theory is that Fermat actually wrote two paragraphs on the 2 pages before and after. The first paragraph is "It is too narrow below," and the second paragraph is "I can't write." Fermat died suddenly on the afternoon he wrote this handwriting. He was killed by the Copenhagen librarian, who accused him of tampering with valuable books. But the academic world finally learned about this before the library erased the handwriting. The contents of the manuscript were published under the name of Fermat's conjecture. When the translation was officially published, the publisher carefully wrote a disclaimer in Esperanto on the title page. This article has not been officially confirmed. The publisher is not responsible for the risk of burning, flogging, beheading, or castration that may be incurred by the reader. The translation of this manuscript is as follows. A long, long time ago, an incident happened in a Mayan city-state called Nuvin. It cannot be called a story. It is just a political event. One morning, a huge meteorite with a golden luster fell from the sky and landed in the center of Nuvin, destroying a building and 3 Mayans who were taking an early walk. This meteorite shocked all the Nuwan people. You know, it is rare for nature to produce such a huge and pure iron meteorite. This meteorite is called the golden meteorite because of its rugged surface shining with dazzling golden light. It is considered the most advanced material in Mayan culture and symbolizes the end of technology. Being able to cast tools with this meteorite can easily win the envy and admiration of the entire Mayan nation. The first to react were the elders of the Ahong tribe, which was the largest tribe in the Nuwan city-state. The elders of the Ahong tribe first declared that the Ahong tribe had the most advanced water-cooling forging technology, and the golden meteorite should be handed over to their blacksmiths. This claim was immediately strongly protested by their opponents, the Gij tribe. The elders of the Gij tribe pointed out contemptuously that the Ahong people were still at the technological level of using their fingers to test the temperature of the flame and then determining the temperature of the furnace by the decibel number of screams. It would be better to wait for the Hamazul people to decide to lose weight than to expect such an uncivilized tribe to cast golden meteorites. The Gij tribe immediately issued an official statement, righteously saying that the golden meteorite was closely related to the hot forging method passed down by the Gij tribe, and that the hot forging method was the only orthodox forging method passed down by the god of fire. The statement ended with, "A small group of tribes has only one shortcoming, that is, they don't know that they know nothing." This statement instantly led to a confrontation between the two tribes. The elders of the Ahong tribe danced to the beat of drums and said that the only similarity between the Gij tribe and the golden meteorite was their rock brains. The Gij tribe retorted that the Ahong tribe was the heretic who had abandoned the only true god, the stone fire, and instead adopted the reactionary heresy of water cooling. Under the slogans of water cooling instead of hot forging, abandoning the true god is self-destruction, protect the iron-armored labor meteorite, the Mayans from the two tribes poured into the streets, occupied the barricades, and threw stones, hammers, children, and leaflets at each other. The Mayans not only invented the printing technology, but also developed their own unique public relations theory. These leaflets were covered with dirty words and poison. People who picked up the leaflets usually died of festering before they could fully understand the words on the leaflets. For a long time, this incident has been regarded by the Mayan civilization as a typical example of dirty words are harmful to health. The conflict gradually escalated from a technical conflict to a political struggle and finally entered the physical field. Some fanatical Ahom young men attacked a blacksmith shop of the Gij tribe, burned all the coal and charcoal, destroyed all the blacksmithing tools, raped all the women in the blacksmith's family, and ate all the fruits in the shop. The last point aroused the anger of the entire Gij tribe. They caught the perpetrators and stuffed them into a water wheel to cut them into slices with an average thickness of only half a finger. These slices were posted on the wall, and whenever outsiders came to visit, the Gij people lied to them that this was a new photographic technology. The murder case was brought to court in the city-state of Nuwan, and the defense attorney sent by the Gij tribe asserted, "I believe that the victim of this dismemberment case committed suicide." This triggered several fights, resulting in the deaths of more than a dozen Mayans. Unwilling to admit defeat, quickly formulated a counterattack strategy. With their advanced smelting technology, they cast a cannon and chose the captured Gij people as their shells. The performance of this cannon was not stable enough. 4 out of 10 shots would explode due to insufficient metal strength, while the other 6 shots could blow the unfortunate Gij people away by dozens of meters. This depended on the amount of gunpowder and the fatness of the Gij people. Fat Gij people would explode more loudly, and their fat would splatter everywhere like rotten tomatoes. But they would consume a lot of gunpowder. thin Gij people were just the opposite. As the dispute escalated, the number of victims increased, and the number of nominal victims increased exponentially. According to the official battle results of the two tribes, in just 3 days, more than 100,000 people in the city-state of Nuwen, which had more than 30,000 Mayans, had died in the conflict. In other words, on average, every Gij in Ahong was killed more than 4 times by the other side. Finally, the chaos alarmed the priests of the two tribes and King Vala, the supreme ruler of the city-state of Nuwen. King Vala summoned the two priests into the pyramid and said worriedly, "I think we must come up with a fair way to end this dispute. Otherwise, the first thing to collapse is the order and morality of Nuwen. Please decide for yourself who should have the right to cast this golden meteorite." The two priests answered respectfully, making obscene, threatening gestures to each other. Vala pondered for a while. He was a wise and insightful man, so he said to the two priests, "You might as well split the golden meteorite into 2 parts, and each of you should call on the best craftsmen in your tribe to forge the most perfect tools you think, and then offer them to the god of fire to see which sacrifice he likes." The two priests were dissatisfied with this conservative plan and asked King Vala to adopt a more exciting approach. "Then please both of you stand at the bottom of the mountain, and we will reenact the falling meteorite on the top of the mountain to see who it will favor." King Vala ate a grape and said lightly. The two priests immediately loudly rebuked each other for being disrespectful and said that they had agreed with every decision of the wise King Vala from the beginning. After they finished speaking, they hurriedly bent over and left the king's pyramid, pretending not to have heard the king's proposal. The two tribes were still fighting fiercely in the city. The two priests stopped their men and told everyone the king's decision. They pointed 10 fingers to the sky and encouraged the tribesmen, saying, "Each finger represents our 10% chance of winning. This is a sure sign from God. As long as the people above are active, but not too active, efficiency will be high." When the sun rose the next morning, the Ahong and Gij tribes had announced their casting plans. The Ahom's plan was to forge a broadsword, a long sword so sharp that it could cut through the moon and coconut trees with one swing. The Gij tribe deliberately delayed announcing their own idea. They planned to forge a crown. The Ahom people laughed and said, "This crown is perfect for the Gij people to shrink themselves into like turtles." The Gij people also fought back that the only thing that the poor sword could cut was the Ahom people's buttocks. The two sides almost got into conflict again, but fortunately the king appeared and allowed them to enter the actual operation stage as soon as possible. However, an unexpected problem arose. No tribe could cut the meteorite in half, it was too hard. While they continued to mock their enemies' incompetence in public, they privately convened a meeting of elders to discuss what to do. The Mayans used almost all their technical and non-technical methods, including fire, water pressure, thermal expansion and contraction, gunpowder blasting, throwing tantrums, and praying to the gods, but the black golden meteorite remained motionless and unscathed. Day by day, the development of science and technology could not keep up with the speed of the Maya people's patience. Gradually, everyone lost interest in it and stopped working. Even the most fanatical tribesmen could no longer say, "Our tribe was chosen by God to forge this meteorite." The Ahong and Gij tribes reconciled, and they found that it was not worth the effort to quarrel over a valuable object that could not be obtained. Both sides realized that continuing to attack each other would only make people outside the Nuwen city-state watch the fun. So the priests of the two tribes signed a simple memorandum to stop all hostilities, and then issued a notice to their respective people. "God of fire, we have received divine revelation. God said that this piece of golden meteorite is a sacred object and cannot be melted by the raging fire of the mortal world. We can only guard it silently to preserve the glory of our tribe." This explanation pleased everyone, and the two priests then solemnly selected an auspicious day for divination. After killing 12 foreigners as sacrifices, Quetzalcoatl finally told the truth through the priests. This sacred stone was specially sent down by the gods to reward the diligent and studious new men, and it represented the highest fashion. Through this small public relations trick, the public opinion of the Mayan civilization in Nuwen and the surrounding areas successfully shifted the focus from smelting the golden stone to the glorious sacred stone of Nuwen, and the initial dispute was forgotten. There were ignorant Mayans who occasionally mentioned that period of history, and were sentenced to death and were smashed to death in front of the golden sacred stone. The crime was you were hated by the gods. Later, no matter how the wind and rain blew, how the mountains and rivers changed, or how the Mayans grew old, got sick, and died, this huge meteorite stood quietly in its original place, watching the passage of time coldly. I don't know when it became a routine, and there were always tourists from outside or Mayans returning to the city walking up to it, stroking its rugged surface, shaking their heads and sighing. The translation ends here. As for why the Numen sighed over the holy stone and the final whereabouts of the golden holy stone, there is no mention. On that tragic afternoon, the vicious librarian of the University of Copenhagen brutally knocked Fermat unconscious, tied him to the bronze statue of Andersen, and covered his body with Danish letters in red ink. The librarian took 100 quill pins and threw them at Fermat while drinking beer with his friends. Some pins pierced, and some pierced. This unfortunate young man died quickly under the Scandinavian vowels. After Fermat died, the library posted a photo of his body on the wall next to the library regulations, which can still be seen today. Unfortunately, no one can know the authenticity of Spencer's translation from then on, nor can they know that Jian Shangshi was actually closely related to a mysterious Far Eastern legion. Commander Yuhoshi did not care much about the evaluation of future generations. What he paid most attention to was practical interests, such as how to incorporate the pyramids of the Nuwen city-state into the Yin Shang army without using violence as much as possible. When the tongue can't solve the problem, use your teeth. The Art of War by Sun Tzu as a form of communication among human civilizations, negotiation has developed many unique modes of operation in response to different situations in different places during its long history of development. Some civilizations regard negotiation as a substitute for force, such as the British and French in the early days of World War II. Some civilizations regard negotiation as an extension of force, such as the Germans in the middle of World War II. And some civilizations simply believe that negotiation is force, such as the Japanese throughout World War II. So far, the only civilization that truly treats negotiation as negotiation itself is the indigenous tribes in western Papua New Guinea in the 13th century. They think negotiation has many advantages. It saves time and effort, and the organs of negotiators except tongue are delicious. Commander Yuhoshi was familiar with was developed by the Shang dynasty in dealing with northern ethnic groups and internal strife over a long period of time, and it has strong characteristics of agricultural civilization. The essence of this negotiation method is just 4 words written in oracle bone script. It is 4 words that is, all is fair in war. Iin, the most outstanding public relations expert in the Shang dynasty, also specially summarized the 3 principles of negotiation for negotiators. 1. Don't let the other person guess what you are thinking. 2. Don't let others guess what you are thinking. 3. Try not to let yourself guess what you are thinking. 5. These so-called 3 principles of negotiation actually have a 4th one, but it is marked as 5th. Yin Shang negotiation is concentrated in the above 3/5 principles, among which the last one is the most important, and it is a typical example of elusiveness. In fact, the negotiation process and skills are not important. Yin Shang people advocate result theory. Negotiators do not need to make any progress at the negotiation table. They just need to delay the negotiation until the Yin Shang army arrives at the scene. You have to know that the Shang civilization was surrounded by unfriendly neighbors. Before the arrival of the army, they would not accept any conditions. After the arrival of the army, they would accept any conditions. Commander Yuhoshi finished spying on the Nuwen city-state. He quietly returned to the temporary camp. He called Furong, who was busy spreading Chi's private message throughout the Legion, and selected Yakugwan and several public relations experts to briefly introduce the situation of the Nuwen city-state, and then said, "Our goal is to get them to allow us to enter the city-state to rest, obtain fire, food and herbs, and preferably some weapons. Of course, this depends on their friendliness." Negotiation? Iko Guan said excitedly. Negotiation is the practical opportunity that public relations experts dream of. They can legally and safely play with the enemy's psychology and pluck their ganglia as strings. You can understand it that way. Commander Yuhoshi made a gesture and turned to Furong. "Do you think you can do the translation work?" At the thought of talking to the people of the city-state, Fu Rong's face lit up with pride. She nodded in fluent Oracle bone script and said, I will translate everything they say to you, and everything you say to them. Commander Yuhoshi looked at the gossipy woman warily and said nothing more. This small group of envoys then set off for the city-state of Nuwon. Technically speaking, Commander Yuhoshi, as the highest leader of the Shang army, should not be among the negotiating representatives. The standard practice is to authorize a deputy representative to negotiate on behalf of the negotiation. However, now is an extraordinary period, and these bureaucratic red tapes should be saved as much as possible. The first official contact between the Shang army and the city-state of Nyoan was uneventful and even friendly. The Nyoan people who first discovered Commander Yuhoshi and his party felt proud of their hometown and thought that these foreigners must be here to pay homage to a higher civilization. He arrogantly asked them, Do you have pyramids? Fu Rong replied, Yes. So he immediately put away his arrogance and respectfully led them into the city. In fact, Fu Rong did not lie. What she wanted to express was once there was, but Mayan lacks tense changes and word forms, so both parties understood the sentence according to their own ideas. This kind of misunderstanding often happens. Sometimes it will intensify the conflict, and sometimes it can eliminate the conflict. The Mayan city-state always maintained sincere respect for visitors of equal status. After entering the city, Commander Yuhoshi and his entourage were warmly welcomed, with people lining the streets to greet them and throwing rainwater, flowers, and coconuts. He noticed that the people who came to welcome him could be clearly divided into two categories. One group had densely packed nose rings made of metal, jade, and plant vines. The other group wore huge crowns on their heads. The shape of the crowns was different for each person, but they all looked very heavy, and the ratio between the crowns and their heads was about 2:1. Obviously, the number of nose rings and the size of the crowns were closely related to their identities. There was a certain form of hostility between them, and their marching routes were clearly divided, and they did not mix with each other. When the nose ring tribe brought a bunch of berries to Commander Yuhoshi, the headdress tribe would not be outdone and send 2 papayas. But when the headdress tribe plucked the parrot feathers from their headdresses and gave them to the Shang merchants, the nose ring tribe would immediately take off the wet metal rings in their nostrils and hang them on the noses of their Shang friends. Of course, this was politely rejected by the Shang envoys. Fu Rong's ability to get gossip became very useful at this time. Commander Yuhoshi soon learned that the Nuwon city-state was composed of 2 major tribes, the Ahong and the Gij. The people wearing nose rings were the Ahong tribe, and the people wearing crowns were the Gij tribe. Together, these 2 tribes guarded the golden sacred stone, the treasure of the Nuwon city-state. Commander Yuhoshi saw some Nuwon people holding metal spears and sharp short knives in their hands, and he couldn't help but worry about their military strength. Yakugwan said to Commander Yuho, Actually, you have nothing to worry about. This word iron has already foreshadowed their destined fate. Why? This is how the principle of fortune-telling is revealed. Yakugwan quietly drew the word iron on the ground with his foot. This is a square Chinese character with a central and upright shape, full of a holy religious atmosphere. Commander Yuhoshi knew something about fortune-telling. This is a mysterious deconstruction method derived from hieroglyphics. According to fortune-telling theory, any character can be disassembled into scattered parts, and the parts you need can be reassembled to make various interpretations. This fortune-telling method requires superb analytical geometry ability and spatial imagination. Otherwise, it is difficult to receive the money and escape in time before the person being tested finds out that he has been deceived. A famous tragedy in the history of fortune-telling is Archimedes. When the ancient city of Syracuse was conquered by the Romans, he was trying to fortune-tell for a Roman soldier. He drew many geometric figures on the ground, but finally remembered that Latin was an alphabetic language, and the fortune-telling method based on the phonetic language system was not suitable, so he was killed. In theory, the deduction process of fortune-telling is as confidential as photo developing and cannot be seen by others. The person being tested only needs to know the result, just like what the CEOs of Coca-Cola often say. All you have to do is spend a few dollars to drink it. Why bother asking what the mysterious 1% formula is? How to deconstruct this iron character? Commander Yuhoshi asked. Yakugwan turned around and stretched out his foot again, erasing the character next to the word iron and adding a new character shell. Then he erased the character loss on the right and added a new reverse character. Thus, the fortune-telling method showed the result of the Nuan city-state as expected, defeat. In other words, the failure of the Nuan city-state has been predicted by this iron character. Commander Yuhoshi nodded with satisfaction at this prediction. He knew that this prediction might not be accurate, but the public relations theory would naturally make some corrections to the fortune-telling method. In fact, the public relations theory could make some corrections to any theory. If the facts did not match the theory, the facts would be modified. Soon, the current king of the Nuan city-state and the priests of the Ahong and Gij tribes appeared on the top of the pyramid in the center of the city-state. They were dressed in grand costumes and looked like three giant parrots squatting beside the golden sacred stone. The entire face of the Ahong priest looked like it had been shot by a machine gun, pierced by countless metal rings, large rings encircling small rings and interlocking. Commander Yuhoshi even began to miss home. His hometown was rich in a game called 9 Linked Rings. While the priest of the Gij tribe could not see his face at all, and the part above his neck was submerged in a huge crown. In order to pursue a gorgeous visual effect, the crown was made of a variety of composite materials such as flowers, animal fur, jade, iron sheets, and even stones with patterns, making the entire weight reach a terrifying level. For this reason, the Gij priest had to hang 2 lead blocks on each ear to achieve balance. To them, King Nuwan had a harder time. In order to stay politically correct, he had to please both fashion-distorted tribes at the same time. Not only did he hang metal rings all over his face and body, but he also had to wear a crown on his head that was more beautiful than the priests of the Gij tribe. The term of office of the king of the Nuwan city-state generally did not exceed 4 years. This was not because of democracy, but because most kings did not live beyond 4 years. They either died of inflammation caused by too many piercings or died of cervical spondylosis. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. This is an immutable law. The two sides confirmed their identities. King Nyoan invited Commander Yuhu to the pyramid to listen to God's will beside the sacred golden stone. Commander Yuhu gladly accepted the invitation. When he climbed halfway to the pyramid, he casually asked about the origin of the golden stone, which caused an uproar. The Ahong priest shook his jingling nose ring and said loudly that the golden sacred stone was a supreme treasure bestowed by God on the Ahong to honor their merits. The Gij priest shook his head angrily, trying to deny this absurd lie, but he swung too much and the entire crown lost its balance, and he screamed and rolled down from the pyramid. The people under the pyramid were in an uproar. The enraged Gij people wanted to climb up and beat up the treacherous Ahong priest. The happy Ahong people applauded and said that this was the result of not understanding classical physics. A series of bloody fights broke out on both sides. Although Yakugwan, who stayed under the pyramid, did not understand Mayan, he used body language and some small movements to accurately ignite anger at several important points, allowing the chaos to continue without getting completely out of control. Because several of his men have sneaked into other areas of the city-state to investigate their technological level. The high-level talks on the pyramid were not disturbed by the discord below. King Nyoan sang strange songs from under the huge crown while carefully taking out a wooden cup, fearing that he would repeat the mistakes of the Gij tribe priests. He poured some green liquid from the leather bag on his waist into the cup and handed it to Commander Yuhu. Commander Yuhu was forced to drink a mouthful for the sake of face. The sour smell reminded him of the gastric juice of some animals. Is it delicious? This is the supreme water of glory bestowed upon us by God. King Nuwan asked with concern through the translator Furong. Commander Yuhoshi tried his best to control the spasm of his stomach while staring at Furong. If you dare to translate the ingredients of this drink to me, I will feed you to the leopard. We all believe that our ancestors' souls turned into leopards after death, and then returned to the world of rest and became one of the gods. King Nuwan began to speak non-stop. At first, Commander Yuhu thought that this was just a common problem among high-ranking officials who would not get to the point until they finished their polite words. But after the sun moved 3 degrees above his head, King Nuwan's speech was not over yet. Commander Yuhu realized that he had encountered a different type of negotiation opponent and began to think that this guy was indeed not easy to deal with. The crown covered most of the king's face, and the small piece that remained was covered with metal rings, making it impossible to judge his expression and related psychological fluctuations, which was a big taboo in negotiations. Commander Yuhoshi didn't know was that in the exchanges between Mayan city-states, the representatives who failed in the negotiations would be stoned to death. Over the long years, negotiators with small crowns or nose rings were eliminated by the cruel law because they could not hide their expressions. The remaining people had bigger and bigger crowns and more nose rings, which evolved into the standard dress of today's negotiations. This is a kind of Darwinism in political science: use it or lose it, and the fittest survive. But this is not the scariest place. The scariest thing is the negotiation style of the Niuan city-state. It is a typical Mayan communication method, and its only characteristic is going off topic. Going off topic is a common tactic in negotiations, but the Maya people took it to the extreme. Maya-style negotiations never get straight to the point, and they never even get off topic. The uncertainty of Maya language means that a word may have hundreds of meanings at the same time. Negotiators must carefully sort out what the other party really wants to express, so a word needs to be annotated with at least 30 words, and those 30 words must be annotated with another 900 words. In the end, both negotiators fell into a huge maze of annotations, and the explanations of those words formed an intricate structure. No one can really get out of it. Commander Yuhu was not used to this. He had never encountered such an opponent in the negotiations he had participated in. King Nyoan was at ease. He continued to exchange meaningless words with Furong, while standing his scepter on the ground, propping up one side of the crown on the top so that his neck could have a moment of rest. He switched topics very quickly, from the soul of the Maya to the cultivation technology of coconuts twice a year, and then immediately jumped to the geological stratification of Central America. Commander Yuhu's loyal assistant Yikugwan also fell into a crisis of public relations theory. He and his parrot had climbed up the pyramid and started relatively low-level consultations with two middle-level officials under King Nyoan, the priests of the Ahong and Gij tribes. Their negotiations were even more difficult because Yikugwan did not understand Mayan language, and the priests did not understand Oracle Bone script. Both sides had to regress to the most primitive period of human beings and communicate with each other using gestures and screams. The Ahong priest took the lead, pointing at the golden sacred stone on the top of the pyramid, and then at himself. This made the Gij priest furious. He rushed over, roaring like a hippopotamus, and grabbed the nose ring of the Ahong priest with his hand and pulled it down. The Ahong priest screamed, and his nose was torn apart and blood spurted out. He tried to fight back, but the Gij priest did not give him a chance. He grabbed the 5 small rings on his chin and threw him. The unfortunate priest rolled and fell under the pyramid. The Gij priest laughed, and for a moment he failed to keep the balance of the crown and fell down himself. When the 2 priests climbed up the pyramid again, Yikugwan found that they had been replaced. The 2 priests might have been too seriously injured to continue to perform this duty. The 2 new priests didn't know what had just happened. They started to confirm the ownership of the golden sacred stone again and fought again. The narrow pyramid was not enough to provide enough maneuvering space, and soon they would step down like their predecessors. This is an extremely terrible way to go off topic. Just like the Great Wall of China, the pyramids of Egypt, and the Maginot Line of France, it is willing to sacrifice any human resources and not consider any economic costs in order to achieve its goals. As the sun set, both Commander Yuhoshi and Yikugwan had to admit that this negotiation was completely meaningless. They didn't even have a chance to speak, at least when faced with the digression of Mayan-style negotiations. The Shang civilization suffered a crushing defeat. The foundation of a country lies in etiquette rather than power and strategy. The fundamental plan lies in people's hearts rather than skills. Yuzijili Warren, Grand Secretary of Yuan Pavilion during the Tongji period of the Qing Empire, while Commander Yuhoshi and Yikugwan suffered a disastrous defeat at the negotiation level. The people they sent to secretly investigate the technological background of the Niuan city-state achieved fruitful results. Smelting technology is crucial to a civilization. It can bring people more efficient tools, more comfortable life, and more powerful hammers. However, some monotheistic fundamentalists firmly believe that everything in this world is created by God and is beautiful, and there is no need for human interference. The technology of remelting part of nature into new materials through various shameless and vulgar means is a blasphemy and distrust of God. Even on December 5, 2013 in the Republican calendar, these fundamentalists filed a lawsuit in the state court of Arkansas, accusing all American smelting companies of invading God's territory. Soon, the state court transferred the lawsuit to the state commercial litigation court, which quickly made a ruling. The Chief Justice dismissed the lawsuit of the fundamentalists. In the ruling, the judge said, God did not appear in court in person to defend the case, nor did he issue any effective authorization to the plaintiff, which cannot constitute the requirements of the agency lawsuit. And the plaintiff's accusation violates the antitrust law. God's ownership of the Earth's materials cannot exceed 30%. In this regard, Time magazine commented on the same day, this is a small step for God, but a giant leap for mankind. As a city-state that has mastered the highest technological secrets in the Pan-Maya civilization, the city-state of Nguyen is very proud of its smelting technology. When the Shang dynasty investigators pretended to ask them casually, these guys who had no concept of patents or copyright awareness were very enthusiastic to show everything, especially when the investigators inadvertently mentioned the superior smelting of the hostile tribe. They would pour out their knowledge of metal smelting as quickly as possible, fearing that they would be looked down upon. The Nguyen city-state adopted a rather primitive smelting method from the perspective of the Shang dynasty. They collected all the stones that looked like iron ore and then threw them into the furnace, using the bodies of prisoners of war to reduce the iron or to obtain lump iron. This iron-making method was very backward, because lump iron was a sponge like wrought iron block with too low carbon content and very soft texture, making it difficult to make complex-shaped utensils. This explains why there were many workshops in the Nguyen city-state, but the types of ironware were very single. The solution was actually very simple. By using real charcoal instead of the bodies of prisoners of war as fuel, the temperature of the furnace could be raised to 1,300 degrees, allowing pig iron to be refined. However, this technical research encountered two difficulties in the Nguyen city-state. First, the technicians in the Nguyen city-state stubbornly believed that the corpses of prisoners of war were the best fuel because humans are carbon-based organisms. This was true to a certain extent, but they did not do further research and did not discover that although humans are carbon-based organisms, more than 99% of their bodies are water. Second, they felt that it was easier to beat soft iron, and beating something too hard was too tiring and easy to hurt oneself. Technology should serve humanity, and science that hurts us is not good science. A blacksmith from the Gij tribe of the Nguyen city-state said so, and then he raised his hammer, but accidentally hit the leg of a prisoner who had just been stuffed into the furnace. The other party let out a shrill scream, causing a small tile hanging in the blacksmith shop to resonate. This is a way for them to test the temperature of the furnace. The Ahong and Gij tribes in smelting was very similar, but due to political considerations, they began to climb two different technology trees after understanding the basic principles. The Ahong tribe firmly believed that the red-hot iron should be cooled naturally after being hammered, and cold water should not be poured on it. Otherwise, the fire god would be angry. But the Gij tribe sneered at this. They worshipped the feathered serpent and had long understood the secret of quenching, but in terms of the operation order, they were somewhat reversed from other nations in the world. The Gij people did not soak the red-hot iron in cold water for quenching, but did the opposite, pouring cold water directly into the smelting furnace. This wrong smelting process often caused the furnace to explode, and even if the furnace did not explode, the fire would be extinguished by the cold water, and then they had to light a fire every time they smelted iron. Therefore, the quality of ironware produced by the Ahong tribe is relatively poor, but the output is relatively high. The ironware produced by the Gij tribe is harder, but the production efficiency is too low. They represent two different directions of technological development. The investigators reported this valuable technical intelligence to Commander Yu Hoshi, which helped the latter recover a little from his frustration over the failed negotiations, and he began to re-examine the issue of how to enter the city. The negotiations were not completely fruitless. King Nguyen and the two priests were aimlessly going off topic when the Shang army asked to enter the city. Although they did not agree, they did not deny it either. So Yakugwan proposed a small plan. He returned to the camp and brought 10,000 soldiers to the front of Nguyen city-state again, asking the guards to open the city gate and let them in. The guard asked for the king's permission. Iko Guan judged from the quality of the weapon in his hand that he was from the Gij tribe, and said to him, "The priests of the Ahong tribe said that we are inferior to the Gij people and have no right to stay in the city." This complaint made the guard furious. He raised his weapon and shouted insults at the Ahong people for their rudeness. His Ahong colleague suddenly pulled out an iron sword from behind and stabbed him to death. His death led to a small but extremely violent bloody conflict, killing 4 soldiers from 2 tribes. The bloody incident was reported to the higher authorities, and some responsible officials questioned whether the Ahom priest really said this, and their reports requesting confirmation were passed up one level after another. The defense of Nguyen City was jointly undertaken by 2 tribes, and each level was composed of 2 supervisors. Each level gave different comments on this report requesting an investigation. The supervisor of the Gij tribe would say that this was a filthy, stinking, prejudiced excrement speech that could only come from the mouth of a person like the Ahong priest. The supervisor of the Ahong tribe said that this was a complete lie, and they would never use such a vulgar word as Gij to describe the distinguished guests of the Shang city-state. They have always believed that the Shang dynasty is a city-state. That was really too much. The 2 forces stimulated each other, making the opposition more and more intense, and they forgot the original cause of the incident. Just as the bureaucrats and angry young people in the Nguyen city-state were arguing, Yukugwan led the soldiers of the Shang dynasty legion into the Nguyen city-state without any suspense. The city-state of Nguyen was not large, with a population of about 20,000 to 30,000. The population suddenly increased by nearly half, and the city became very crowded. The Yin Shang army barged into every household without hesitation, claiming that the hospitality of the Ahong or Gij tribe was much better than that of the other party. They would immediately be warmly welcomed by the humiliated host, who would use food and women to prove that their tribe was the most hospitable. Commander Yu Hoshi had long set his sights on the golden sacred stone on the pyramid. He knew that it was the source of the Nguyen people's self-confidence. As long as this source was properly destroyed, they would become vulnerable. That night, he sent a group of experienced blacksmiths to climb up the pyramid in the dark and knock back a small piece of debris. The Yin Shang army, lacking the necessary instruments and periodic table, could not analyze its cost, but they knew that this level of, or could be smelted in the way of Yin Shang civilization. The next morning, Commander Yu Hoshi took the initiative to set up a smelting site in an open area in Nguyen City. The blacksmiths in the Legion made blowers and furnaces with animal fur and bricks and began the preliminary preparations with great fanfare. The Ahongs and Gijs came over curiously to see what these foreigners were doing. They soon discovered that these foreign fools were actually planning to take the golden sacred stone, and they couldn't help laughing. In the minds of the people of Nguyen, the golden sacred stone is a sacred and indestructible creation of God. They do not believe that these outsiders can surpass the smelting technology of Nguyen City unless they are gods. Whispers such as these fools who are as ignorant as Ahong, and they are actually at the same intellectual level as Gij, began to spread rapidly in the city. The Yin Shang blacksmiths ignored them and just worked hard. They used high-purity charcoal and the appropriate blast method to further increase the temperature. Soon, the golden sacred stone turned into a pool of red molten iron in the high temperature. For hours later, a miracle occurred. The golden sacred stone, which was originally an irregular polyhedron, turned into a rough but luxurious sword and several accessories. The Shang people became gods of the Nguyen city-state in an instant. The Shang army had 10,000 people, which meant 10,000 gods, 10,000 times the number of true gods in Christianity, and 1/800 of the number of Shinto gods in Japan. This was the first time in history that science defeated religion. The next time was in 2555 of the Republican calendar, when an Italian named Galileo dropped 2 orbs from the Leaning Tower of Pisa in his hometown, one made of wood and the other made of iron. The 2 orbs simultaneously hit 2 people who were watching the excitement below. The one who was killed by the iron ball happened to be a cardinal, so he died unfortunately, which was regarded as a great victory for science. In front of this miracle, the people of Nguyen could only kneel on the ground humbly and cover their eyes to show their respect for God. This was exactly what Commander Yu Hu wanted. The Shang army took the opportunity to take over the entire defense of the city-state of Nguyen. When Commander Yu Hu walked in front of the pyramid as a new ruler, King Nyoen's reply to the Shang army's request to enter happened to arrive at the same time. No entry. But it doesn't make any sense anymore. The Shang army did not advocate killing. They organized these new men into dozens of jerk work groups according to the Shang custom and assigned them production tasks in different categories. Some groups were responsible for mining iron ore, some were responsible for transporting and processing ore, some were responsible for cleaning up garbage, and some were responsible for constantly reminding others that offending the true God would be struck by lightning. Only 2 priests and the king were exceptions. They were treated with courtesy, and 3 people were organized into a separate group to compile a list for each new men laborer. Creating archives for the Maya using Maya script can be described as inhumane. Each Maya character can be seen as an exquisite realistic painting, and the Maya people have the habit of putting the names of their ancestors dozens of generations ago before their own names, and the names change with the month. The workload of just copying their names and former names is enough to keep all the Japanese working for 10 years, or all the Indians working for 100 years. Unable to bear such abuse, King Nuwen finally plucked up the courage one day and said to Commander Yuhoshi, "We are all superior people protected by the Alliance." Alliance? Commander Yuhoshi couldn't help but be delighted when he heard the word. The Alliance meant more city-states and tribes, more jerks, more food, and greater power. Where is the Alliance? Go south. There is the great city-state of Panama. Their pyramids are extremely dazzling, their people are extremely wealthy, and their coconuts are extremely large, said the priest of the Gij tribe. Commander Yuhoshi smiled brightly. He had been looking forward to this day. The Inshang army finally had a clear strategic goal. He politely sent the former king of Nuwen away with a big stick, and then ordered a banquet to be held. That night, the Shang army opened all the granaries in Nuwen City and let everyone eat to their heart's content. It was a carnival feast. People kept burning the stoves, then poured cold water on them, and cheered as the stoves crackled. The Nuwen people squatted in the corner in fear, watching these terrible gods anxiously. When the atmosphere of the banquet reached its peak, Commander Yuhoshi climbed to the top of the pyramid drunkenly, waving a long sword made of golden sacred stone, and shouted loudly, "South, south, and south again." The way to solve the drawbacks of democracy is to make it more democratic. The way to eliminate the problems of autocracy is to make it more autocratic. Concise public relations course beginning of 204 BC, the Shang army, which had been lingering in the Utanka Peninsula for half a year, finally found the right direction. They made enough weapons and supplies in the city of Nyoen, then set up camp and headed towards the city-state of Panama in the south under the leadership of the wise commander Yuhu. The former king of Nyoen still followed the will of God and wrote the personnel files of the Nyoen people word by word in the damp pyramid, leaving countless unsolved mysteries for later archaeologists. Toynbee described this change as the loneliness of civilization. He believed that every civilization is lonely and eager to contact other neighboring civilizations. This is an important psychological factor in promoting global integration. The Mayan civilization city-states may feel aggrieved because they are separated from the Shang civilization by the Pacific Ocean, but they still cannot avoid the harassment of this evil neighbor. As for Commander Yuhoshi, he was not very interested in the so-called civilization's hunger for contact. The problem he urgently needed to solve was the soldiers' lovual hunger. Due to the psychological shadow of Queen Hamazul, the Shang soldiers kept their distance from Mayan women, but on this continent, the only non-Maya woman was Qi, and she was sacred and inviolable. This dilemma gradually gave rise to a strange and dangerous mood within the legion. Realizing this, Commander Yuhoshi ordered the soldiers to stay where they were, and then consulted the chief public relations expert Iko Guan, the great wizard Ding Gao, and his lover Qi independently. Qi had a natural female intuition, and she quickly understood the soldiers' anxiety, but she didn't say it out loud. Qi was worried that once she told the truth, Commander Yuhoshi would lead the way in having love with those Mayan women to encourage his men. She felt it necessary to keep her lover afraid of other women, so she simply told Commander Yuhoshi, "These soldiers are masochists among homolovules. They are eager to be whipped and punished and get pleasure from it to vent their desires." Commander Yuhoshi, who had normal lovule orientation, was skeptical. He shuddered at the thought that he might become the S in the eyes of gay men. In order to eliminate his anxiety, he he decided to consult the chief wizard Ding Gao again. Commander Yuhoshi came to find him. Ding Gao was squatting in the tent burning tortoise shells. He burned them every day, and after burning them, he observed the direction of the cracks. He had noticed long ago that no two tortoise shells had exactly the same cracks, which was undoubtedly the best footnote to Taoist dice. But Ding Gao doubted his conclusion, so he kept burning to see if he could find two completely identical cracks one day. Doubt is not an attitude for him, but a habit. Commander Yuhoshi faced the great wizard and told him about the dangerous mood of the soldiers. Ding Gao replied slowly, "I think these soldiers are under the spell of Mayan witchcraft." This is the standard answer given by wizards when faced with questions. Everything can be explained by witchcraft. This is the secret to maintaining a low unemployment rate among the wizarding class. Commander Yuhoshi anxiously asked him if he knew what kind of witchcraft it was and whether it could be averted. Ding Gao shook his head. "I doubt if I really know. General, the world itself is made up of countless dice. What can we be sure of?" Commander Yuhoshi was frightened by the mysterious answer. He felt ashamed of his narrow-minded thinking for a few seconds, and then asked persistently, "Did God give us any revelation?" Burnt light yellow tortoise shell from his collection and handed it to Commander Yuhoshi. "What do these cracks show? What do they imply?" Commander Yuhoshi asked. "These cracks show that no one knows," Ding Gao replied kindly. "When Panga created the world, he didn't know where to chop with his axe next. When Nuwa created humans, she just swung the muddy rope at random. Since these gods of creation all adopt a careless and random attitude, what definite answers can we humans expect to hear from them?" Commander Yuhoshi retreated in time before Ding Gao finished speaking. He knew even less than before he entered the tent. Really gave constructive advice was public relations expert Iguchi Seiki. After listening to Commander Yuhoshi's question, Iko Guan asked back, "Do you want me to use public relations theory to explain the motivations of those soldiers? I just want to know the truth." Iko Guan teased the parrot on his shoulder and said calmly, "You know, public relations cannot make predictions about individuals, but it can infer the trends of group movements. Do you think this prediction is accurate?" "Oh, no. No, that is the scope of spiritual history. The essence of public relations is not whether the prediction is accurate, but to try to make others believe that it is true." "Well, I don't understand." Commander Yuhoshi frankly admitted that he was confused. Iko Guan wisely put his two index fingers together. "You don't have to understand. You just want to solve this problem, right? As long as those soldiers return to normal, it will be a big trouble. Then just take the simplest approach." Iko Guan showed a sly smile. "If two monkeys fight over a banana, what is the best way to stop them? Kill them all." "Okay, so what's the second way to stop them? Take away the banana?" "Correct answer. You are really wise." Iko Guan breathed a sigh of relief. Commander Yuhoshi's first answer was actually close to the essence of public relations, which showed that he had the potential to be a dictator. The dictators after Commander Yuhoshi always took this straightforward approach to deal with monkeys who made trouble. A good citizen is a dead citizen. Iko Guan did not want his superior to understand this truth yet. So on the second day, Commander Yuhoshi ordered the complete destruction of the Mayan city-states along the way. The entire city and the Mayan women inside were buried by the overwhelming flying stones. The seeds of potential division and distrust in the Shang army were thus eliminated, and a crisis of integrity was resolved with this simple and crude method. The restored unity of the Shang army crossed the ruins and continued to march south. The only remaining sequelae was that Commander Yuhoshi no longer met with men alone. Every time he made eye contact with those people, he thought of Chi's words. The flogging within the army was also abolished on the grounds that it was against morals. This move made most soldiers very happy, but a few soldiers secretly expressed regret. The book The Golden Loving, written by the famous loveologist Hai Te, the earliest record of SM in the world, comes from the Yin and Shang civilization. Dr. Hai Te said that the original source of S&M is not English, but a very typical Yin and Shang pictographic character. S is the pictograph of a whip, and M is obviously a buttocks sticking up. The combination of SM shows the earliest and most basic form of lovual abuse, whipping the buttocks. Similar characters can be found in many Inshu oracle bone inscriptions and bronze inscriptions. Also worth mentioning that the designer of Superman claimed that the letters on Superman's chest and this discovery were purely coincidental, but no one believed it. With the previous experience, the designer of Spider-Man had to reject the idea of prefixing the initials of the name on the chest and find another way. When the Yinshang army's southward campaign lasted for the second month, their existence finally attracted the attention of the Mayan civilization. At this time, 9 months had passed since the Yinshang army first landed on the American continent, that is, in March 204 BC. A large amount of archaeological evidence and unearthed documents show that there is indeed a loose connection between the Mayan city-states. They have an organization called the Pan-Maya Civilization Circle City-State Alliance. Of course, this word was added by later generations according to the command habits of modern bureaucratic institutions. If it is strictly translated according to the original meaning of the Mayan text, which is actually impossible, the approximate translation should be called a gathering of all Mayan nobles who are unbiased, elegant, and profound to discuss how to better ensure the long-term stability of the Mayan civilization. The lower tribesmen and coyotes are not allowed to enter. Coincidentally, its abbreviation is also SM, Splendid Maya. Of the Pan-Maya civilization has always been a mystery. It is a mixture of extreme democracy and extreme dictatorship. It can be said to be an intricate mixture. The City-State Alliance is divided into two parts, the House of Lords and the House of Commons. The upper and lower here represent the status of the upper and lower houses. The members of the House of Lords are all city-states, while the members of the House of Commons are all tribes. There is a strict separation between the upper and lower houses. The House of Lords is located in Panama City, facing south and back to the north, with the Pacific Ocean on the left and the Atlantic Ocean on the right. The lower house is also located in Panama City, but that is only a theoretical existence. Panama City has strict laws and regulations, and all tribesmen who come to the city must be severely punished. So every time the lower house convenes a meeting, the delegates will be dragged to the jungle to sift sand, and finally all die there. The City-State Alliance seems to have never taken any action on this issue. In fact, they don't care at all. As long as a Mayan settlement has a pyramid, the city-state will automatically have membership in the Senate of the City-State Alliance. In its heyday, the City-State Alliance had a total of 132 members. To be precise, this is the number of pyramids, because some tribes have exhausted all their financial resources to build pyramids. When the pyramids are completed, the entire tribe is immersed in the joy of becoming a city-state and starves to death. The function of the Senate is actually very simple. It is responsible for bringing out the difficulties and problems encountered by each city-state for all members to discuss. The discussion often lasts for dozens of days or even months. On the inside of the Panama Pyramid is a record of a conversation between the Speaker of the Senate and a member who requested a city-state alliance. The member said that his city-state was facing famine and hoped that other city-states could provide help. The Speaker's answer to this was, "The House of Lords cannot solve the problem of famine, but at least we can put it on the table and drag it out until everyone starves to death, and then there will be no famine." "Keep dragging it on" is a famous Mayan saying engraved above the lobby of the House of Lords, which accurately expresses the responsibilities of the House of Lords and is comparable to the Know Thyself on the top of the Temple of Apollo. The democracy of the House of Lords is reflected in its sound or two-sound institutional setup. The 132 members form a total of about 200 committees. Initially, there were only a dozen committees. Later, some members suggested that this structure was too bloated and needed to be redivided. So the Committee Replanning Committee was established for this purpose. In the spirit of democracy, the Committee Replanning Committee was set up to supervise and audit the Committee Replanning Committee. Another member raised an objection, saying who should supervise the supervisors themselves? So the Governor's Supervisory Committee Replanning Committee came into being. In order to coordinate the three committees and improve work efficiency, a coordinating supervisory governor. Committee was specially established. After decades of reform, the upper house has evolved into the prosperous situation it is today. This trend is still continuing, and the length of the names of the newly established committees has surpassed the description of human DNA fragments. In order to record these increasingly long names, the Mayans had to build pyramids higher and higher, which caused several large-scale collapses. As a result, the city-state alliance established several more special committees to investigate these incidents, and established other committees to monitor the special committees, and established other committees to monitor the special committees. In other respects, the Mayan city-state alliance is no different from the modern democratic system. Every proposal will be put to a public vote, and each member representative attending the meeting has a sacred vote to express his or her attitude. The only difference from the modern democratic system is that the Speaker of the upper house has the privilege of voting, and he can cast 10,000 votes each time. This gives the Speaker of the House of Lords full say in deciding how to deal with the Shang army, a sacred power bestowed upon him by democracy. The people own, the people govern, and the people enjoy the property. This is correct, and we share the same position as the Americans. But the Soviet Union was greater than the United States in that the Soviet people only needed to enjoy the property, and the other two things were left to the party. Leonid Ilyich Brezhnev, according to research, the Mayan city-states practiced a Mayan-style separation of powers. Mayan priests, that is, Mayan grammar teachers, held the privilege of standardizing grammar. The city-state parliament controlled legislative decisions, and the city-state's basketball team dominated public sentiment. The three are checked and balanced against each other, and this check and balance is designed quite cleverly. Its structure is exquisite, creative, and full of the unique aesthetics of bureaucracy. Really, apart from its inefficiency, it has no other shortcomings. The priests had no real power, but when the decision made by the parliament was not to their liking, the priests would stand up and point out that the decision went against God's will, or use their monopoly on standardized grammar to distort the announcements issued by the parliament. For example, they could suddenly announce that the negative and affirmative forms of Mayan were interchangeable, and the special declension of the past tense was cancelled. As a result, the announcements issued by the parliament would often become a mess and impossible to interpret. The Mayan basketball team also does not have substantial political power, but they have a broad mass fanatic base, and each player has a large number of fans. Without the basketball team to guide public enthusiasm, the decision of the parliament is just a piece of paper and cannot be implemented by the people. In this respect, the Mayan people are exactly the same as other ethnic groups in the world. No one likes politics if it is not lively. As for the city-state parliament, without it, the other two institutions would have no idea what to do. The organizational structure of each Mayan city-state is basically composed of these three, with little difference. In some city-states, the parliament is more powerful. In some city-states, the priests have a louder voice, and in some city-states, the basketball team is the real ruler. It all depends on the enthusiasm of the people. In the last city-state, the status of the parliament and the priests is very awkward, because the enthusiasm of the people for the basketball team is natural and does not require any rationality or logic. Because of this, the decision-making center of the Pan-Maya Civilization City-State Alliance is also composed of these three institutions: the Senate representing the interests of the city-state parliaments, the Healthy Maya Grammar Standards Seminar representing the interests of the priests, and the All-Maya Basketball League that manages the Maya Basketball League. Some scholars claim that this form is the most suitable political system for modern society. Politicians fight each other, intellectuals study grammar, and the people go to watch basketball games. When the Speaker of the Senate received the news that the Shang army destroyed the city-state of Hamazul, he immediately convened a general meeting of the Pan-Maya League. Hamazul was a respected member of the league. Its pyramid was ugly but tall enough with the Mayan construction technology. Tall and beautiful were difficult to be reflected in the same building. Many members were very envious, because the Hamazul people only needed to push the prisoners of war down from the top of the tower with tomatoes, mangoes, and salt, and they could harvest the processed vegetable, fruit, and meat sauce at the bottom of the tower. Such a widely admired city-state was destroyed by a group of demonic barbarians from the north. This was an absolutely intolerable insult to the Pan-Maya civilization. Like all nations in the world, the Mayans believed that they were at the center of the world and represented the most advanced form of civilization. According to their arrogant logic, if there was a civilization more advanced than the Mayans, they must have learned from them. These northern demon barbarians have razed the entire city-state of Hamazul and are heading south. If we do not take decisive action to stop them, the enemy will destroy all our pyramids and turn us into tribesmen. The speaker's words made all the city-state representatives worried. They would rather sacrifice half of the city-state's population and fruits than lose the pyramid. We will give them a real counterattack until we all die in battle, or we all surrender. The speaker waved his fist and shouted. When the delegates heard that there were other options besides death in battle, they desperately slapped their faces with their hands, making crisp, crackling sounds. This is a unique way for the Maya to express approval and cheers, similar to the applause in today's etiquette. The House of Lords often needs to vote in this way, so the stratum corneum of the facial skin of those selected as members must be unusually thick, otherwise it will be difficult to bear. I propose that in order to fight the enemy more effectively, we should elect a dictator who will be responsible for commanding the joint forces to resist the invasion. The speaker said, and the members below began to discuss it. This position is undoubtedly very glorious and should be held by an honorable person. And out of my passion for Mayan civilization, I believe that the responsibility for this danger should be borne by me. The members were very surprised by the speaker's proposal. They didn't expect that a candidate would be chosen so quickly. Before they could react, the speaker had already sent coconuts to each member. According to the custom of the House of Lords, voting is done in the form of coconuts. If the coconut used for voting is returned intact, it means approval. If the coconut is carved into a delicate figure and covered with tattoos, it means opposition. Voting. The time to decide the vote is only 10 minutes. The House of Lords is a sacred place and no tools are allowed to be brought in. The proposal was quickly passed in the House of Lords, with 10,000 votes in favor and 230 abstentions, because the MPs did not have time to carve out all the votes against. The Speaker's 10,000 votes played a decisive role. When the result was announced, the MPs reluctantly slapped themselves in the face and expressed limited congratulations to the Speaker. The Speaker thanked the House of Lords for its support, said he would come up with a complete solution as soon as possible, and then adjourned the meeting. Next, the Speaker's task is to convince the High Priest of the Healthy Maya Grammar Standards Seminar and the President of the All Maya Basketball League to support his plan. This is not an easy task. The High Priest is from the Southern Maya Civilization Circle, and he is indifferent to the affairs of the North. The President of the Basketball League opposes any decision to let basketball players join the army. If anyone dares to force him to accept these decisions, he will open the window and shout, "Listen to the voice of the people." Then all Maya basketball fans will become anti-war factions. This will take a long time, the Speaker thought as he walked down the pyramid. A year? 2 years? I hope the enemy won't attack until after that. He looked back at the mountains in the north, and suddenly he felt emotional. The setting sun stretched his shadow and the shadow of the pyramid beside him. The most powerful man in the Mayan civilization circle slowly walked into his own bedroom in Panama City, took off his vines and banana leaves, drank a sip of delicious coconut juice, and lay down on the soft hay and fell asleep. No work is worth working overtime. At the same time, the Shang dynasty army was unaware of the latest moves of the Mayan Council and continued to move southward, but at a slower pace. Such a large army could not maintain a high-speed march for a long time because there were too many baggage. Due to Qi's willful request, the army had to dismantle her beloved palace and reassemble it every time Qi needed a rest. If Lego bricks had been invented thousands of years earlier, perhaps they would not have to work so hard. It was already December, and the weather was getting hot. The scorching sun and the nearly 100% humidity had formed a terrible greenhouse, just like a pot of boiling water. If this situation continued, humans would either die of heat or develop gills. At first, the soldiers were fully armed, but soon the inside of the armor was filled with sweat. After being soaked in these highly salty liquids all day, many people's armpits and genitals were rotten, and the rough edges of the bronze armor exacerbated this change. Nakedness was not necessarily appropriate. Not to mention mosquito bites and attacks by wild animals. Just controlling lovable harassment in the team was enough to make Commander Yuhoshi anxious. People infected with genital skin diseases either died on the way or spread the disease to other unruly people. Even the most tenacious public relations experts had to put away their reservedness and lift up their plain white robes, like the Bedouins in the desert. The supply of the troops also gradually became a problem. Originally, they could rely on the Mayan city-states along the way to provide supplies, but the Mayan people's poor inventory management and diet structure made this channel exist in name only. A soldier who used to carve his diary on his shield wrote, "These monkeys only eat perishable fruits and vegetables, which is a disgrace to omnivores." Due to various reasons, the morale of the Shang dynasty army began to drop sharply, and complaints and grievances continued to rise. Therefore, Commander Yuhoshi decided to temporarily stop the army's advance, rest in an occupied Mayan city-state, and hunt around to store some food. If necessary, they could also consider eating some Mayans, Commander Yuhoshi thought. In his mind, the Mayans and the Shang dynasty merchants belonged to the same class of mammals in biology, but they parted ways at the next level of classification. The Mayans were definitely not primates. During the break, something happened. Chief expert Iko Guan got lost while out hunting with a hunting team. They walked in the rain forest for a long time and finally ran into a group of Mayans. The Mayans thought he was just a strange ape at first and attacked him while drooling. Yukugwan thought quickly and asked the macaw on his shoulder to say loudly in Mayan, "Shut up, you talkative jerk." Since Furong joined, this sentence has become one of the most proficient Mayan phrases used by everyone in the Shang dynasty army. The Mayan hunters were very surprised and stopped in their tracks. Iko Guan was one of the few public relations experts who had barely learned Mayan, mainly because he was sometimes not very clear-headed. Yukugwan calmly told the hunters that he came from heaven and was the messenger of the sun god. He also played a trick. This plan was very successful. The Mayan hunters believed it and knelt down to worship. Yukugwan seemed to have succeeded, but the only thing he miscalculated was that the Mayan people had a different attitude towards the god's messengers than the Ain people. They regarded the god's messengers as a convenient prop and liked to take them for themselves. So Yukugwan was tied up by these people and carried back to the village respectfully. After entering the village, Yukugwan was immediately locked up in the most luxurious room. He could move freely in the room, eat as much as he wanted, and they even offered him a Mayan girl, but he was not allowed to step out of the room. When the villagers heard that the hunter had found the messenger of God, they all rushed over to watch the excitement. They did not dare to approach the house, but only dared to lean against the window to look inside. At first, Iko Guan was not used to the curious eyes around him, but later he took it calmly, and even made love with the Mayan girl of normal size. This is very important in front of them. Since leaving Shandong, he has not touched any creatures except parrots and his disciples, which is not easy for a man to do. Several elderly people in the village, who Yukugwan guessed were probably elders, were the only ones allowed into the room. As soon as they entered, they bowed down and muttered incomprehensible Mayan language. Yukugwan could not understand much, so he had to remain silent and let the parrot speak irrelevant words. When the elders heard the parrot speak, they felt like they had found a treasure. They knelt and left the room while repeating the parrot's words. They would come again the next day. The Yukugwan speculated that they might be asking the god's messenger some questions. These Mayans obviously believed that Yukugwan was an omniscient god's messenger, so they detained him here so that they could consult him at any time. The detention lasted for 3 or 4 days. During this time, Yukugwan learned that the name of the village was Owar, a Mayan tribe of about the same size as Nahim village. This tribe did not have pyramids, and the village maintained the style of the Neolithic age. Most of the tools were stone tools, and the houses were just simple sheds made of thatched grass. The village had a total population of more than 200 people. What interests Yukugwan most is the political system of this village. Even for such a small village, it is still divided into a 3-head system of the council, priests, and basketball team in strict accordance with the characteristics of Mayan civilization. There are 5 people in the council of Owu, all of whom are old people in the village. There are 2 priests, an elderly teacher, and one of his disciples. There are 5 people in the basketball team, which is actually just a nominal organization. A village of more than 200 people cannot support a real basketball team. Coming from an imperial country, Igikos was puzzled by the lack of a supreme ruler in Owu. In his opinion, a country without a king was simply inconceivable and inefficient. With his excellent public relations mind, Igikos decided to take advantage of Owu's institutional weakness to get himself out of trouble. After careful observation, Iko Guan chose the priest as a breakthrough point. He was ambitious and had always had great ambitions. On the 5th day after being detained, Iko Guan felt that the time was almost ripe, so he called the priest driver into his house. The priest was already over 40 years old and wore a straw belt dyed with red stone flowers, which was the symbol of his priesthood. He walked into the house and prostrated himself humbly before Yukugwan, not knowing what the messenger of God wanted to talk to him about. Yukugwan held the Mayan girl in his arms and asked her slowly, "Are you willing to be king?" Up in confusion. "King? What is a king? You are the supreme ruler. From now on, no one in Owu can disobey your will. All 200 villagers are your jerks." The priest was frightened by Iko Guan's words. He had never dared to think of such a grand ambition. The villagers of Owu had a low level of education, and his status as a grammar teacher was not high, and he was not respected. He dreamed that one day these villagers would realize the importance of grammar. That's all. As long as you follow my instructions, I guarantee that you can realize this dream. Iko Guan said. His Mayan language was not fluent enough, so he could only slow down his speech, which made him seem quite majestic. Answered in a reverent tone, "I beg the angel of God to enlighten me." On the second night, several parrots suddenly flew out of the dense forest and into the village, shouting in standard Mayan, "Owuxing, the priest king! Owuxing, the priest king!" The villagers were shocked by the parrots. They hid in their houses in fear, fearing that they were monsters. It was not until the parrots flew away tired that the village elders dared to run to Yukugwan's house to ask what the messenger meant. Yukugwan told them to go to the priest for an answer. The elders quickly found the priest and asked him what the parrots said. The priest calmly replied, "If we want Owu to prosper, we must make the priest king. This is the message from God through the parrot." The elders asked the priests what a king was, and when they heard the priest's answer, they fell silent. Acknowledging that the priests were kings meant that the power of the council of elders was taken away. But if they did not acknowledge it, they were afraid of God's punishment. During the period when the elders were silent, the priest and his apprentice had spread the legend of the parrot throughout the Albu tribe. The gods sent the parrot to announce that the priest was chosen to be the king of Albu. Everyone spread the news mysteriously. As Yukugwan expected, the people liked strange things the most, and soon a wave of worship for the priest was set off among the villagers. Several versions of the rumor spread quickly, becoming more and more exaggerated. There was even an old woman who claimed that she had seen the parrot wings behind the baby when the priest was born. People gradually gathered in front of the parliament hut and called for the priest to be made king. After a long negotiation, the elders, under pressure, proposed that the Owu Council and the king coexist. The king ruled Owu, but all decisions must be approved by the council. The priest was not satisfied with this compromise. He followed the instructions of Yukugwan and asked to let his apprentice become the captain of the guard. This guard was the only military force of Owu, composed of young and strong hunters and basketball players, a total of 10 people. If you don't agree to this condition, you can go and explain it to the people outside in person. The priest said, and the elders had to accept these requirements. The priest walked out of the house with satisfaction and announced to the crowd that a great ruler was born. At the same time, he also appointed his apprentice as the captain of the guard to protect the safety of the king and the parliament. The elders followed the priest with gloomy faces. The coronation ceremony began on the second day. All the people in the village cheered and called the priest the Parrot King, the protector of all Awu. As soon as the coronation ceremony was over, a hut at the west end of the village collapsed, and dozens of fruits in the hut were crushed. The Parrot King immediately ordered the captain of the guard to lead his troops into the parliament hut, claiming that this was a conspiracy planned by the elders of the parliament to overthrow the throne. The guards threatened the elders with big sticks and forced them to confess the crimes. The elders were beaten, but no one came to rescue them. In the end, 4 elders were beaten to death, and only 1 elder survived and was forced to confess the crimes. In the end, he was locked in a cave, blocked with rocks, and left to die. Having eliminated the last obstacle, the Parrot King officially began his reign. He found that everything was just as Iko Guan said. He ruled the world and became the supreme king of more than 200 villagers. His will was their highest instruction. He was very satisfied. At the same time, Yukugwan hugged the Mayan girl, looked out the window at the crowd cheering "Long live the king," and murmured to himself, Very good. Then it's time for revolution, my friend. It was December 20th, 204 BC, the first day of the calendar of the Parrot King of the Owu tribe of the Mayan civilization. Don't be silly, my friend. This is not how revolution works. An open letter from Muammar Gaddafi to Che Guevara, some suggestions on the liberation movement in South America. It took the Owu tribe 3 days to complete the transformation from the primitive parliamentary system to the imperial system. Although from the perspective of the progress of world civilization, the weight of this change is only at the quark level, perhaps at the top quark level. But for the Owu tribe itself, it has a very profound impact. When the storm of change blew through the small Mayan tribe of Owu like a Peruvian hurricane, every Mayan was stunned. Before they could react to it, they were thrown to the top of the wave by this strong tide of the times. This is a soul-touching change, in which many people's true colors are revealed and many people are changed beyond recognition. On the second day of the Parrot King calendar, the Parrot King issued his first instruction as king. His apprentice was promoted from the position of guard captain to prime minister, and the guard captain was the former captain of the basketball team. The size of the guard was also quickly expanded to 20 people, most of whom were relatives and friends of the Parrot King. He strengthened the armed forces. His second instruction was to gather all the fruits and vegetables in the village in the palace converted from the parliament hut for his own enjoyment. The villagers were very dissatisfied with this, but the guards' clubs made them silent. Anyone who showed the slightest dissatisfaction would be immediately accused of being a sympathizer of the parliament elders and beaten. Seeing that the villagers did not resist, the Parrot King finally believed that what Yukugwan said was true, and he became even bolder. That night, the Parrot King found several girls from the village to sleep with him. This was another secret dream of his, and now it could all be realized. But what the Parrot King did not expect was that one of the women he summoned was the Prime Minister's lover. The Prime Minister watched his lover being summoned into the bedroom by the Parrot King and making groans that made people imagine things, and he couldn't help but feel resentful. However, the apprentice's mind was more meticulous than his master's, and he did not act rashly, because he was no longer the captain of the guard. He secretly went to Yukugwan that night to ask the envoy for advice. Yukugwan closed his eyes and made a gesture, and the Prime Minister understood and thanked him before leaving. On the third day of the Parrot calendar, the Prime Minister announced in the morning in the name of the Parrot King. Each of the 5 guards who were originally from the basketball team would be given 3 mangoes in the morning and 4 coconuts in the evening, while the other members of the guard would be given 4 coconuts in the morning and 3 mangoes in the evening. This was like a bomb dropped into the guards, immediately sparking a fierce dispute. The guards of the basketball faction believed that they had made great contributions during the coup, and that those who entered the guards under the protection of the Parrot King had received more than them, which was really unfair. The direct descendants of the Parrot King arrogantly claimed that there was nothing to complain about, saying that their bloodline could be traced back to the city-state with pyramids, unlike those inferior people who were born to live in tribes. As a result, the two sides almost got into a fight, but fortunately, the Prime Minister stopped the conflict severely and took out some fruit from his collection to share with the guards of the basketball team faction. As a result, they were very dissatisfied with the king's arrangement, but grateful for the Prime Minister's mediation. In fact, the Parrot King had no idea. There were fruits and women in the palace, and he didn't think there was any need to go out. Anyway, the Prime Minister took the initiative to handle all the affairs, so he was happy to enjoy himself in the palace. After dealing with the guards, the Prime Minister secretly sent someone to open the back door of the palace and took out a lot of coconuts and mangoes while the Parrot King was having love with his concubines. These foods were distributed to the villagers in the name of the Prime Minister. It was widely rumored in the village that the Parrot King gave them these gifts only after the Prime Minister begged him. That night, the indignant young guards, all of them from the basketball faction, secretly met with the Prime Minister, collectively presented him with a laurel wreath made of rafflesia, and strongly demanded that the Prime Minister overthrow the foolish king. We risked our lives for that king, but in return we only got 3 mangoes in the morning and 4 coconuts in the evening. While those jerks who climbed up by flattering others get 4 coconuts in the morning and 3 mangoes in the evening. The difference in treatment is too big. The soldiers of the Young Turks spoke passionately, and many of them shed tears. After listening to them, The Prime Minister sternly rejected this outrageous proposal and warned them that it was a capital crime. However, the soldiers of the Young Turks rushed in and forcibly put the crown on the Prime Minister's head. The Prime Minister, wearing a stinking rafflesia, reluctantly said to the soldiers, "Do you know that the current king is not only my master, but also my teacher? You love your division, but you should love justice more." The soldiers shouted, "I hope the people can forgive me." The Prime Minister sighed deeply. So the Prime Minister was forced to lead the soldiers to approach the palace at night, trying not to make any noise. The Prime Minister had already made a plan in advance. He transferred the Parrot King's direct guards, and the rebels only needed to rush into the palace and kill the Parrot King. The Prime Minister repeatedly warned the rebel soldiers that the women in the house could not be killed because they were innocent. The beginning, everything went smoothly. There was no one around the palace. The Prime Minister and the basketball rebels quietly sneaked into the palace gate. The only sound in the room was the snoring of the Parrot King. The rebels stood up, kicked open the straw curtain, shouted "Yura," rushed into the palace, and looked for the incompetent Parrot King. But they were surprised to find that the guards who should have been transferred were crawling in the fruit pile in the palace and eating heartily. These greedy guys probably wanted to steal more fruits at night, but they were caught by the rebels. Kill the Parrot King. Protect the water. Protect the king. Both sides put the fruits in their hands into their arms, then pulled out big wooden sticks and stone axes, shouting slogans and fighting each other. The Parrot King and his concubine were awakened by the shouting and curled up on the mat. They could not tell who was who because of the flashing figures. The fighting lasted for a full 10 minutes, and finally the rebels could no longer resist, and they escorted the Prime Minister out of the palace and ran towards the west of the village. There was no other way, as the guards had 15 people, while the rebels, including the Prime Minister, only had 6. When the wheel of history rolled into the 3rd day of the Parrot King calendar, the frightened Parrot King ordered a village-wide search for the Prime Minister and the remnants of the basketball team. This large-scale search operation made everyone in the village know about the coup last night. Many villagers who received the Prime Minister's fruit secretly sympathized with him, but did not dare to say anything. At noon, the Prime Minister unexpectedly appeared at the westernmost part of the village. The 3 survivors of the basketball party followed him, and the elders of the parliament who were supposed to be imprisoned in the cave were helped out by the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister jumped onto a dirt platform, pointed at the elders of the parliament, and spoke loudly to the villagers passing by. He declared that he had just learned yesterday about the despicable means used by the Parrot King to ascend the throne. This usurping king actually directed and acted in a drama of house collapse, and then put the blame on the parliament. I didn't know about it originally, but last night I accidentally saw through the Parrot King's evil plan, and angrily decided to kill this despicable man to avenge the dead speaker. Unfortunately, God didn't bless us, and the uprising failed. But our people's hearts are still there. Our spirit is still there. We rescued the only surviving elder from the cave, so let us fight against the tyrant and dictatorship under his banner. Honor belongs to the parliament. The Prime Minister finished his impassioned speech and suddenly raised his arms and shouted. The audience who had been listening to his speech were moved by this atmosphere and couldn't help but shout slogans along with him. Seeing the excitement of the crowd, the Prime Minister lost no time in jumping off the stage, puffed out his chest and said, "Let us face the sticks and stone axes. They can't stop us from taking back the fruits we deserve." The crowd gathered behind him, forming a line of people, shouting the names of the Prime Minister, coconuts and mangoes, and marching towards the palace. When the team marched to the center of the village, the size of the parliamentary army had grown to more than 30 people, including women and children. The palace guards rushed up hastily waving their weapons, but were dumbfounded. Although the parliamentary army in front of them was not well equipped and the personnel quality was not high enough, it was the nemesis of the palace guards because the relatives of the guards, especially their wives, were all in the parliamentary army. Supporting the parliamentary army saw the guards appear and angrily denounced them as royalists, throwing leaves and clods of earth at them. Some women screamed for their husbands to go home, but many of the guards pulled their ears with both hands, fled home in embarrassment, and knelt on unpeeled pineapples to wait for their fate. The Prime Minister and the elders stood among the crowd with solemn faces, wearing royal wreaths that symbolized leadership, like two bronze statues. The royalist guards continued to collapse under the blows of the crowd, and the parliamentary army won a great victory. Just when the last guard threw down his stick and fled, the elder groaned and fell to the ground. He was very old and had been locked up for several days, so he was already dying. After all this torment, the last elder of the AOU Parliament finally took his last breath and lay on the ground unable to move. The Prime Minister sadly pushed the responsibility onto the Parrot King and conveyed the elder's political will. Overthrow the rebellious army and restore Parliament. The masses were extremely angry and rushed to the palace. When they opened the palace gate, they found that there was no one inside except the Mayan girls. The Parrot King had apparently escaped into the jungle with some fruits, and no one had ever seen the 3-day king since then. The parliamentary army and the masses cheered loudly. It was undoubtedly a great victory. Nearly half of the people in the village participated in this revolutionary action. The Parrot King's rule lasted only 3 days before he was overthrown by the parliamentary army. The 3-day monarchy that oppressed the people ended, and the Owu tribe entered a new era. Iko Guan sat cross-legged in his prison, leisurely eating a tomato. All this was within his expectations, except that the script had not yet been completed. Was overthrown, the whole village of Owur was very happy. They celebrated all night long, singing, dancing, eating and drinking, and having love. A villager with a poetic temperament suggested replacing each month with the name of a fruit, which was agreed by everyone, and the celebration was restarted. The whole carnival lasted until the morning of the next day, which was the first day of the Owu Mango month. On the afternoon of the first day of the Owu Mango month, the Prime Minister woke up all the members of the Parliament Army and called them together to announce the first meeting of the new Owu Parliament. Yukugwan took full account of the characteristics of the Maya people. He asked the Prime Minister to talk less about political principles and more about the distribution of fruits, which achieved good results. Since all the elders had died, the Prime Minister proposed that he himself be the acting speaker before the formal parliament was formed and be in charge of all village affairs. This was agreed by all the participants. Then, the Prime Minister proposed that the position of the acting speaker be changed to a lifelong system, and he hoped that the selection of members would be entrusted to him alone. This made the fundamentalists in the parliamentary army very dissatisfied. These fundamentalists were composed of the 3 members of the basketball team faction who survived 2 days ago. They had supported the Prime Minister the most, but now they were left aside. The fundamentalists showed that they were very extreme, but no one could tell what kind of fundamentalism they belonged to. Maybe it was just because the name sounded better in Mayan. In any case, the fundamentalists' opposition was supported by the Fruit faction, which soon formed a very powerful force. The latter was a faction that emerged quickly after the victory of the parliamentary army. It was mainly composed of villagers whose fruits were robbed by the Parrot King. They were numerous and had loud voices. The Prime Minister, or the acting speaker, had to go to Igachigwan again for advice. After getting a satisfactory answer, the acting speaker left happily and sent 4 guards, more than 1/3 of the regular strength of the parliamentary army, to guard the place and not allow anyone to approach. On the 2nd day of the Mango month, after a whole night of arguing, the acting speaker of the parliament announced that he would accept the proposal of the fundamentalists and allow the various factions in the parliamentary army to form their own parties and participate in the election of the new parliament. He only made a small revision to the proposal. Only 3 or more people can form a political party. This regulation immediately led to the division of the parliamentary army. The fundamentalists and the Fruit faction were no longer an alliance, and they were busy forming their own parties. People from other factions and non-partisan neutrals were also keen on this. Some small parties had just 3 people, and the rest of them, who could neither find an organization nor enough people to form their own political party, were secretly won over by the acting speaker. When the sunset on the 2nd day of the Mango month fell into the mountains, about a dozen large and small parties emerged in Awu village. The smallest party had only 3 members, such as the Awu My Homeland Party, formerly a fundamentalist faction. The Fruit Party was the most powerful, with 16 members, but many members had different preferences. Young people liked coconuts, while the elderly with bad teeth preferred mangoes. Finally, the Coconut Party announced that they would leave because of differences in dietary concepts and established the Coconut Youth Party to compete with the conservative Fruit Party. Acting Speaker, through secret wooing and public opinion offensives, made his prime minister's party become the largest party in parliament, with as many as 15 people. After the party was established, the next problem that arose was elections. There were 120 villagers in Owu who were party members, which left only 80 free voters, 7 of whom were infants. The acting speaker suggested, "Why don't we just not hold an election? We will all automatically enter the parliament, okay? After all, we are the majority." This proposal was supported by an overwhelming majority of parties. Thus, on the night of the second day of the Mango month, the Owu Council, which comprised 60% of the total population of the Owu tribe, was formally established. After the establishment, the acting speaker went to visit Yikugwan overnight. This time, Yikugwan warned him in a stern tone. Each revolutionary organization will have enemies infiltrating it. It is imperative to eliminate them. What if not? The acting speaker asked cautiously. Then make a few. Yikugwan said calmly. The deputy speaker understood what he meant and left the hut. Yikugwan took out some straws and told some gossips about what happened in the Awu tribe in the past 2 days, muttering to himself, "It's almost time." After that, he put the parrot on his shoulder to the window. The parrot flapped its wings and flew away, quickly disappearing into the dark night. Under its wings, the village was surging with an uneasy tide of the times. On the third day of the Mango month, the sleepy MPs just walked into the open space because there were too many people. The original parliament hut was no longer enough and found that the atmosphere was a little strange. Guards with large arms stood around the open space. Each of them tied a bunch of rafflesia on their arms, and the strong stench made people unable to open their eyes. When all the members of parliament were present, the deputy speaker stood up and said sternly, "In our village, there are still remnants of the royalists. They sympathize with the revolution on the surface, but in fact they are the running dogs of the Parrot King. We must track down such tainted people to the end and purify the ranks of parliament." The MPs were whispering in surprise, not knowing who the acting speaker was referring to. The acting speaker suddenly shouted, and the rafflesia guards rushed into the venue and pushed the party chairman of Owu, my homeland, the former fundamentalist leader, to the center of the parliament. He used to be the guard of the Parrot King and followed the Parrot King to do many bad things. The guards killed the party chairman with a stone axe before he could resist. The entire open space fell silent, and the acting speaker immediately ordered everyone to expose each other, and anyone who had any connection with the Parrot King in the past would be pushed to the center of the open space and killed. Acting speaker set off a climax of terror, which was no less terrible than the French Revolution in terms of quality. Everyone was afraid of being implicated and accused others. Soon, more than a dozen villagers were killed for being royalists. Strangely, they all belonged to people other than the prime minister's party. Many small parties were destroyed because all their members were killed. The first person to react was the vice chairman of the Coconut Youth League, who happened to be identified as having been held by the Parrot King when he was a child. In order to survive, he jumped out and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Isn't it the apprentice of the Parrot King who should be tried the most?" The parliamentarians finally woke up from their dream and rushed to the arrogant deputy speaker, accusing him one after another. The deputy speaker tried to defend himself, but he seemed pale and powerless in the boiling crowd. At this critical moment, the deputy speaker took 3 steps back and made a natural decision. He ordered the parliament guards and all the members of the prime minister's party to draw out the wooden sticks they had prepared in advance and knock back all those who tried to accuse the deputy speaker. The Amaya people, who had experienced the monarchy and revolution, had accumulated rich experience and struggle, and other parties also showed their weapons at the same time. Everyone came to the parliament with their weapons. Initially, the battle took place only between the prime minister's party and the Coconut Party. A few minutes later, the fighting expanded, and many parties that had just made enemies due to the accusations against each other also began to confront each other. In the chaos, revolutionary slogans such as "Fight you to the death," "Death to the Austrian traitors," and "No slapping in the face" were heard one after another, and everyone seemed to be in a state of frenzy. Space in the open space to fight. So many people chose a more spacious place, and it turned into a chaotic situation. Other people in the village also came over after hearing the noise. and they were also dragged into this crazy political vortex. The Prime Minister's faction, the Coconut faction, the Mango Youth League, the pseudo-royalists, and the masses who did not know the truth they never understood it fought in a group, and the whole village of Awu fell into extreme chaos. In the French version of the Lost Indian Civilization, the translator added a line of annotation to this paragraph. In Auvers, most people are Campbell, a few are Robespierre, and no one is Danton. Of course, in the end everyone becomes Marat, they are all dead. Just when the revolutionary activities of the Owu tribe reached their climax, a small detachment of the Shang army, who had received the message from the parrot, arrived at Owu. The well-trained Shang soldiers killed all the fanatical Mayans effortlessly, and then the rescued Yakuguan walked out of the hut slowly and let the parrot fly back to his shoulder. When the team leader asked him how he was doing, Igu Guan smiled and replied, "Well, I give myself a 90. The 10 points are minus because I still overestimated the wisdom of humans when they act as a group." On December 29, 205 BC, after 6 days of vigorous social changes, the Owu tribe ended the monarchy, revolution, parliament, and terror periods, and entered a new historical stage, the No-Man period. Mr. Nomura, in my 50 years in public service, I have never seen such a brazen document. U.S. Secretary of State Hull, December 7, 1941, 1 hour after the Pearl Harbor incident. BC, a Mayan came to the camp of the Shang dynasty army and claimed to be a sacred envoy representing the Pan-Maya City-State alliance, and then he died. Some South American historians who are prejudiced against Eastern civilization say this shows that the Shang dynasty was a barbaric, backward, uncivilized nation, cunning, evil, and lacking the most basic respect for international law. Their invasion of Mayan civilization was like the Mongols' invasion of the southern Song dynasty, the Huns' invasion of the Byzantines, and the Corsicans' invasion of Austria, which was the devastation of a highly civilized country by an inferior nation. In fact, the incident was just an early tragic example of the culture clash. The Maya view, like most civilizations in the world, is that envoys represent the image of a country. But unfortunately, their aesthetics, like Maya writing, present a non-linear chaotic state. Even within the Maya cultural circle, each city-state has its own unique aesthetics, which is very different from that of neighboring city-states. Researchers have been conducting in-depth research on this strange cultural phenomenon for several years, and finally a biologist discovered that this characteristic of the Maya originated from the habit of laying eggs, which is similar to that of egg-laying animals. They will regard the first thing they see as the most perfect and worship it almost pathologically. For example, one Maya city-state regarded psoriasis as beautiful, so the first thing their ancestors saw was a pangolin. Another Maya city-state regarded puffy cheeks as beautiful, so the first thing their ancestors saw was a frog. And there is another Maya city-state called Hamazul, so there is no doubt that their ancestors saw the queen of termites. In fact, unifying the aesthetics of the Maya city-states was more difficult than unifying the Maya city-states themselves, which was at least theoretically possible. Therefore, before the Mayan envoy set out, the representatives of the Pan-Maya City-State Alliance agreed that he should be dressed up beautifully so as not to lose face. But what is considered beautiful has triggered a long-lasting debate. According to custom, Mayan envoys need tattoos to show their identity, so all the representatives insisted that the tattoos should reflect a healthy and positive aesthetic. As a result, the tattoo patterns were changed again and again and could not be finalized. Unfortunately, the Maya people had no habit of making sketches, so they tattooed the drafts directly on the envoys and then discussed what needed to be modified. Several envoy candidates died painfully during this discussion, and when they died, there was no blank spot on their skin, which was full of half-finished graphics, red crosses, and comments from representatives next to them. The more intense the debate, the more pain the envoy candidate will endure, because fanatical representatives will often give up trying to convince the other party and simply tattoo insults on their skin, and the one who can't find a place to tattoo in the end will lose. In this way, after paying the lives of more than a dozen envoy candidates, the tattoo was finally finalized. The representatives slapped their cheeks with satisfaction to show that the House of Lords had unanimously approved the result. The envoy who survived stood awkwardly in the center, his body covered with patterns. Because there was not enough skin space, several city-states tattooed the patterns on his tongue and eyelids. In order to reflect the spirit of complete equality between the city-states, the envoy had to stick out his tongue and close his eyes. In addition, two city-states shared his genitals, which could reflect different styles according to the different conditions of the organs. It could have been shared by three city-states, but this envoy was obviously not as good as his predecessor in this regard. The final step was decoration. The Maya glued a large number of parrot feathers to his body, artistically dotting the tattoo. From a distance, the envoy looked like a colorful parrot-like creature. Apart from the feathers, he was naked so that as much of the tattoo as possible could be shown. The speaker handed him a coconut and a stone axe and asked him to give them to the commander of the Shang army. It's a Mayan metaphor. Either we eat coconuts together in peace, or we go to war. But due to the lack of precision in Mayan writing, some people understand it as either hit me on the head with a coconut or hit me on the head with a stone axe. Another version thinks it is, here is a stone axe, go hit the coconut yourself and don't bother me anymore. The former came from the Italian military, and the latter came from the customer helpline of Bloomingdale's department store. Whatever the meaning is, it doesn't actually matter, because the message was never delivered to Commander Yuhoshi. After leaving Panama, the envoy headed north. The Mayans naively believed that if they disguised themselves as an animal, they would have the ability of that animal. If they disguised themselves as a parrot, they would naturally have the ability to find their way. In fact, parrots cannot do that. Only pigeons can sense the Earth's magnetic field. So he got lost. The dense forest is an extremely dangerous place for ordinary humans, but fortunately, its colorful and unrestrained appearance makes all dangerous animals avoid it. The jaguar and the anaconda looked at the monster walking through the forest with doubts, thinking that there was no need to take the risk to attack it. Even if this guy with ugly spots all over his body was not dangerous, he would never be delicious. Only parrots and monkeys regarded him as a kind of their own, thinking that he was a new breed of macaws and capuchins, and they all regarded themselves as cousins. The capuchins, who were good at imitating, even plucked parrot feathers like the envoys and stuck them all over their bodies, dressed themselves up in the same colorful way, and learned to use tools to tattoo. This was a decisive breakthrough for the capuchin monkeys, because the ability to use tools is the fundamental difference between humans and apes. With this opportunity, the capuchin monkeys have embarked on the road of evolution. After more than 2,000 years of evolution, this monkey population gradually migrated to the North American continent and integrated into the local human society. However, they still retain the primitive custom of dressing themselves up with colorful feathers and tattoos, and are active in underground bars and heavy metal rock concerts in New York, San Francisco, and other places. The Mayan envoy walked in the jungle for a whole week, but still could not find the right direction. The real turning point came on the 8th day. That morning he climbed up from the tree and dug some papaya for breakfast. At this time, faint footsteps were heard in the jungle behind the envoy, and it was obvious that someone was approaching. The envoy raised his stone axe, then thought for a moment, changed to a more lethal coconut, and looked vigilantly in the direction of the sound. Soon, a stout Mayan emerged from the bushes. He was covered in delicate vines and had a wreath of royal flowers on his head that was about to wither. Even by Mayan standards, he looked very miserable. He suddenly noticed someone in front of him. When he looked up, he saw the Mayan envoy. He couldn't help but let out a heart-wrenching scream, then fell to the ground and kissed the envoy's feet. The envoy was surprised and slowly put down the coconut in his hand, confused by the strange behavior of this weird guy. At this time, the fellow sobbed, hugged the envoy's legs, and said in Mayan with a strong macaw accent, "You must be the real Parrot King." Apparently, this man is the former priest and king of the Owu tribe, and now the exiled government. Ever since he was driven off the political stage by a coup led by the prime minister, he has been wandering in the dense forest and dares not return to the village. He could not find any foreign hostile forces to help him restore his country, so he remembered the words of the messenger Akugwin. The parrot of Akugwin said, "Owuxing, the priest king. If he wanted to restore Owu, he must find the real Parrot King." He wandered in the jungle, and he was completely unaware of the series of political changes that took place in Owu. He was only determined to find the legendary Parrot King. He tried his best to imitate the parrot's movements, calls, and living habits, and he tried his best to meditate on the parrot's psychology. In the end, all members of the unfortunate Owu exile government were in a trance and could not distinguish between reality and imagination. So he eventually became a poet. The Mayan language itself is very wonderful, and coupled with the Parrot King's own mental state, he has achieved quite amazing achievements in poetry. He creatively pioneered the method of using carrier materials to express artistic conception. To express his loneliness in the jungle and his melancholy about the past, he carved these poems on the shells of giant American snails, so the texts of these poems seem sticky and slow, while other works seem ethereal and free from the constraints of imagination and logic because they are carved on ladybugs and fleas. Some poems are vicious curses on the Owu people, and it is obviously most appropriate to write them on the skin of the poisonous golden dart frog. The only regret is that he couldn't find a jaguar skin to express his noble kingly status. He dared to fight against snails, ladybugs, and frogs, but the jaguar was an opponent of another order of magnitude, and it was definitely not something a poet could deal with. Whether it was the Parrot King or Pushkin, their fighting ability was very poor. In fact, the Parrot King was the first poet to burst into brilliant sparks after his abdication, and the second was Li Yu. There are no literary readers or critics in the jungle. He doesn't care at all. He just talks to himself, like a real poet and a real parrot. He had come today to look for possums, those wretched little creatures perfect for carving verses mocking the Prime Minister. And now, a human-shaped parrot covered with feathers stood in front of him. This shape couldn't be more obvious. This must be the real Parrot King that Iko Guan mentioned, and there were words engraved all over his body, indicating that the real Parrot King himself was a carrier of poetry. Facing this strange, uninvited guest, the envoy did not forget his mission. He stuck out his tongue, closed his eyes, and showed all the tattoos on his body. He raised his hands high from time to time to make a flying gesture, because some city-states tattoos were drawn on his armpits, making him look like a huge macaw. The purpose of this set of movements is to show one's identity, representing the more than 200 representatives of the Pan-Maya City-State Alliance. But the Parrot King was originally just a small priest in a remote village. He had never seen the world and knew nothing about these things. When he saw the other person flapping his wings like a parrot, he was more convinced that he had found the real Parrot King in the legend. He threw himself into the envoy's arms and cried about his tragic experience of being overthrown by the mob. Aoyu? The envoy repeated the name mechanically. Yes, yes, Owo. The Parrot King nodded hurriedly and shouted in a shrill voice, Owuxing, the priest king. The envoy thought about it carefully and did not remember that there was such a member in the City-State Alliance. In other words, this Aoyu was just an inferior tribe that did not even have a pyramid, and his attitude immediately became very bad. Do you want me to help you restore your country? The envoy asked coldly. No, no. I just hope you can help me publish a collection of poems. The Parrot King took out a bunch of snails, frog skins, and ladybugs from his arms and looked at the envoy with hope. He even grew his hair long for this moment. I'm sorry, I can't help you. The envoy rejected the request. It was impossible. Publishing a book was a big deal for the Maya. The Maya's publishing industry was to carve text on pyramids. Poems were divided into lines, and the number of layers of pyramids had to be built according to the number of lines of poetry. With the Maya's technical capabilities, the maximum number of layers could be built was 14. In other words, the sonnet was the limit of Maya civilization. Some literary historians have made comments based on this. The Maya people would appreciate Shakespeare, Basho, Whitman, and Du Fu, who only wrote quatrains, while Dante, Spencer, and Mayakovsky were destined to have no chance of success in the Maya literary world. Why? Aren't we all the parrot's people? The Parrot King cried in disappointment. I'm not working today. What about tomorrow? Is tomorrow okay? I'll take a day off tomorrow too. The envoy was telling the truth. He was used to working 5 days and resting 2 days. Christian theologians said that God spent 6 days creating the world and rested on the 7th day. In Mayan legends, where labor unions are more powerful, God worked 5 days and rested on the 6th and 7th days. You are a monkey in parrot's clothing. You are a possum who desecrates art. The extremely disappointed Parrot King cursed angrily, and the envoy shrugged and turned to leave. Suddenly he thought that since the Parrot King came from Owur, Owu should not be too far from here. At least he could replenish food in Owur and ask for directions. Thinking of this, the envoy turned around and said to the Parrot King in an arrogant tone, "Take me back to Owur, and I will help you restore the monarchy. When the time comes, you can build as many layers of pyramids as you want to engrave your poetry collection." This promise was unreliable, but the Parrot King was eager to publish, so he agreed. Then the Parrot King found some feathers and dressed himself up as an envoy. Then the two of them walked towards Owur with their own thoughts. Along the way, the Parrot King kept showing off his poems to the envoy and showed him the snail. The envoy ate the snail meat without saying a word and returned the snail shell with words engraved on it without even looking at it. If the Parrot King is a true poet, then the envoy is a true poetry critic. When they approached the edge of the Owu tribe, they saw an unusual atmosphere in the tribe. Many flags they had never seen before were flying high, and strange metal collisions and human voices were heard one after another. In the distance, some creatures wearing strange clothes could be seen walking around, and there was no trace of Mayan civilization on them. Could they be the invaders I've been looking for? The envoy squatted on a fir tree next to the tribe, wondering. No matter how you look at it, these guys are aggressive and very scary. The Parrot King said that he had never seen such creatures in the tribe before, except in Yakugwan. Well, it's worth a try. Thinking of this, the envoy stood up, stuck out his tongue, closed his eyes, and swung his feathered arms and genitals while making loud cooing sounds, which means peace, not war in Mayan. The unaware Parrot King thought he was declaring war on the invaders who had occupied Awu, so he jumped on the branch like him. A minute later, 2 arrows hit the heads of the 2 guys accurately. They swayed and fell from the tree to the ground. The last sounds the envoy and the Parrot King heard in this world were the oracle bones of a man and a woman, but unfortunately they could not understand them. What a big pair of parrots! Their calls are so beautiful. No, they are monkeys. Commander Yuhoshi put down his bow and arrow and argued seriously with Chi. From then on, the prince and princess lived a happy life. Grimm-esque fairy tales. Many Anglo-Saxon scholars have doubts about whether the Shang army really set foot on the American continent. They think that it sounds incredible that a primitive civilization crossed thousands of kilometers of ocean to come to America and destroy another civilization. If there was a government spokesman in the Shang dynasty at that time, he would agree with this view. I can tell you responsibly that there was no war between the Shang and the Maya. Skeptics say that according to Oppenheim's international law, in theory, this war did not exist. First, the Shang dynasty had already perished at that time, and the Zhou dynasty government that replaced it was obviously not responsible for the exile Commander Yuhoshi. This is a political factor. Second, the Mayan civilization circle was not a country. It was just a loose confederation derived from the same civilization and gathered together because of fear. This is a cultural factor. Third, and most importantly, neither side declared war. The Mayans pretended that the Shang dynasty did not exist, and the Shang dynasty did not regard the Mayans as primates at all. This is a biological taxonomic factor. Scholars who were negative about this view published an impassioned rebuttal in the April 1982 issue of Archaeology. The author wrote, "Coming to America on armed ships and occupying local land is obviously an act of aggression that should be condemned." Before the Chinese government responded, the British, who had just experienced the Falklands War, had begun to loudly denounce the magazine for accepting money from the Argentines. On February 16, 204 BC, after destroying many Mayan city-states and tribes, the Shang army finally arrived at the city-state of Panama, the core civilization of the Pan-Maya cultural circle. When the first stone bullet of the Shang army hit Panama City, the Speaker of the Senate and all other members of the Parliament finally realized that their diplomatic efforts had completely failed. If these Mayans knew the current situation of the Shang army, they would probably be even more terrified. Because Chi is pregnant. Chi's pregnancy was a complete accident. The and Shang civilization did not lack contraceptive technology, they just lacked physiological common sense. The and Shang people believed that women's conception was closely related to the golden armored gods or giants' footprints in their dreams. All and Shang women would claim that they had been in contact with the miracles after they found out they were pregnant. If their children became very famous in the future, this saying would be passed down and widely known. She was the same. She felt uncomfortable at first, so she went to see the chief wizard Ding Gao. In that era, wizards served as doctors, but they did not have to bear the responsibility of doctors. Recovery was the wizard's credit, but death was the will of the gods. Ding Gao rashly diagnosed her with depression and suggested that she visit the scene of the Shang army besieging the Mayan city-state, which would help relieve depression. She did so and laughed happily, but it did not help relieve the symptoms at all. Finally, Fu Rong discovered the truth, and she immediately spread the news to the entire Shang army. 4 or 5 versions of the rumor were spread. Some said she had been pregnant for 3 years but had not given birth, and would definitely give birth to a big ball of flesh in the future. Some said someone else caused Chi to get pregnant and vaguely mentioned the identities of a wizard and a public relations expert. The most outrageous rumor was that Chi reproduced alluviously and produced by fission because literary young women are single-celled organisms. Chi followed tradition and announced that she had dreamed of a colorful parrot, which said that her child would be the king of the land and that she would be pregnant when she woke up. This was Aiku Guan's idea. He had experienced the Owu Revolution and knew that the more legendary something was, the easier it would be to deceive the masses. The masses as a whole had little judgment. For them, anything was fine as long as it was exciting and novel. The Shang army believed this story, except for Commander Yu Hu. Like all fathers, Commander Yu Hu was the last to know. So he suspected Chi of adultery with Yukugwan. The pregnancy myth gave away some clues. The parrot made Chi pregnant, and the parrot is a symbol of public relations experts. I want to do a paternity test. Commander Yu Hoshi, full of jealousy, said to Chief Wizard Ding Gao. No matter what era, it is unbearable for one's woman to have an affair with another man. After listening to this, Ding Gao slowly put down the tortoise shell in his hand and fell into deep thought with a hint of vagueness. This world is originally a chaos. The factors of truth are fragmented, scattered among countless independent accidental events, and gradually dissipated. What can we understand? Commander Yuhoshi didn't understand what he said, so he asked Ding Gao again if there was a way to do a paternity test. Ding Gao replied, yes, but it will take some time. No problem. Commander Yuhoshi agreed without hesitation. She said she got pregnant because of a parrot in her dream, and that parrot said her child would be the king of this land. Is that right? Yes. It's simple. If that child really becomes the king of this land, it proves that the dream is true, and she really has an affair with Lord Agachigwan. You mean? Be patient and wait until that child ascends the throne to confirm your suspicions. This will only take a few decades. Thus, the longest paternity test experiment in history began. In order to see the results as soon as possible, Commander Yuhoshi, who was eager to find the truth, drove the Yin Shang army to attack Mayan city-states and tribes continuously, hoping to achieve the prerequisite of the paternity test experiment as soon as possible, unifying the world. As the center of the Pan-Maya civilization, Panama City was naturally placed at the forefront of the times and had to face its impending fate. After more than a year of fighting, the soldiers of the Shang dynasty army had mastered how to deal with the Mayans. They would first attack with catapults, while sending out loud soldiers and parrots to imitate the whistling of stones. Generally, the terrified Maya would cover their eyes before a stone attack could do any real damage. In this sense, the trebuchet was a psychological weapon. Next, send infantry and ladders to approach the city wall. This is easy. Just try not to make any noise, and the Mayans will pretend not to see you. Of course, it doesn't matter if they do see you. The soldiers can just ask in Mayan, "Do you see me?" Most Mayans will nervously answer no, while a few will scream and fall to the ground unconscious. After controlling the city wall, the soldiers can let the Mayans open the city gates themselves, and then the main force will slowly enter the city and start looting. This is the standard siege procedure, but there are occasional exceptions. The Shang army also suffered resistance from the Mayans, which usually occurred when the Shang soldiers attempted to demolish the pyramids. This problem is not difficult to solve. Just kill everyone in the city before demolishing the pyramids. The Mayan city-states also had armies. These armies were the earliest professional soldiers in the world, but they were not professional in combat, but in Mayan basketball. In fact, the Mayan army was equivalent to the Mayan basketball team. Only when there were no games or training did the basketball team take on the responsibility of combat. The fall of many Mayan city-states was not because they had no army, but because the army happened to be playing away games in a distant city. However, Panama City is obviously different from these city-states. Unlike other agricultural economic city-states, Panama City is the political center of the Pan-Maya civilization, and it is full of politicians. Therefore, politics overwhelms humanity, and the leaders of Panama City did not hold their heads in fear like ordinary Mayans, but gathered together to discuss whether to surrender. The Senate advocated surrender, as they were extremely afraid of the invasion of the Shang army. Many members of the Senate had lost their qualifications and were thrown into prison because their home city had been destroyed and the pyramids had been demolished. The surviving members were in a state of panic, fearing that their qualifications would also be deprived. They could not bear the humiliation of being asked by the police on the street, "Do you have pyramids?" The speaker himself also had a sense of crisis about the Shang army. He realized that this was not an opponent that could be defeated by mangoes and coconuts. He came up with a brilliant idea. First, pretend to surrender, allow the Yin Shang Legion to gain a seat in the House of Lords, and then rely on the speaker's privilege of 10,000 votes to veto the Yin Shang Legion's position and successfully stop the invasion of this demon from the other side of the Pacific Ocean. This proposal was unanimously approved by the House of Lords, but was opposed by the priests and the basketball team. The priests heard that the demons used a language completely different from the Mayan language, and they were afraid that their expertise would be ignored and they would lose their privileges. The chairman of the basketball team calmly pointed out, "There are too many demons, and it is conceivable that their basketball team must be very strong. If they join the Mayan Basketball League, it will inevitably destroy the balance of the game." In response to these disputes, the speaker took great patience to persuade the priests. He said to the priests, "It is true that the demons use non-Maya languages, but doesn't this mean that the illiteracy rate of Mayan civilization can be improved?" So after repeated considerations, the priests agreed to the speaker's proposal. Some economists point out that the illiteracy rate of the Mayan city-state is closely related to the interests of the priests who are in charge of grammar, presenting a typical brain-body inversion phenomenon. Due to the monopoly of grammar by the priest class, the more illiterate people there are, the more consolidated the position of the priests. Therefore, the traditional practice of the Mayan priests is to reduce the literacy rate of the Mayan people as much as possible. They set up sensitive grammar tables and regularly stipulate which grammatical forms and words are sensitive. If they are spoken casually, they will be punished by the sun god. The pious Mayan people are timid by nature, and they have an attitude of better to believe it than not to believe it towards this kind of superstition. Over time, these sensitive words are gradually forgotten by most people. According to statistics, each sensitive word can increase the illiteracy rate of the Mayan people by 0.004%. As for the chairman of the Mayan Basketball League, the Speaker of the Senate simply suggested that he introduce a draft mechanism which would ensure that there would never be a situation where one team dominated the league. In the end, the chairman reluctantly agreed. Reaching the agreement among various political factions, the Lord Chancellor began the most difficult part of the whole plan negotiation with the Yin Shang army. For this, the Lord Chancellor was confident that the invaders only wanted a few things: money, women, food, power, and everything else. Maya could provide them with all these things. But the speaker missed one point, that is, the suspicious psychology of men. He didn't know that he was facing the first invader in history to start a war for paternity testing. Before the invention of DNA repeat-based sequence recognition technology, he could not have reached any political agreement with Commander Yuhoshi. At that time, the Speaker of the Senate, in order to show his sincerity, personally put on the most luxurious grass clothes and carried a stone used as a memorandum on his back and walked towards the camp of the Shang army. He went further on the diplomatic road than the unfortunate messenger, who was shot dead 30 steps away from Commander Yuhoshi, while the Speaker of the Senate who personally went out walked all the way to 10 steps away from Commander Yuhoshi. But his diplomatic efforts ended there. Commander Yuhoshi's special horse-drawn chariot sped past, and the driver did not notice the old man. As a result, the wheels with powerful kinetic energy gave the Speaker a force to the left, and he strictly followed Newton's second law and flew to the grass nest next to him. As a result of this unfortunate accident, The speaker was knocked away by the real wheel before he died on the wheel of history. As Liebknecht's book of the Red Covenant 736 says, I tell you the truth, those who dream of achieving their political goals through democratic means within Parliament are revisionists who hold the theory of class conciliation, just like the king of Maya, and the laws of history will not fulfill their wishes. Which had lost its upper speaker, was still waiting. But what they waited for was the impatient commander Yuhoshi and his army. The defenders of the Panama City state put up a brave final resistance. They huddled in the towering pyramid, closed the stone door tightly, and prayed loudly to the gods. The Inshang army could not do anything to them for a while. The Mayan priests tried to tell the people in the stone chamber that the whole world was an illusion, and only the interior of the pyramid was the real universe. Soon, the defenders found that there was no food in the stone chamber, and they were starving. The Mayan priests had to explain again that hunger was just an illusion. But when the pain of hunger became so real that it could not be avoided, the priests had to revise their theory 3 times, claiming that survival itself was a painful thing. In order to relieve the pain, only by regarding survival as an illusion can one reach the other side of liberation with great wisdom. This is a rigorous religious theory. The only regret is that before the Mayan priests developed Theravada Buddhism, they all starved to death. In March 204 BC, Panama City fell, marking the complete decline of the Mayan civilization. Although some city-states still maintained their independence, the Maya as a civilization no longer existed. Another powerful force took its place. Whether it was the reborn Shang dynasty or Commander Yuhoshi's own new dynasty that replaced it has always been controversial in the academic community. Some experts say that Peru is actually the evidence of the establishment of Commander Yuhoshi's new dynasty. Lu refers to Commander Yuhoshi's hometown Shandong, and Mi is pronounced by. So Peru means the abbreviation of even if Lu has 3 households, the lost mom must be Lu. They also claim that the name Guatemala clearly reflected the situation of the Shang dynasty's horse-drawn chariots traveling in the dangerous areas of Central America. Mexico expressed the deep hatred of the Shang dynasty's old people for the Zhou dynasty, and they hoped that the armed forces of Shichi Lauer would be completely wiped out. As for the Indian tribes prevalent in North America and Central America, there is no doubt that this name is full of the Shang dynasty's army's feelings of missing their homeland. Columbus thought they were Indians, which was a big mistake. This group of scholars was called the School of Esoteric Interpretation because of their persistence in the precise textual research of ancient place names in America. American software engineers are all in India. Indian Aryans are all in Germany. German Germans are all in Austria. Austrian Jews are all in Israel, and Israeli Palestinians are all in Lebanon. This world is so sad. A well-known British scholar of the School of Esoteric Interpretation said this when talking about Columbus's mistakes. This statement even caused a diplomatic chaos. But no matter which school the academic achievements belong to, they are limited to speculation. After the fall of Panama, the regime established by the Shang army seemed to have disappeared from the historical chronology, leaving no historical records. Commander Yuhoshi, Qi, Yakugwan, Ding Gao and others as well as the huge Shang army. What is most regrettable is that the result of this paternity test, which may last for 30 to 40 years, will forever become an unsolved historical mystery. To this day, a special kind of macaw still lives in the deep jungles of Central America. They have a strong ability to imitate, and their calls are very strange, sometimes high, sometimes low, and very sharp, quite close to the moans of human women. Biologists were puzzled by this phenomenon and could only conclude that perhaps the ancient ancestors of this parrot had once come into contact with ancient humans. The Republican calendar, that is 845 years after Panama City fell to the Inshang army, a huge fleet suddenly appeared in the waters near Nagasaki, Kyushu. At that time, Zhang Liang, a famous dissident in the Qin Empire, wanted to assassinate Qin Shi Huang, so he found a knight, and the two chose Balangsha as the Ford Theater before the Common Era. When Qin Shi Huang's motorcade came into view, the knight threw a large stone hammer and smashed Qin Shi Huang's secondary carriage. The Qin army guards were keenly aware of this, pressed Qin Shi Huang under them, and shouted loudly for the driver to drive, thus escaping the disaster. Unfortunately, Ying Zheng's wife was killed. After the assassination failed, Zhang Liang managed to escape, and the Qin Empire was shocked by this sudden incident, and the news media reported it immediately. Countless bamboo slips were running back and forth on the post road, and the news on them was only engraved with a line of red seal characters, "The Night of Balangsha." For a time, bamboo slips in Xianying were precious. Later, this incident was made into a movie JFK, Jackstone Fucks King. In the movie, the prosecutor Zhao Gao's impassioned speech at the last moment shocked the world. As a lifelong emperor, Ing Zhang had a strong interest in immortality, so he sent Su Fu to search for immortal mountains overseas. When Commander Su Fu's Qin fleet brought Kyushu Island's Hara Bay within range, the Japanese were still unaware of the fate they were about to face. But that's another story. From then on, the prince and princess lived a happy life. Grimm's fairy tales. Many Anglo-Saxon scholars have doubts about whether the Shang army really set foot on the American continent. They think that it sounds incredible that a primitive civilization crossed thousands of kilometers of ocean to come to America and destroy another civilization. If there was a government spokesman in the Shang dynasty at that time, he would agree with this view. I can tell you responsibly that there was no war between the Shang and the Maya. Skeptics say that according to Oppenheim's international law, in theory, this war did not exist. First, the Shang dynasty had already perished at that time, and the Zhou dynasty government that replaced it was obviously not responsible for the exiled Commander Yuhoshi. This is a political factor. Second, the Mayan civilization circle was not a country. It was just a large group of loose confederations derived from the same civilization and gathered together because of fear. This is a cultural factor. Third, and most importantly, neither side declared war. The Mayans pretended that the Shang dynasty did not exist, and the Shang dynasty did not regard the Mayans as primates at all. This is a biological taxonomic factor. Scholars who were negative about this view published an impassioned rebuttal in the April 1982 issue of Archaeology. The author wrote, "Coming to America on armed ships and occupying local land is obviously an act of aggression that should be condemned." Before the Chinese government responded, the British, who had just experienced the Falklands War, had begun to loudly denounce the magazine for accepting money from the Argentines. On February 16, 204 BC, after destroying many Mayan city-states and tribes, the Shang army finally arrived at the city-state of Panama, the core civilization of the Pan-Maya cultural circle. When the first stone bullet of the Shang army hit Panama City, the Speaker of the Senate and all other members of the Parliament finally realized that their diplomatic efforts had completely failed. If these Mayans knew the current situation of the Shang army, they would probably be even more terrified. Because Qi is pregnant. Qi's pregnancy was a complete accident. The Yin and Shang civilization did not lack contraceptive technology, they just lacked physiological common sense. The Yin and Shang people believed that women's conception was closely related to the golden armored gods or giants' footprints in their dreams. All Yin and Shang women would claim that they had been in contact with the miracles after they found out they were pregnant. If their children became very famous in the future, this saying would be passed down and widely known. She was the same. She felt uncomfortable at first, so she went to see the chief wizard Ding Gao. In that era, wizards served as doctors, but they did not have to bear the responsibility of doctors. Recovery was the wizard's credit, but death was the will of the gods. Ding Gao rashly diagnosed her with depression and suggested that she visit the scene of the Shang army besieging the Mayan city-state, which would help relieve depression. She did so and laughed happily, but it did not help relieve the symptoms at all. Finally, Fu Rong discovered the truth, and she immediately spread the news to the entire Shang army. 4 or 5 versions of the rumor were spread. Some said Qi had been pregnant for 3 years but had not given birth, and would definitely give birth to a big ball of flesh in the future. Some said someone else caused Qi to get pregnant and vaguely mentioned the identities of a wizard and a public relations expert. The most outrageous rumor was that Qi reproduced alluviously and produced by fission because literary young women are single-celled organisms. Qi followed tradition and announced that she had dreamed of a colorful parrot, which said that her child would be the king of the land and that she would be pregnant when she woke up. This was Aiku Guan's idea. He had experienced the Owo Revolution and knew that the more legendary something was, the easier it would be to deceive the masses. The masses as a whole had little judgment. For them, anything was fine as long as it was exciting and novel. The Shang army believed this story, except for Commander Yu Hu. Like all fathers, Commander Yuhu was the last to know, so he suspected Chi of adultery with Yukugwin. The pregnancy myth gave away some clues. The parrot made Chi pregnant, and the parrot is a symbol of public relations experts. I want to do a paternity test. Commander Yuhoshi, full of jealousy, said to Chief Wizard Ding Gao. No matter what era, it is unbearable for one's woman to have an affair with another man. After listening to this, Ding Gao slowly put down the tortoise shell in his hand and fell into deep thought with a hint of vagueness. This world is originally a chaos. The factors of truth are fragmented, scattered among countless independent accidental events, and gradually dissipated. What can we understand? Commander Yuhoshi didn't understand what he said, so he asked Ding Gao again if there was a way to do a paternity test. Ding Gao replied, yes, but it will take some time. No problem. Commander Yuhoshi agreed without hesitation. She said she got pregnant because of a parrot in her dream, and that parrot said her child would be the king of this land. Is that right? Yes. It's simple. If that child really becomes the king of this land, it proves that the dream is true, and she really has an affair with Lord Agachigwin. You mean? Be patient and wait until that child ascends the throne to confirm your suspicions. This will only take a few decades. Thus, the longest paternity test experiment in history began. In order to see the results as soon as possible, Commander Yuhoshi, who was eager to find the truth, drove the Yinshang army to attack Mayan city-states and tribes continuously, hoping to achieve the prerequisite of the paternity test experiment as soon as possible, unifying the world. As the center of the Pan-Maya civilization, Panama City was naturally placed at the forefront of the times and had to face its impending fate. After more than a year of fighting, the soldiers of the Shang dynasty army had mastered how to deal with the Mayans. They would first attack with catapults, while sending out loud soldiers and parrots to imitate the whistling of stones. Generally, the terrified Maya would cover their eyes before a stone attack could do any real damage. In this sense, the trebuchet was a psychological weapon. Next, send infantry and ladders to approach the city wall. This is easy. Just try not to make any noise, and the Mayans will pretend not to see you. Of course, it doesn't matter if they do see you. The soldiers can just ask in Mayan, "Do you see me?" Most Mayans will nervously answer no, while a few will scream and fall to the ground unconscious. After controlling the city wall, the soldiers can let the Mayans open the city gates themselves, and then the main force will slowly enter the city and start looting. This is the standard siege procedure, but there are occasional exceptions. The Shang army also suffered resistance from the Mayans, which usually occurred when the Shang soldiers attempted to demolish the pyramids. This problem is not difficult to solve. Just kill everyone in the city before demolishing the pyramids. The Mayan city-states also had armies. These armies were the earliest professional soldiers in the world, but they were not professional in combat, but in Mayan basketball. In fact, the Mayan army was equivalent to the Mayan basketball team. Only when there were no games or training did the basketball team take on the responsibility of combat. The fall of many Mayan city-states was not because they had no army, but because the army happened to be playing away games in a distant city. However, Panama City is obviously different from these city-states. Unlike other agricultural economic city-states, Panama City is the political center of the Pan-Maya civilization, and it is full of politicians. Therefore, politics overwhelms humanity, and the leaders of Panama City did not hold their heads in fear like ordinary Mayans, but gathered together to discuss whether to surrender. The Senate advocated surrender, as they were extremely afraid of the invasion of the Shang army. Many members of the Senate had lost their qualifications and were thrown into prison because their home city had been destroyed and the pyramids had been demolished. The surviving members were in a state of panic, fearing that their qualifications would also be deprived. They could not bear the humiliation of being asked by the police on the street, "Do you have pyramids?" The speaker himself also had a sense of crisis about the Shang army. He realized that this was not an opponent that could be defeated by mangoes and coconuts. He came up with a brilliant idea. First, pretend to surrender, allow the Yinshang Legion to gain a seat in the House of Lords, and then rely on the speaker's privilege of 10,000 votes to veto the Yinshang Legion's position, and thus successfully stop the invasion of this demon from across the Pacific Ocean. This proposal was unanimously approved by the House of Lords, but was opposed by the priests and the basketball team. The priest heard that the demons used a language completely different from the Mayan language, and they were afraid that their expertise would be ignored and they would lose their privileges. The chairman of the basketball team calmly pointed out, "There are too many demons, and it is conceivable that their basketball team must be very strong. If they join the Mayan Basketball League, it will inevitably destroy the balance of the game." In response to these disputes, the speaker took great patience to persuade the priests. He said to the priests, "It is true that the demons use non-Maya languages, but doesn't this mean that the illiteracy rate of Mayan civilization can be improved?" So after repeated considerations, the priests agreed to the speaker's proposal. Some economists point out that the illiteracy rate of the Mayan city-state is closely related to the interests of the priests who are in charge of grammar, presenting a typical brain-body inversion phenomenon. Due to the monopoly of grammar by the priest class, the more illiterate people there are, the more consolidated the position of the priests. Therefore, the traditional practice of the Mayan priests is to reduce the literacy rate of the Mayan people as much as possible. They set up sensitive grammar tables and regularly stipulate which grammatical forms and words are sensitive. If they are spoken casually, they will be punished by the sun god. The pious Mayan people are timid by nature, and they have an attitude of better to believe it than not to believe it towards this kind of superstition. Over time, these sensitive words are gradually forgotten by most people. According to statistics, each sensitive word can increase the illiteracy rate of the Mayan people by 0.004%. As for the chairman of the Mayan Basketball League, the Speaker of the Senate simply suggested that he introduce a draft mechanism which would ensure that there would never be a situation where one team dominated the league. In the end, the chairman reluctantly agreed. Reaching the agreement among various political factions, the Lord Chancellor began the most difficult part of the whole plan negotiation with the Extinction army. For this, the Lord Chancellor was confident that the invaders only wanted a few things: money, women, food, power, and everything else. Maya could provide them with all these things. But the speaker missed one point, that is, the suspicious psychology of men. He didn't know that he was facing the first invader in history to start a war for paternity testing. Before the invention of DNA repeat-based sequence recognition technology, he could not have reached any political agreement with Commander Yuhoshi. At that time, the Speaker of the Senate, in order to show his sincerity, personally put on the most luxurious grass clothes and carried a stone used as a memorandum on his back and walked towards the camp of the Shang army. He went further on the diplomatic road than the unfortunate messenger, who was shot dead 30 steps away from Commander Yuhoshi, while the Speaker of the Senate who personally went out walked all the way to 10 steps away from Commander Yuhoshi. But his diplomatic efforts ended there. Commander Yuhoshi's special horse-drawn chariot sped past, and the driver did not notice the old man. As a result, the wheels with powerful kinetic energy gave the speaker a force to the left, and he strictly followed Newton's second law and flew to the grass nest next to him. As a result of this unfortunate accident, the speaker was knocked away by the real wheel before he died on the wheel of history. As Liebknecht's Book of the Red Covenant 736 says, "I tell you the truth, those who dream of achieving their political goals through democratic means within Parliament are revisionists who hold the theory of class conciliation, just like the King of Maya, and the laws of history will not fulfill their wishes." Which had lost its upper speaker was still waiting. But what they waited for was the impatient Commander Yuhoshi and his army. The defenders of the Panama City state put up a brave final resistance. They huddled in the towering pyramid, closed the stone door tightly, and prayed loudly to the gods. The Extinction army could not do anything to them for a while. The Mayan priests tried to tell the people in the stone chamber that the whole world was an illusion, and only the interior of the pyramid was the real universe. Soon, the defenders found that there was no food in the stone chamber, and they were starving. The Mayan priests had to explain again that hunger was just an illusion. But when the pain of hunger became so real that it could not be avoided, the priests had to revise their theory 3 times, claiming that survival itself was a painful thing. In order to relieve the pain, only by regarding survival as an illusion can one reach the other side of liberation with great wisdom. This is a rigorous religious theory. The only regret is that before the Mayan priests developed Theravada Buddhism, they all starved to death. In March 204 BC, Panama City fell, marking the complete decline of the Mayan civilization. Although some city-states still maintain their independence, the Maya as a civilization no longer existed. Another powerful force took its place. Whether it was the reborn Shang dynasty or Commander Yu Hoshi's own new dynasty that replaced it has always been controversial in the academic community. Some experts say that Peru is actually the evidence of the establishment of Commander Yu Hoshi's new dynasty. Lu refers to Commander Yu Hoshi's hometown Shandong, and Mi is pronounced by. So Peru means the abbreviation of even if Lu has 3 households, the lost mom must be Lu. They also claim that the name Guatemala clearly reflected the situation of the Shang dynasty's horse-drawn chariots traveling in the dangerous areas of Central America. Mexico expressed the deep hatred of the Shang dynasty's old people for the Zhou dynasty, and they hoped that the armed forces of Shichi Lauer would be completely wiped out. As for the Indian tribes prevalent in North America and Central America, there is no doubt that this name is full of the Shang dynasty's army's feelings of missing their homeland. Columbus thought they were Indians, which was a big mistake. This group of scholars was called the School of Esoteric Interpretation because of their persistence in the precise textual research of ancient place names in America. American software engineers are all in India. Indian Aryans are all in Germany. German Germans are all in Austria. Austrian Jews are all in Israel, and Israeli Palestinians are all in Lebanon. This world is so sad. A well-known British scholar of the School of Esoteric Interpretation said this when talking about Columbus's mistakes. This statement even caused a diplomatic chaos. But no matter which school the academic achievements belong to, they are limited to speculation. After the fall of Panama, the regime established by the Shang army seemed to have disappeared from the historical chronology, leaving no historical records. Commander Yu Hoshi, Qi, Yakugwan, Ding Gao and others as well as the huge Shang army. What is most regrettable is that the result of this paternity test, which may last for 30 to 40 years, will forever become an unsolved historical mystery. To this day, a special kind of macaw still lives in the deep jungles of Central America. They have a strong ability to imitate, and their calls are very strange, sometimes high, sometimes low, and very sharp, quite close to the moans of human women. Biologists were puzzled by this phenomenon and could only conclude that perhaps the ancient ancestors of this parrot had once come into contact with ancient humans. The Republican calendar, that is 845 years after Panama City fell to the Yin Shang army, a huge fleet suddenly appeared in the waters near Nagasaki, Kyushu. At that time, Zhang Liang, a famous dissident in the Qin Empire, wanted to assassinate Qin Shi Huang, so he found a night, and the two chose Balangsha as the Ford Theater before the Common Era. When Qin Shi Huang's motorcade came into view, the knight threw a large stone hammer and smashed Qin Shi Huang's secondary carriage. The Qin army guards were keenly aware of this, pressed Qin Shi Huang under them, and shouted at the driver to drive, thus escaping the disaster. Unfortunately, Ying Zheng's wife was killed. After the assassination failed, Zhang Liang managed to escape, and the Qin Empire was shocked by this sudden incident, and the news media reported it immediately. Countless bamboo slips were running back and forth on the post road, and the news on them was only engraved with a line of red seal characters, the Knight of Balangsha. For a time, bamboo slips in Xianying were precious. Later, this incident was made into a movie JFK, Jackstone Fucks King. In the movie, the prosecutor Zhao Gao's impassioned speech at the last moment shocked the world. As a lifelong emperor, Ying Zhang had a strong interest in immortality, so he sent Su Fu to search for immortal mountains overseas. When Commander Su Fu's Qin fleet brought Kyushu Island's Hara Bay within range, the Japanese were still unaware of the fate they were about to face. But that's another story.